Positional. Perfect. Perfect. Alrighty, everybody. How are we doing? Let me get the face cam refixed up. I don't know what's going on with that, but you know what? Sometimes it's a bye week and just everything shuts down on you. So let me go ahead and come on. Where are we? Let's see. It's got to be in here. Oh, I'll put this on just so that there's something on the screen. That just makes us sensible looking. All right, so then let's go webcam. And there we go. We're good. Hi guys. How you doing? Yeah, no kidding, Akusai. So guys, we had a bye week last week. That means that when it comes to film analysis, there's nothing to analyze, obviously. But with that in mind, I can't help but think number one, not only did I not want to stop doing the stream. That's a bad habit that I think I've initiated. And look, I'm not about to promise that we're gonna do a Tuesday night stream every single week out of the 52, but we can start by doing a couple more than we have in the past, like doing more than literally just after the games, because I think there's a lot of film out there to be watched. And as we've started to dip our toes into watching more than literally just the Chicago Bears film, I feel like we're doing a good thing here, and I kind of want to keep going. I hope you guys feel the same way. I mean, I tend to think at least 28 of you do, because you're here with me on Tuesday night of the bye week. So grab your cup of coffee, grab your adult beverage, grab your glass of water. I have one of those too. We're going to dig into a lot of film, because I think if there's one habit that I know I fall into, chances are you fall into it too. A lot can change pretty quickly in life. Look, I don't want to be all, what would you call this? Like, if you... okay, so I don't want to be highfalutin and pretentious, but in life, things change quickly. 7 days is an awfully long time, let alone 28 days. And it has been almost 90 days since the Bears played against the Texans. MJ, baby's doing well, starting to finally sleep properly, so now it's up to me to be responsible and go to bed at decent times, which is a secondary issue that I'm realizing was not always the baby's fault. Keeping going, though, I think it's easy for us to say we know Fields has developed. I think he has. I'm sure you think he has too. Most of us here are Fields fans. But the going back and actually watching the film, where we can take a look and say, okay, we've seen what Fields looks like now. What did he look like then? What did he really look like? I know Robert keeps saying he played badly against the Texans. What did he look like? How did it all look? I kind of want to dive back into it. I mean, we're working with old notes. We're working with old film, but it's a bye week, and I can't help but think there's nothing more, or there's no way to make Fields' current state feel fresher, for better or for worse, than taking a look at where he was within the scope of this season. We're not going all the way back to we're not going all the way back to 2022. We're not, or I guess his rookie season, 2021. We're not going that far back. We're going back to just a couple weeks ago. Let's see. Is this the lead into a footwork film special? Maybe a little bit, Derek. Certainly I have a lot of options for us. We can go in a lot of different directions. I have the Chicago offense against the Texans that I want to start with. We can take a look at the Packers. We can take a look back at exactly what, we could take a look back at the game that we just watched against the other Packers team. And then I've also pulled the film for Marcus Davenport, for Draymond Jones. Let's put Draymond Jones here in the queue a little sooner, because he's somebody I'm more interested in watching. And I pulled Bobby Okereke, just because I do want to do sort of a looking back, then looking forward. I understand that this isn't exactly going to be absolutely everybody's cup of tea. Most people come here to see fresh analysis of a Bears game that just happened, but we're looking into the future, and we might as well give it a holistic picture. Look, I can't share a ton of draft film right now, especially because when it comes to live streams get shut. Okay, so if I cut together a video on, let's use an example, like Brian Brisset, the defensive tackle for Clemson. If I cut together a video that includes a bunch of broadcast footage, that video will likely get demonetized, but they'll still play it right? If we do a stream with a bunch of broadcast footage, the stream just stops. We tried it before. You guys remember back in when we were looking at 2021? Gosh, it was 2022 quarterbacks. Right before Fields' season, we watched everybody, and then we went to watch Trevor Lawrence. And as we watched Trevor Lawrence, boom, national championship. I think copy claimed it, and the stream just died on impact, and we had to restart things. And it was I laughed. I'm sure everybody else did too. But so. It was great, Derek. Second only to that weird night stream I did when the power was out, which was just bizarre. But so a lot of adventures in the streaming world, but this is going to be more than likely a tighter crowd, which is great. Let's get some audience engagement. Let's get the conversation rolling, just like we always do. Hey Ace, how you doing? John, you mentioned it would be interesting to look back to the footage of Fields against the defense where the evaluation has changed from the start of the season. A D people thought was bad at the start, but is actually good. That's a great question. John, if you have one in mind that we can take a look at, we certainly can. I've got all of the Bears all 22. So if we want to go take another look at his Giants game, for instance, that was also sort of on my radar. But the Texans game was bad enough that I really want to take a look at Fields' worst, because I would legitimately contend that the game Fields just played was his best. So, like, maybe ever. Because not only did he hit some big plays, but because, Ace, you're right when you talk about Pittsburgh or the Vikings last year, but not only did Justin Fields hit some big plays against the Packers this last week, he also hit some relatively small plays that are worth mentioning because he's been so poor from a down-to-down basis. John, you mentioned somebody else would have to take the reins on that. Oh, I hear you. I think the Texans are as close as we get because their defense really hasn't been bad. Eric, Texans game was wet, but it wasn't in the rain per se, if that makes sense. It's not the San Francisco game like you mentioned. Christian, you mentioned where did I have quarterbacks? So I had Trevor Lawrence at number 1 because who didn't? Right? I had Fields as my number 2. I had Lance as my number 3. I cannot remember where I put Mac Jones and Zach Wilson. If I put Zach Wilson at 4, hey Khalid, how you doing? It was because I was too scared to put him below Mac Jones. But whenever I watched Zach Wilson, I could not have gotten, or I kept getting vibes that the BYU team was supporting what was really, really solid arm talent, for sure. But every time I watched Mac Jones, I thought to myself, this guy's not going to fail. Like, if he's in a decent offense, he's going to succeed. And then he went to the Patriots in his rookie year, and things look disastrous now because somebody thought it was a brilliant idea to sit him with Matt Patricia as an offensive coordinator. But I would point back to that rookie year as evidence that that's just not who Mac Jones is. If you don't support Mac Jones, obviously you're going to get results like when the Bears don't support Nick Foles, for better or for worse, right? But Harrison, you mentioned that first pick from Petrie, and then Fields and Kmet connected on the same play a couple times, like we usually do. At this point, Robert is rambling just a little bit. Let's go ahead and dive into the film as I take this last cup of coffee to hopefully avoid some yawns. Film time, baby. That's film time. Film time. Let's do this. Okay, so Joe, so it's funny because it is going to look like the offensive line has not improved because against this Texans team, I remember the offensive line having a particularly good day because the Texans defensive line was not much. Now, I'm going to be honest with you guys. It's not like I'm staring at a play sheet where I remember exactly what happened, though I am pretty sure that we are going to see more and more evidence of how number 24, who is not lined up immediately, is sorely missed. Yeah, exactly. Right, Derek? 100%. I agree with you, ML. The shoddy production is part of the charm with these streams, but eventually a graphics department would be awfully nice. Hey, as silly as it sounds, how long has it been since we saw just a basic guff? In week 1, I believe there was a fumbled snap. I cannot confirm. I know in week 2, Fields fumbled the first snap of the game, and that one would have been wide open. And then here in week 3, he fumbled the first snap of the game again. Wet or not, there was a lot. I mean, think about it, guys. This is us getting to take a second look at a game where, at the time, people just like me were being as nice as we possibly could. Uh, because saying that Justin Fields played horribly didn't look like something that would feel, I mean, that would have felt bad for me to say, let alone it was only one game. But like fumbled snaps like this, these are the kinds of things that look like rookie play. Sure, somebody in a brand new offense, but like Russell Wilson looks like he's in a brand new offense, and that's just about it. Like it's not normally that common to come to a brand new offense and do things like fumble snaps consistently, and maybe part of that was Sam Mustipher being Sam Mustipher, but that's just not always the case. Obviously, we got a decent little completion here on a play action rollout. We've covered so many of these between the Nagy and the Nagy era and the Getsy era. I like the fact that they get to the rail route off of an I formation that then goes in motion and rails up the sidelines. But outside of that, I mean, these are pretty ho-hum. John, you mentioned how much did the Bears miss Mooney last Sunday, in my opinion? Probably quite a bit, especially once Claypool twinged his left knee. Claypool seemed to be picking up an awful head of steam at that point. And it was going to potentially be the dawn of Claypool's day. And once he twinged his knee, the Bears' lack of receiving talent really started to expose itself as they had to force the ball to guys like Equanimeous St. Brown that sometimes were and sometimes weren't able to live up to the play. Derek, you mentioned, like you're saying, more than just a brand new offense, Getsy wanted Fields to unlearn some things. I agree with you. In the first couple weeks of the year, without any benefit of the doubt, isn't that the key, Derek? Like, the problem here is that Justin Fields didn't have reason to have the benefit of the doubt just yet. So when he's dropping snaps, you're not saying, oh, come on, this is a learning process. We know who Lamar is. He's won an MVP, right? With Fields, there was, I mean, I'm not saying doubt, but questions got a little bit louder. Right? Whispers became murmurs. That's really all we got. I think we would agree. Like, only the people that had already declared Fields. Let's see. He's getting hair, or in the few snaps he's been getting, Harry hasn't. Oh, I follow you, Harrison. The problem is, okay, so Harrison, just to use an example, because I medium agree with you. It's the Riley Ridley complex. Thank you guys for coming to the stream where we've covered 2 plays and Robert's already on a tangent. But Riley Ridley was a massive fan, or like had a massive fan club among a whole bunch of Bears fans for, and I quote, he just didn't get enough of a chance. Largely that's because there are a whole lot of people that don't watch the All-22, which isn't to dunk on you, Harrison. I know you are, but plenty aren't, that only watch when a guy gets targeted, right? So they only know a receiver from how often he gets thrown at and what he does when he gets thrown at. Right now, N'Keal Harry is taking advantage of a couple of plays where either he massively out-leveraged the player in front of him, the player in front of him underestimated him, or, I mean, we're talking about like 5 balls that he's caught, if 5, and one of them's been a touchdown, which is sweet. For sure. But with N'Keal Harry's like big play down the field that we saw, Jair Alexander jumped what would have been a sure interception had Fields thrown the curl route. And by the time he jumped it, N'Keal Harry had the wherewithal to run down the field. And I mean, Harrison, you could have been open. Like, it's not to say that you would have gotten all the way down the field, but you understand what I mean. Like, when the corner goes like towards the play and you run away from the play, you're going to separate, right? And so that's the complicated piece, right? I tend to agree with Joe that if they were performing in practice, they'd get more chances in games. And I understand that especially during the Nagy era, there was a whole bunch of doubt about whether the coaches were actually evaluating these players properly. But it's all we can go on, because we're watching the games. The closest we get to this is All-22, which is more than plenty are already doing. We don't get to watch 5 to 7 practices a week. We don't get to sit in on the meeting rooms. We don't get to understand who is thinking through the playbook best. All we get is 60-ish snaps a game. So we actually have quite a limited group of snaps to go on, but we do the best with what we can. I tend to agree, I definitely agree with you that Harry's made the most of his snaps, but Harry hasn't shown me anything from like a route running or speed or traitsy perspective or even bodying guys out to suggest that he warrants more snaps. Does that make sense? Because that's the real key, right? It's has Harry shown me anything more than ESB? Well, he's shown me he can make a sweet adjustment to a deep ball, like totally. He's shown me that he can box somebody out in the end zone, definitely. But I can't help thinking that if N'Keal Harry is as good as it gets, then your receiver room is in trouble. So while he might be a fun backup, I would like to see the Bears add in some way or another. And I agree with you, Christian. I think looking at year 2 Lamar, or Lamar in general, would be really interesting. But so the Bears cut block right here. The play's open. Fields sees it, works the angle, throws it. Completion. It's nothing particular. Ball's a little high, but I'm really not going to dunk on a guy throwing to a wide open completion and getting said wide open completion within the catch radius. It's not like a snow cone catch. It's decent enough from Pringle, but I mean this is as easy street as an easy street read is. Again, I'm not attempting to enter this game with a feeling that like Justin Fields played so bad that Robert's got to make every single play a bad play. But I do want to get better on this channel, especially now that Justin Fields is moving into a place where we can grade him not quite like a rookie, where we actually accurately assign what is a 0, like what is not really special from the quarterback position and what is special, because we're seeing a lot of things that are. This was a huge problem that the Bears' offensive line's gotten a lot better at. We haven't seen these in weeks, have we? Like, the Bears' offensive line is doing a much better job at not letting rushers get into the passing lanes on these screens. I can't tell you how many batted balls I remember, and it's not like Justin does anything particularly wrong. I mean, he still has this same issue of a relatively long setup for a quick throw. There are some of these guys, I mean, have we watched Brock Purdy? Have we watched the Brock Pot recently? Like, I can't have been the only one that watched San Francisco absolutely tar and feather the 49ers. But Brock Purdy can take this and just snap the ball out. This isn't really Fields' game. Like, I am beginning to hit the point where I look at Justin Fields' toolkit and say, this isn't really Fields' game. That's okay. And it doesn't have to be. I mean, it would be awesome if we had a quarterback who every piece of football was his game halfway through year 2. This isn't really in Fields' toolkit, despite how much Luke Getsy, I think, wants to call it. But all the same, this relationship, Braxton Jones handling the edge rusher, definitely got better in these settings because we haven't seen a deflection. Instead, we would have seen the guy who, the guy who's attacking downhill, the safety, is that Petrie? He probably would have just murdered Mooney. Maybe Mooney gets out of a tackle. I mean, you never know when the ball doesn't get caught, but the play may not have changed, but it would have, it definitely would have, you understand, looked different had he not been allowed that way. Harrison, I agree with you. In the Texans game specifically, yeah. Let's see. I agree with you, Akusai. To be clear, I'm not even dunking on Braxton. I mean, that's one of those little things. Like, okay, so when we talk about minor development and statistical change, stats are going to ask about yards. When we talk about context, it's as simple as Braxton Jones is thinking quick screen, right? What do you do on a quick screen? Well, you just make sure that the guy doesn't whoop you, right? And he jumps out to take the blitzer, not a wrong move. Like, it's a defensive back. It's not an edge rusher, right? But because he forgets that on a quick screen, you got to protect the passing lane, he allows that blitzer to remain there uncontacted. Oh man, John, you got a 25 times prize pick slips? That's sweet. Good bet. You owe Brock money. Spend some money on the Brock pot. So then let's see, check at the line. It's interesting. Somebody asked earlier, do I think that the offense is getting, that Luke Getsy said the offense hasn't changed, it's just getting executed better. I would tell you that, I'm trying to think of like a decent metaphor. I think the foundation of the offense hasn't really changed, and that yes, it's getting executed better. I do think the Bears are installing plays very regularly. I mean, there's enough of these plays where you can tell that the Bears just haven't run it all that often, and that's okay. Now, you can't tell the media you're scrapping the offense every single week. That's just not something you say. ever. So there is a piece of me that, if I can be honest with you, I might call BS on Luke Getsy if you really pushed me to it. But I don't, it doesn't really matter. It's a comment, right? The overall offense hasn't changed, but the way they're running it has. They adjusted, and they're doing a little bit less right? Let's see. J2K mentions the addition of the Wildcat and JF runs are new to the actual games. Yes. I also think that the Wildcat thing, J2K, is their way of trying to use 11 men on the blocking pattern without exposing Justin to a free hit. This is 100% a guess of mine, right? But I think that the Atlanta game was a bell ringer for Luke Getsy and the rest of this Bears offensive staff on, if we allow Justin Fields the opportunity to wound himself through taking way too many hits, he will, right? And so since then, I mean, granted, we have one game, right? It's not like I'm sitting on a mountain of proof, but the Bears looked to a game plan that tried to keep Fields out of his situations where he was forced to take a hit. It's one thing to give Fields a zone read pull, right? On zone read, you do not have to take a hit, but on something where you're like the quarterback run is a lead play. So for instance, let's say that we motion the running back into the shotgun spot right here. In theory, you could run a play where the running back has the read option and the quarterback can pull and dive forward, like a quarterback dive. You see it in college all the time. If you're going to run this play, Fields will get hit. There's no way around it. You're not running dive and sliding, right? So if you put David Montgomery back there, you take the threat of passing away, which a lot of people aren't going to like, but you also get back the fact that you have a power back running the ball and that you can use the read action all the same to try to jimmy loose some short yardage stuff. Look, I'm not saying it's perfect. I probably wouldn't do it, but I probably wouldn't want to just switch your quarterback willy-nilly either. I would try to find some other solution for short yardage, but that's just me. I think it is the Bears trying to practice something without having to risk Fields getting absolutely whooped should it go wrong. 3rd and 9, let's see what the Bears run. I can't remember. I think this one doesn't convert. But I'm 100% just guessing. Yes, no, it does convert. It's just not, ooh, man. This is where we started to see it, right? Like, this is where I remember not only were people going crazy because it's a sweet play, right? But did we see on the bottom of the screen what happened here? So the Bears are running, if memory serves, it's like a juke version of Smash. And Fields, I think, hangs on the alert to Mooney just a little too long. So I think this is, and I don't know, I think this is A, 1, and 2, right? So you go from alert quickly to 1, read to 2 if it's not there, right? And we're watching this corner. If this corner bites, we strike deeper on the corner. If this corner sinks back, we strike shorter on the whip, okay? So Fields sees that he thinks he sees single high safety and says, well, Mooney's going to win outside. And Mooney doesn't, which is a real shame because both guys are open. Like, you've got that sail corner. You've got that whip route. Both of them are there. This corner, actually, I don't know if it's Stingley, but like this corner, does such a poor job. Both of those throws are open, right? And we talked about this on All 22 Review. It's medium understandable that Fields is trying to hit deep, right? Fields is, for as much as I know I make fun of the term sometimes, Fields is a big game hunter. At least started the season as a ridiculous big game hunter to the point where it inhibited his play on plays exactly like this. This is a pretty big gain. Like, in the world of big game hunting, we like this. There's nobody there. A well-placed throw to ESB could get you as many as 35 yards, breaks a tackle, maybe a touchdown. Like, again, we make fun of the Orlovsky touchdown all the time, but faster receivers catch this ball, tiptoe along the sidelines, get upfield, and score, or at least threaten to. ESB's not a faster receiver, so I understand. But plays like this off of a hitch. I mean, you've probably, with a well-thrown ball, got a shot at a first down here. You've definitely got a first down to the corner. But then Fields, does his thing, breaks one tackle, breaks two tackles, jets forward, beats a safety in a foot race. Like, I mean, the athletic ability of Justin Fields is hilarious. That right now, Fields might as well declare that he's headed there. And Jalen Petrie, a safety, just can't cut him off. Like, he's wickedly fast. Absolutely explodes upfield to the tune of like 25 yards. And Cody, I agree with you. Like, okay, so I think, Cody, to your point, that Twitter and analysts in general are constantly trying to cement something as an answer, right? We want to say Justin Herbert is good. We want to say Tua is bad. We want to say Justin Fields is good, because as soon as you cement a variable, you can start to talk about everything else, right? With Fields, there are a lot of people, myself included, that didn't really know what to talk about in these cases, because we were talking about a young quarterback missing something. And if you brought up something like Cody, if you brought up a play like that where you said year 2 quarterback misses read, there were a lot of people that wanted to just set fire to him and start declaring him a bust. I mean, plenty of people wanted to rush to judgment no matter what. So it made for almost like plays like those were almost like handling nuclear waste. I'm glad we're away from that. At least I hope we are. But it became a matter of, well, this is proof he's bad, instead of this is an area of growth, right? We've gotten surprisingly rushy when it comes to quarterbacks. Pun not intended, because he's obviously the rushing leader. But it's sweet play from an athleticism perspective. It's not a great play from under center, and that's sort of the skin of it as the Bears pick up a first down. Let's see, John, you mentioned the highest number of rushes per game was Newton. Per game by Newton was 139 in a 16-game season. Most seasons, Newton was around 100. Where's Fields at, rush-wise? Let's see. Lawrence was a bust 2 months ago, and now he's good. Who would have thunk it? Right, Akusai. I mean, truly. Like, so many people continue to want to declare things done one way or another. Man, nobody's open here. Like, we get away from this stuff. You can understand part of why the Bears stopped calling as many rollouts, and I'm glad they did. I think in this game they call a 6 or 7, 100% just a guess, but they call a lot. We've already seen 2 on the first drive, and that's not open, and the alert isn't there. So what is Fields supposed to do with a man in his face? Nothing. I mean, it's the right call. It's exactly how you should handle it. Maybe don't take the hit, but there you go. Peyton rules 100%. And to that point, Peyton rules. I mean, people are just so reactionary. And I get it. Early in the season, like, I want to own the fact that I kept continuing to say the phrase, hey, the best thing Fields has going for him is that he's got an entire season left. And I like to think that exactly what happened is the primary reason we were saying it, right? Like, because Fields got that extra time, he had the opportunity to show us over a 7-game stretch, I think it's 7, might be 6, that he's really improving. And John, you're right. I mean, that's way too many rushes. Though, no, I mean, there's no way Cam didn't scramble. But, oh man, Elon, that's wild. Here we see Fields checking at the line, getting back into an I formation. Oh, this play. Oh, man, I remember this one. 128 rushes. Wow, that is crazy. So Fields trips on David Montgomery, if memory serves. And when he trips on David Montgomery, I think he blows the opportunity to throw the ball to ESB. Now, granted, we've talked about this a little bit. Like, is that open? Well, it's not right now, because the window with a linebacker sitting here is like here to here. Like, there's a pause point, right? Where in terms of rhythm, like, you can throw this at roughly 1 second, and then you need to wait a little bit and throw this at like 2.2 or whatever it is. I don't know. Not perfect, right? But so I mentioned that because, like you're saying, Myrtle, the first couple weeks, he really was tripping over people like crazy, and there's a plant and fire opportunity there. Now, Fields has gotten off of it because he knows he doesn't have his legs underneath him. Also, is he gun shy? Could he make this throw? Good question. I don't know. But He's not open. And the check down doesn't really shake loose either. Like, this linebacker, it looks like, does a decent job shading Montgomery to his outside. Yeah, that's just not there. And then throw comes in. Fields takes a hit, but he gets rid of the ball. The offense really hadn't. You can see within this, I don't know if you can already see it, but I feel like we can see that while the Bears wanted to do play action passing, so let's see, Myrtle, you mentioned Kmet. Is it Kmet that you're talking about? Kmet's right here. Let's see. Kmet just loses his guy. Which I like to think Kmet's gotten a little better. At the very least, he started to hold his own a little more. Montgomery does a really good job picking up the blitz. I mean, it's this gritty stuff like this where Montgomery sees a rusher coming, steps out, pops his guy, and 58 doesn't make the hit. Like, kudos to Montgomery. Seriously. We don't talk enough about running back pass protection on this channel. We should. But that's really solid. And then I remember that, Khalid. Like, we really were. Especially because the other thing was, Khalid, like, within this offense, we wanted to see more from Fields. Like, to some point, irrationally more. Like, I think I got really mad about him tripping over his own guy, right? And I just want to own the fact that I think me and every other person on earth were probably too hard on the kid, because a whole lot of the stuff that happened was stuff like this, where he opens the play up tripping on his own guy, and earlier in the drive, he fumbled a snap. I mean, let's be clear on what we're talking about here. On the polish scale, right? On the polish scale, Fields was like, what, 2 out of 10? Like, but should we have expected him to look polished in his second year, right? But yeah, Kmet got a lot better. Like, we could snap forward and take a look at him. Maybe I'll take a look at him in the offseason, try to put something together. You know how I like to do those. But we'll see. Let's see. J2K, I do think it is so funny that Montgomery is this, like, I mean, J2K says Montgomery is a really good third down power back. And I think it is so funny when you think about it, that David Montgomery isn't just a good one, J2K. You could make a real argument he's maybe one of the best ever. Because while he's not fast, you can put David Montgomery in on 3rd and short, and you can actually threaten a power run. Like, he's the guy, David Montgomery, who you can throw it, check it down on 3rd and 12, and legitimately hope that he picks it up. And he's the guy who on 3rd and 2, you can motion him back into the backfield from out in the slot and threaten running it straight down the middle, and the defense will believe you. Like, you don't need this third down back that looks like Tariq Cohen, a.k.a. very small and very shifty for the most part. Because with David Montgomery, you have, I mean, nigh on one of the best pass-catching running backs in the league when it comes to his actual hands. He's shockingly good at what he can do and the routes he can run and the types of catches that he not only attempts but completes. But he's also a power back, so on the goal line, you have your primary receiving threat whenever you want to. Like, it's bizarre. It really is. Because as I've started to mentally explore this role, it is bananas to me just how successful you could be with Montgomery in a short yardage throwing situation. But I don't know if that's the role they have dreamed up for him. Oh, Draco, if Montgomery had legit speed, he would never have gone in the 3rd round. That's not a question. But so let's see, 3rd and 5. Yeah, no, 100% Peyton Rules. Peyton Rules mentions that, oh man, they call it draw. This is that game, or like, this is one of those games. Oh Lord. 3rd and 12, they call a draw. And it doesn't work, but I don't think it's supposed to work. Like, the Bears just went 0 for 2 on passing downs with 2 throwaways, and so they ditch it. They just say, all right, get us into field goal range, and they do. Harrison, I agree with you. Like, it's wild that Montgomery isn't in top 2 of his own team in rushing yards, but it's true. And so I think that necessitates a different role. I would like to see, if I could be really harsh, Montgomery not open his hands up right there. You want to talk about a trigger point? Like the little stuff like this, silly, but it's true. Like when your running back is already stepping in and your quarterback hasn't turned around, sure, he's ready for it, but that triggers to Kinsley and this linebacker here that you're calling a draw. Now, that's me nitpicking, right? We're talking about week 3 film, for crying out loud. But little stuff like that, I feel like got a little bit better. Akusai's right. Now we save those calls for second 11. Vaughn, I agree with you. 9.7 mil per year is a lot for David Montgomery, but if David Montgomery would take 7, I would pay him. This play was sweet. I mean, it's so funny because I think somebody asked earlier, like, what changed for this offense? I have a theory. It's not just Fields' legs. Like, everybody would look and they would say, well, Fields started running the ball more. Kind of. What really happened is that Luke Getsy started giving the green light for Fields to drop back into the pocket and scramble like a demon. You know, because I feel like what really changed within this offense isn't that they started calling more zone read. Like, yes, they did a little bit of that. There's truth to that. But what really changed was starting in, do you guys remember? Because it happened in the Giants game. Fields started converting these just crazy third downs, like 3rd and 10, 3rd and 9, 3rd and 11. Fields would drop back into the pocket, squirm out, and make a play with his feet. And those, I feel like, started to get incorporated into the offense on purpose, where the common solution against the Bears was their receivers are terrible, let's just play man. And when you played man against Justin Fields, you lost. Like, first down, no question. Sometimes not even a hit. And so I can't help but think that that was the primary adjustment. 100% just my opinion was that the coaches started making sure that Fields understood, hey, you do not have to throw this ball. Like, then plays like this, they were kind of good at from Jump Street. I mean, they did a great job setting this up in even just one drive. They get 25 lost in the shuffle. He's one of the only people that understands exactly where he needs to be. And credit to the coaching. I think this is Pringle. I think that's Mooney and that's Pringle. Pringle understands his landmark and how to catch this defensive back immediately. Like, the whole defensive line has no idea who has the ball. And Pringle takes advantage of the fact, like, Pringle doesn't lose 25 in this case, gets just enough of a chip on him that ESB runs it for, let's see, 25, now to 30, now to, I thought it was like a 40-yard run. It's a ton. J2K, while I agree with you that I wish we ran more, so I hear where you're coming from when you say I wish we ran more of these end arounds. When they don't work, it's a TFL. And that's the big problem. Yeah, John, that's crazy. That's insane. So you're telling me that on less than half of the rushing attempts, Fields is picking up the same amount of first downs as both of his running backs? I mean, I understand that from a schematic perspective, you're not expecting a first down on a 1st and 10 run up the run between the tackles, but that is just statistically crazy. I mean, it speaks to the point that I know I'm trying to drive home, that the primary reason Fields started running the ball is because you could extend the chains. I mean, it's not as if he's just running for show. The 50-yard runs are crazy, and we all agree, but it's not boom or bust. Fields' rushing production is crazy effective. It is wild. Like, I agree with you, AGM. And at this point, he was him playing ATH, right? Athlete, as they call it in college. But it becomes, I think, quarterback as we go. We'll pass through some of these. Like, the Bears started just eating people. Man, I know we poked fun at him, and definitely poked fun at him a lot, probably too much. Kmet loses Petrie pretty convincingly here, who gets a hand on Montgomery. It's not like I'm going to call that a tackle, but Kmet's contact just did not look good for the first couple weeks. Let's see, J2K. I'm not sure some of the stats, but it seems like Fields is doing a lot of that on third downs. A guy you should follow, I call him Q. He is Butkus Stats, I think. Stats. I'll put a little at here. Follow him. One of the things that he incorporates is a stat called usage rate. usage rate. That basically targets how often a player is given the ball. So to use an example, J2K, that basically tries to tell you how often is Tua Tagovailoa converting the first down and how often is Tua Tagovailoa quick screening it out to Tyreek Hill, who converts the first down functionally by himself. Tries to take play type into account. Fields has a very high first down rate. He's also the highest usage rate of the quarterbacks that have such a high first down rate. So to your point, there are stats. You have to cross-reference some of them, right? But there are stats showing just how effective Fields has been on third down. And from an anecdotal perspective, Bears fans, doesn't it feel like it's been an awful lot of third and longs where Fields has done his best work, right? It hasn't been the disaster downs. It's been everything else. But so let's see. I think there's a hold on this play. I cannot remember. I remember this one being a mess though. Let's see. What happens here? The Bears ran so many two-man combinations. It also feels like they abandoned this part of their game. Like, granted, I'm speaking wholly anecdotally. You guys watch the film with me just like I do. It feels like the Bears did an awful lot of this at the start of the season where they would pack 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 guys into pass protection so that they had an absolute max of 3 guys running for routes, and it still allowed pressure. Like, committing more guys to pass protection did not always help them. They just didn't know that yet. At this point, is that Lucas Patrick out there? It is. Number 60. No, it's Mustafa. Is Mustafa playing guard? No way. No. Mustafa's playing center, and they pulled the guard. But so Mustafa doesn't get there. Instant pressure. In theory, if Fields is eyes on fire, you could throw this ball. Like, I think you could put it over the linebacker and get it there. And no, I don't think I'm being all that hard. Let's see. Because it's a slant. Like, you can theoretically say he beat him. You can put the ball up. There, you've got one corner playing bail, another corner bailing, and a deep safety. There's nobody there. You get it up over the linebacker, Kmet runs under it. But I don't think Fields and him had that kind of connection, and I don't think Fields was playing with a quick trigger. So instead, he panics just a little bit, starts to look for a throwaway. Does he get a call here? Because that would be a very forgiving intentional grounding. But all the same, a lot of those stuff over the middle. Like, guys, I mean, I'll be honest. The game that we just saw against, is it Kmet or Griffin? Let's see. Because you might be right. It's Kmet. It's really not a bad route. Honestly, I know Kmet gets a lot of grief for his route running and his hips and whatnot, but like, that could be worse. If only because this movement right here, I'm a fan of. Like, the pop, pop, pop. It's not hard, right? I'm not saying that no other tight end can do this, but pop, pop, like even feinting a block right there, because that's what it looks like. Just pops out. So, 100%, John. Like, if you can work Kmet into situations where he doesn't have to make sharp cuts, I think he succeeds. One of my favorite things that I know we've seen, and I'll pull it up when we see it. One of the things that I love that Kmet and Fields have clearly been working on has been this right here. Like, whenever Cole Kmet runs a flat route nowadays, he will convert it into a wheel or a rail, whatever you want to call it, after the play dies. Like, once Fields misses the window, he'll just go camp out on the sidelines. And we've seen it. I mean, we saw it on that play where Fields rolled over to his left and then dotted the ball to Cole Kmet against the Lions. We saw it against the play just last week where Fields went from here, stepped up in the pocket, threw over to Kmet. Okay, Jeremiah, if you're joining us as an Eagles fan, I'm going to tell you right now that if the Eagles don't win this game, every 75% or like all the 75 other viewers in this chat will be surprised. So yes, go Eagles. Eagles are having an awesome season. We're all rooting for Jalen Hurts to prove the validity of running quarterbacks because we have one. Like, yes, we think Fields is developing as a passer, but I don't expect that that Fields is going to just ditch the running piece of his game. So we are all Jalen Hurts fans. Especially on Sunday, where like, please help us get the second overall pick. I'm 100% there with you, Shan. Like, I don't like phrasing it as I'm cheering against the Bears because I never can. But at the same time, then when they lose, it's like, okay, Jeremiah, for years I have cheered for the Bears to win every game that they could, especially when I was younger, and they have continued to draft so middlingly. And in some cases, I mean, they were one pick away from Leonard Williams. They were one pick away from Aaron Donald. Like, there have been situation after situation where they didn't draft blank because they won that game, and then they instead drafted somebody that was just meh. And so, like Spector's saying, if Fields shows that he can play well, or shows that he's grown a little bit, or frankly just survives the game, we're good. Kusai says, how close were we to Alec Pierce? We had 2 shots at Alec Pierce. We did not value Alec Pierce in the top 50 players. That was the biggest problem there. And I disagreed with it, but that's me. Like, Jeremiah, I wouldn't say it's front office. Like, it's just placement. I mean, a couple years ago during the Wentz era, you probably felt the same way. Not let's lose all our games, right? But you probably felt the same way of, our team's in a funk and we just need a little bit to dig out of this. And the Bears are in that situation. Let's see. McFact says, I do see Fields as a running quarterback. He's forced to move around because of the non-pass pro O-line. I agree with you, McFact, that there's a lot of variables here. Don't agree. Oh, gotcha. McFact, let me put it this way. I am calling him a running quarterback because there's only so many quarterbacks that can run for 150 yards in a game and make that look normal, right? Once you have that, you do things different from everyone else, right? And when you are that different, you get treated that different, and you need to continue to remind the defense that you are different. We all want to see Justin Fields play more like, I don't know, Josh Allen, Patrick Mahomes, pick your pocket quarterback, right? But until he can't run that ball, like until the day that he can't beat a defender in the open field, occasionally he's got to show the defense he can so that he can pass against 9 guys instead of against 11. Because Lamar Jackson and Justin Fields may be the only 2, especially now that Kyler Murray's ACL is fried. RIP. Like, now that you're at that point, you are 2 of the only guys in the league that can draw not 1 but 2 spies. And when you can get those spies, like, you're golden in terms of passing. You get a lot more one-on-one matchups. And Jeremiah, exactly. Like, you darn sure didn't want to win the game because it got you Devontae Smith. We're in a similar position where I don't know who it'll get. Like, maybe it'll be Will Anderson. Maybe it'll be Jalen Carter. Maybe it'll be a trade down for Quentin Johnston, Jordan Addison, JSN. Like, it could be a whole lot of players. But the Bears fans, like me, definitely want those options that a couple of extra losses in an already 3-10 season, or no, is it 3-11? No, it's 3-10. In an already 3-10 season, so it's already a season gone south. Like, might as well just pick up the extra losses. Jeremiah, the opinion on Quinn is that he's got crazy bend. It's wild that he did as well as he did. I'm going to say something ridiculous, but it's real. Quinn is an every other year guy, and this is his down year. 2 years, or let's see, in 2020, he had 2 sacks. In 2021, he had 18.5 sacks. In 2022, he's now had what? So, like, he's old for sure, but it also doesn't help that if you go look at Quinn's stats, if you don't believe me, you can go look him up, Jeremiah. And outside of the very early piece of his career where he was just kind of dominant, he hit a point where he was down, then up, then down, then up, then down, then up. And he did it, Kusai. In 2019, he balled with the Cowboys. And so it has, and then the year before that, Akusai, I believe he played at a 3-4 for the first time ever, had maybe 3.5 sacks with the Rams. But the year before that, also with the Rams, he had like 15 sacks or something like that. I mean, it's every other year with Robert Quinn. I don't understand it. Maybe it's what he got suspended for. That's PEDs. But, I don't know. I'm 100% guessing. But it could be. He wouldn't be the first, but it's funny to truly see that like it is every other year with Robert Quinn. And this just isn't it. But hey, at the end of the day, Jeremiah only paying a 4th-round pick for Robert Quinn. If in the playoffs he comes up with a huge sack on a 3rd down, like, worth it. I mean, 4th-round pick isn't that expensive in the wide world of things, especially when this Eagles team, I feel like, look, it's not Super Bowl or bust, but it's definitely time to go for it. And with the record that y'all have and the performances that y'all have put out, there's no reason not to at least root for that. But anyways, back to this. So I do feel like the Bears have abandoned a lot of this just wholesale play action passing. I would love the chance at this point to see the Bears, pocket pass better, whatever that looks like. But their offensive line, especially in the early part of the season, just got so consistently boxed, like boxing the ears, that there wasn't a reason to continue to flesh out a part of this offense. And I can understand that. I mean, look at Fields on this play. He gets absolutely blown up. Like, from Jump Street, all it takes is a basic slant out. Now, granted, is G lead overcomplicating this play action attack? Probably a little bit, but part of me is also only saying that because it didn't work, right? The real problem is that 50 chases the puller, and Sam Mustipher can't catch him, and Sam Mustipher doesn't see it coming. And so when Fields steps back to pass, sure, he's got a man open. He's also got guys in his face and just gets crunched. How common was this kind of sight? I mean, the first 4 weeks make me shudder. They remind me of Deshaun Watson and Lamar Jackson's early couple games because Fields was just getting blown up on a snap-to-snap basis. Draco really did. I mean, it still hurts to watch looking back, but it was wild seeing just how commonly the quarterback would get annihilated to some extent. God, is Khalil Herbert fun or what? I think he picked up a first down. Okay, it's only a 5-yard penalty. Must have been like offsides or something. But watching Herbert just explode, find his hole, accelerate forward, get downhill, rules. Demo, how you doing? I love Herbert. I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's going on. I know what's going on. But, like, I'm curious to see what happens with his future. He does a really good job setting this up, too. Like, Herbert gives a little bit of a wiggle to keep 51 right in that hole, and even a crawling. Do you see this? Do we see Cody Whitehair trip and crawl out to his mark? Talk about never give up, Cody Whitehair. You never give up, bud. Big block with that left hand on the ground. And like you're saying, J2K, the Soul Stealer stiff arm. And then he just keeps going. Yeah, bite at those knees, John. Bradley, you ask, would I rather Monty or Herbert? Me personally, I want Herbert in on first and second down, and then Montgomery in on third down if I got to use them the way that I want to. I think as a runner, like as a pure runner, Herbert is wildly fast, and you can see it. Contact balance is crazy while he's at it. But then when Herbert goes back to pass protect or goes out for a pass, he leaves so much to be desired. You're a little shocked that he's as good a runner as he is and as bad a receiver as he is. So I'd probably rotate him kind of like that, but that's just me. These prescribed reads were about as good as things got for Fields. And honestly, when you look at it, this is a really nice route from Mooney. Like, look at this turn. Where was this? Where was this last week? I understand it was hurt, but like, while Mooney isn't running 15 yards or whatever it was for ESB, look at how quickly he goes breakdown step, stab, he's out. 3 steps, full turnaround. I'm almost starting to wonder if part of Fields' so to speak tardiness came from getting accustomed to receivers that took way longer than that to turn. And I mean, say what you will about me overanalyzing this. This is the whole reason that this player stays so far off. Boom. Like 5 yards of separation. Hitches are the hitches are for fill in the blank that rhymes, as JT O'Sullivan would say. But all the same, separation is separation. Yeah, exactly, Damo. JMass, 100%. I like that everybody picked up on exactly what we're talking about here. Like he's missing the I guess we could consider it the Super Bowl shuffle to some degree. Like obviously tongue in cheek, but that Super Bowl shuffle out of the break. 5 yards the easy way, but still hilarious. Let's see here. What do they run? Okay, they put Mooney in motion. I'll tell you what. I know we were really hard on him, but watching Darnell Mooney again, like even if we're just talking about one break, and yes, I understand that you can over-dramatize things like one break. It's very obvious that he's a receiver that needs to be kept around for the future because he is agile as it gets, and he really can play all spots on the field. I think that's really valuable out of a Z. If you need Darnell Mooney to work outside, he can. If you need him to work from the slot, he can. If you need him to work from a true Z position, he can do that. Beat press, sure can. Like, there are a lot of ways Darnell Mooney can win. And while he's probably not, like, the best receiver at any of those, because, I mean, I went through a list the other day when I was talking on Twitter with some people that were like, we were talking about best receivers in the NFL, right? And there's, like, 12 receivers you can probably name. I'll name a couple just so you know, and talk about, like, Tyreek Hill, Justin Jefferson, DK Metcalf, Devontae Adams, like you can go through a list. Jamar Chase is in that list, among others. Don't make me name them all. That's not the point. You can probably get 12 receivers down where you're talking like God tier players that are just flat out amazing. And even then, you've probably left some guys like Mike Evans off. Whatever the next tier down is, that's Darnell Mooney. And that's still a very good receiver. Everybody wants to say wide receiver 2. Well, I would say he's a wide receiver 2 in the same way that like Chris Godwin is a wide receiver 2. Darnell Mooney's the kind of guy where when you've got a dude taking a little bit of pressure off, you get him a bunch of one-on-ones and he kind of starts mashing people. I mean, he's got the agility and the production to do that. Turu, would Darnell Mooney be drafted first round at a redraft? That's a great question. If you're talking about raw production, like you get to know about production, I don't know. It'd probably be first or second round. Herbert is a contact balance machine. Look at him just knife through an arm tackle, no problem, steal another soul at the second level, and drag himself 5 yards forward. Honestly, Draco, I could see it. I think CD is a little better, partially because he's a little bigger, but that's just my opinion. I don't think that's a bad thought. Here's Herbert doing, oh my gosh. Where has this been? Khalil Herbert, come off of IR soon. Stab up the field, cut through, contact balance, in the end zone. John, no way. That's hilarious. Gosh. Like, it's so corny. We're talking, I don't know. I don't even know if it's that corny. Like, pop, pop, out. Pop, pop, back up the field. There's Braxton Jones eliminating somebody right at the goal line. And then a little bit of, yeah, from Larry Borum there in the back. But gosh, Khalil Herbert, you madman. So much fun. I mean, the whole offense is different. Like, let's see. Not to dunk on somebody. You know what I mean? Like, where would Dave Montgomery take this ball? He probably takes it outside, no doubt. But once he takes it outside, it wouldn't surprise me if 32 gets around on him, you know? But Herbert is able to flatten out so hard that 32's first step has to be out instead of up, right? And so then Herbert can redirect and create, I'd say, a touchdown that I just don't think 32 has in him. As much as I like David Montgomery, like, that speed is really exceptional. You're totally right. J2K, these are the kinds of things that you like, you notice after the fact where he just grabs him. Bite those knees, John. Bite those knees. Detroit versus everybody. But let's see. you mentioned what was 5 doing on this play. Like, I think Peachy just tries to roll back in. Oh, he thinks, okay, it looks to me like Petrie rolls back in and thinks Herbert is going to continue to come downhill. But, man, oh man. Hops out. Joe, who's a bust of a pick? Specifically. Because I don't think either of them are. Like, it's not a dunk on Montgomery, so to speak, to say that Khalil Herbert, if you look at any rushing chart, is literally leading the league just about in expected yard. Okay, so this is going to sound like a fake stat, but it's real. When you look at a chart for its expected rushing yards over average, right? It might be something else. Herbert is like right here. Like he is ridiculously high on this chart. I mean, like you're saying, Sir Lord, Herbert could be top 10 in yards, if not maybe top 5. Like, if Herbert got like the guy's guy load, so to speak, Herbert might be just mashing, especially with Fields on the team. I mean, some of the two-way stuff that they can do has just been nightmarish. I mean, we didn't see near as many of them in this game, but there's a reason, guys, that during the middle of the year, Mario, that wouldn't surprise me at all. Rush yards over expectation. Thank you, Cody. You're right. It's not rush yards over average. It's rush yards over expectation. But so, there's a reason, guys, if you remember it. So one of my favorite things that Justin Fields has done, let's see, sharing the load might be Herbert's got more when he gets the ball. You're totally right. I mean, possibly at the very least. But so one of the things that I feel like Justin did that changed a lot is Justin made it to where in this formation, this linebacker or this player specifically has to spy Justin Fields. Like, from this formation, you're thinking that the Bears might zone read you, right? If they zone read you, they're not going to zone read you off a quarterback dive. They just won't do it, right? So you're looking at Montgomery going this way or this way. It doesn't really matter. Like, let's pretend it looks like this. But that means that this player is going to camp out on Justin Fields. And what that has meant is that, like Derek, to talk about Herbert, when Herbert gets the ball going this way, right, you get 3 guys that shift over to face him. You get the linebackers that shift over to face him. And you get this guy sitting still. Like, we've seen a couple of these. I bet you can think of some of these. The Bears kind of catch the Texans. They don't catch the Texans in one of these. The league hadn't really started watching for it yet, right? But suddenly, because of that, if he's over here, 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 there's a hole up this lane. And Herbert's been hitting that cutback lane a lot. And when he hits it, he just shoot like rockets down the back alley and is able to pick up a ton of yards, because then when Herbert's been getting to the second level, this one we do see in this game, safeties just can't really touch him. Like, he tends to vaporize safeties because he's a little too fast. Like, he can make just enough of a play to be a huge oh boy. Oh gosh. There's some of these where you just forget it's on. Like, you go, I didn't realize it was this play. The Bears go orbit motion with Montgomery, which I really like, by the way. Like, I love the concept of, if Fields doesn't like it, check it down to Mooney, let him carry it up the field. This seam is so open. Like, Damo, I didn't know. Like, this is a play where I see tons of quarterbacks, specifically the ones who get the ball out faster. They hit this spot in their break, and watch how Fields takes a pause before he throws it. That pause right there. I understand we're talking about slow motion, but plenty of quarterbacks off the handoff, snap it back, hit the back, and just throw the ball, right? Drex, it would be a little bit of a question mark, but honestly, it is more like take what's in front of you. It's more like, holy bleep, they left it that open, and you just zip the ball to your guy in wide open space and let him run the route with the ball in his hand, right? Like, he can still attack the seam. He's just now doing it after the catch. And frankly, the earlier you hit him, the less you set him up for a hit. And then because he's late, like because Fields is throwing it here, you need to sit him down. Like now you need to throw the ball off of what's basically an adjustment hook. And if you watch Kmet's feet, you're going to see him stamp his feet right there. Do you see how he comes down for it? Like, boom. His hands are coming up because he slowed intentionally. Like, I'll try to draw the route, and then I'm going to dash it right here. Or I'll do a little wiggle, right? He's waiting on the ball because he understands it's a little bit late, but this is the new contact point so that he doesn't die, right? Fields sails the ball because Fields thinks he's going to keep running. Had he kept running, like, I don't know, maybe he catches the ball in the seam. Like, it's hard to tell with the two angles that we get. But like Grant's saying, there's a non-zero chance that if he catches the ball exactly where Fields had it in mind and this safety doesn't get lost. Because, can I be honest, 36 here does a pretty terrible job. Like, a better safety takes an angle a little further back to just murder poor Cole Kmet. And it doesn't always work, but that's generally what a lot of them do. And so, like you're saying, this becomes one of those plays that I don't know who, I can't credit which person said it. Oh, it's Al Bono. I see it right there. This is a play that you mentioned, like, how on earth did this get picked off? Like, it's a play that is almost just like, I mean, I don't want to say mind-bogglingly bad, but it's a play where you get everything you wanted and it doesn't work. Like Elios, this was, I don't blame you. I was really, like, I remember watching this game and being like, oh my gosh, because there were some of these plays that were just nonsense. And then did the Bears get the ball back? Oh, yes, this is where Eddie Jackson picked it off, won the Bears the ball back at this spot, like in the end zone, no less. And from there kept going. Let's see. Looks like a false start. Okay, so are we talking about let me see. The scouts who recommended those guys are still with the Bears. Like, yeah, Bradley, 100%. Pete Carroll may have saved the organization. So somebody asked earlier, like, does Montgomery soften up the defense for Herbert? I think that rest may keep Herbert a little bit fresher. Like, I will grant that. But I also think Herbert is just a lot better than he gets credit for being. Like, I can understand, by the way, like somebody said, somebody's trying to make the comparison of, like, Zeke Pollard. Look, not every back needs to be a speed back. That's not the goal. But Herbert is so stout that I think it makes him look like more of a speed back to most than he actually is. Herbert is just a complete runner, right? Like, we've seen Khalil Herbert. Can he break a tackle? Yeah, he can. Stiff arm, like putting his shoulder down. He can do all kinds of things to break the tackles that you would expect out of somebody more like David Montgomery. And then he's got the long speed to score touchdowns or at least create 30 to 50-yard chunk plays that Montgomery just can't really match. And so it's bizarre when talking about Herbert. I would just tell you that I think Herbert is a better running back and that Montgomery is a dramatically better pass-catching back. And J2K, I'm with you. Like, I haven't seen Herbert get tired. They sub him out. But at the same time, I tend to think that if you paired Herbert with Tristan Ebner, which you wouldn't do, like, and Chauvin, I hear you when you talk about 5 yards and goal to go. You're not giving the ball to Herbert. It's on Monty. Herbert can have it between the 20s. Like, I get what you're saying. Herbert has scored plenty of times from the 5-yard line. And hey, credit to Montgomery. Like, he has this will to win, like that touchdown that he had just last week, where every once in a while you go, I don't know how you got in there, pal. But that's part of why I would keep them both if it's affordable to do so. Like, I'm also not overpay a running back guy, but if we're talking about a $7-ish million a year contract for a relatively short deal, you're not going to catch me crying about it because Montgomery does, I think, have both tangible and intangible value to the team. Could you replace Dave Montgomery if you had to? Yes. Would I want to try? Not really, if I can avoid it, but that's where I sit. It's not to mention, for as good as Darrington Evans is, or not good, at this point, you're right, Peyton. Like, you got to get him to a point where he can. Oh gosh, this stuff. Fields has gotten dramatically better at this. Like, okay, so granted, it's not a great play overall. We can go over a lot of reasons why. But this, where Fields decides, all right, I am getting out of here, and runs into his own guy, this has become the spin out. And it's probably for the best. Like, Fields has recognized that he does not need to direct cut anymore. It's just not necessary, right? And so instead he'll spin out to give himself plenty of room so that Braxton Jones can, instead of effectively being like right here, he can get a cloud of area where he might be the moment Fields decides to do anything, right? Let's see. Watching Fields is hilarious, both good and bad. Like, you mean watching this Fields, right? Mooney, by the way, looks to me... it's hard to tell, honestly. Like, Fields looks like he's stuck on Mooney, and Mooney doesn't really resolve. If I had to guess, it looks like a two-man game, and 51 goes with Mooney. The ball should go to Herbert literally right now. Like, if not just a little sooner. But 51 is straddling them. They've got a two-man game going. You're not even checking it down. You're just taking the short ball, and then Herbert can catch it, fall backwards, probably end up like here, which really isn't so bad. Let's see. John coming in here. Mooney has 3 runs inside the 5 for 2 touchdown. Monty. Herbert has 6 runs inside the 5s, 2 touchdown. Fields has 9 runs inside the 5 for 5 touchdowns. Lord. But yeah, Weedy, especially at the start of his season, he was getting absolutely locked on to number 11. And this looks to me like it is a 1-2. And frankly, in the last game was the first time we really saw him getting to 2. Where he would go 1, well, let's get to 2. And I can't help but think, so there have been a couple of things over the last couple seasons where, like, I say this lovingly. There are a lot of analysts out there that get really, They get really, like, uppity and complain about the meatballs. You know, I like to think I say meatballs lovingly. I hope so. Anyways, if I don't, I apologize. I truly mean no disrespect. I think it's a funny term. But so the meatballs have talked about how, hey, give Fields some time on the bench. Let him learn from Trevor Siemian. You know, as funny and as silly as I think that comment was, I do think Justin Fields was inspired by Trevor Siemian's check down. Like, I truly do. Where that check down that he hit to Darrington Evans that went for 50 some odd yards, 30 yards, whatever it was, seemed to speed him up. And since then, it looks like he's been much more comfortable. Now, does Braxton Jones get beat here? Honestly, not really. Like, I mean, I actually think Braxton does a really good job of at least holding him up. Because what I like about this, while it's not a great rep, he doesn't disengage. Right? So if Fields spun back, he probably has a free first down. And if not, it'd be up to whether 21 could contend with him, which, who knows? Fields is embarrassed better. But Fields ends up stepping himself into a sack, and I believe it's a complete and total drive killer, because what sack it's on 2nd down and 10 isn't. But it's wild, like, little differences where it's like, okay, that doesn't work. We don't really see this from Fields anymore. I would tell you, and I'm curious to hear what you guys think, that there's no skill Fields has gotten better at than successfully escaping the pocket. Right now, Fields is doing a great job at seeing the lanes when it's time to go. Is he always right on time with understanding when it's time to go? Not really. Sometimes he's early, sometimes he's late. Who's going to be perfect? It's a gut call on when you can barely, like, you see, maybe you see this guy in your peripheral vision. You don't have any idea what's going on here. Maybe you see something about this, but I doubt it, right? It's a guess. But I feel like when Fields has decided to run, like this. I mean, John, you mentioned his pocket presence has improved. I would say he's still tough as all get out. He's getting a little bit better at pocket movement. I'm talking about slides, less so than hard steps. But it does feel like, Eric, I don't know if this is why he doesn't have as many batted balls. I think the offensive line's doing a slight... Let's go look after this game. That's a good question. We have the technology, right? But it does feel like, in particular, if we wanted to talk about something very specific, Fields has gotten better at going from, okay, let's get to the moment. Fields has gotten better at getting from this moment where he says, I want to go, right, to actually getting out one way or another. Like, this version of Fields takes a sack here. The next version of Fields, I would say Fields from today, right? Yeah, I know, Ace. We're talking about a whole lot of things. We're going over the top. Like, we'll see what happens. We're not looking to stay here till 1. If we don't get to some of the free agent things, we can push them for another week. But I do think it is really easy, Ace. Like, the main purpose of what I want to do here is to help us all refresh our eyes. It has been weeks. Okay, so let me put it this way. If you know anybody that's younger than you, and I'll keep the film rolling so that we can move forward. If you know anybody that's like, you have a niece or a nephew, or even pictures of yourself, right? You don't see yourself growing because you see yourself every day, right? Obviously, we're not that close with Justin Fields. We don't need to make things creepy, right? But we are seeing Fields grow every single week. We see a much more gradual process, right? And even then, Fields has been growing so fast in some cases. Like, John, you've talked about it. Fields has been growing so almost linearly that it feels bizarre to look at. But going all the way back to a game like this, I think, helps us reset our eyes so that we can say, wow, okay, he went from there to there. This is like looking at a picture of yourself a year ago, right? Where you go, wow, I've changed. Or a picture of your young child, or a picture of your young nephew, or a picture of your kid, sister, brother, where you go, wow, like, they've changed at this point. J2K, I agree with you. I think all of them work. Jeremiah, you ask, what is Fields' greatest strength right now? It's unfair because when I say it's his running ability, that makes me sound like any other dweeb on the internet. And that's, you got to hear me out, okay? There are just not any other quarterbacks that are as dynamic a running threat as Justin Fields is right now, at least that are currently playing, because I love me some Kyler Murray, but he just tore his ACL, so he's not going to be here for another 2 seasons, more than likely, just based on when he turned it, or like when he tore it. And so I agree with you, Derek, that Fields' greatest strength is being multifaceted, but I would tell you that the defining characteristic of Justin Fields at this moment, you mentioned right now, it is the fact that if you don't spy him and you play man, he will take you for a first down. And that certainty is a lot to defenses. Now, what will his greatest strength be? We don't know. We like to hope. We don't know. But what is his greatest strength right now? It has to be the fact that he set 130, or he set a single game record, and then the week later, he almost beat it again. Like, Jeremiah, I know Jalen Hurts had 150 easy-looking rushing yards just a couple weeks ago. What Justin Fields did against okay, so he probably does, Jeremiah. I think when I watched Justin Fields, so I went back and watched Hurts. As a matter of fact, we did this on stream a couple weeks ago. Like, Hurts looked very similar, not the same, but very similar to Justin Fields, I thought. But I agree, J2K, that I think he's one of the most accurate running quarterbacks in the game right now. But Jeremiah, I'd say the big difference between Hurts and Fields, just at this stage of their career, is that Fields went for 173 rushing yards against, I don't even remember who it was. I need to go back and look. And then just a couple weeks later against Miami, he almost broke that same record. And then Hurts competed for it. I mean, we're getting some great rushing performances out of quarterbacks this year, but it's been wild watching him. So then Bears go, I don't even know if this is true zone read. Let's see if it is. Yeah, that's probably a pull. Like, this stage of Fields' career, I think he's pulling this. Like, you get just a couple steps down the line. You've got one blocker coming in, 2 blockers coming around. Like, if Fields pulls this right there, like, I think You've got block, block. Who knows what happens? But he gave it away. He gets hit. Happens. Both Kelsey brothers are awesome. Like, I'd say both Kelsey brothers rule. And man, Drex, it's not just that. Like, boy, oh boy, oh boy. No. Seriously, Jeremiah, it's crazy. And I mean, injuries like that happen. Trevor Lawrence got injured recently, and it's not like he's a runner. Like, it's not as if injuries are mutually exclusive to running quarterbacks, but then Josh Allen tears his UCL, and you can't not think about the running piece. This was a weird series. I remember this already, where the Bears went run, which is fine. Like, I love the fact that the Bears' offense has evolved into the option threat that they have. Like, the Bears at this point allow, no kidding, Damo. Like, the Bears at offense at this point allows Justin to pull it very often, or at least it's supposed to. Last game was a little weird. Poor Lucas Patrick. Poor Lucas Patrick. Yikes. Honestly, Harrison, I would tell you with a straight face that depending on the contact, okay, so this hit that Khalil Herbert takes right there is not that bad a hit. Okay, no, he gets rolled on his shoulder a little bit. That's a bad one, right? But there's some of these rushing quarterback hits that are less vicious than a sack hit. Those sack hits where the quarterback never sees the guy coming and gets just about decleated, those are huge hits. Like, major danger hits, right? Like, it's funny that people do equate the two, because the second quarter in particular, or not, well, why am I saying that? Like, a hit taken from an oncoming rusher that a quarterback never sees, throwback to the preseason, right? Where Justin Fields took that shot to the face. Like, that's a huge one. Oh, man, John, that was awful. Like, yeah, Sean, the Mike White hit from Sunday. Plenty of these Tua hits, unfortunately. Like, man, here's another one. Fields clear, at least from what I'm seeing, Fields must not have had the green light to actually pull these, because this is a very clear and obvious pull. Maybe he was supposed to give it away, but I doubt it. If anything, I think he's just supposed to freeze, freeze the guy, because Kmet's coming to sift block him, which they've done a little bit less of this recently. Let's see. Does Borum just get whooped? Yes. Oh, that sucks. That's no fun. Just gets yikesed. You never love it when you got two guys. The sad part is, I remember this one. This play coulda, shoulda, woulda worked. Like, the Bears run, sure, it's just like basic inside zone, right? But had Borum stopped 52, you've got a block here, like a combo block here, and I don't know, who knows? But you let 52 straight into the lane like that, and you're not going to get anything. Demo, is Leatherwood going to start going forward? Demo, lest we forget, Tevin Jenkins splitting time with Lucas Patrick. So far be it from me to know. Like, there's a very decent chance that he may be just splitting time at this point. And I think that there are plenty of people that are kind of overrating Alex Leatherwood. But hey, that's a place where I care a little bit more about first-round pedigree. How many of these first-round pedigree offensive linemen that do not get hurt, very clear emphasis there, are just awful? First-round wide receivers, it happens. Like, there are plenty of stories like N'Keal Harry, like Laquan Treadwell, like John Ross, right? But first-round offensive linemen that are drafted in the first round, and they are just awful. How common is that, right? And so, Kevin White is another one. But Kevin White, at least he got hurt, Akusai. With some of these receivers, they just don't have it, right? With like Stan Tom, oh man, yeah, going all the way back, and Jeremiah, yeah, exactly, like Jalen Reagor. With Leatherwood, I get the hype, like I'm there. I want to see a little more intense snaps. I would like to see an actual key block. So far, we've seen some soft losses, and I love me a good soft loss. You've heard me talk about that. I made a whole video on Charles Leno for that exact reason. Like, I'm not looking for dominant wins, right? Nothing. I don't need Leatherwood to get my blood pumping, but I do feel like we're making a bit of a meal out of 10 snaps. But what else are we to do? So I get it. Weedy, I think they're going to play him at right tackle. These throws, they are still just not really Fields' thing, right? Like, one funny thing for you to watch, Jeremiah, is snap to throw for Fields is generally slow. This is where I think, like, boom, boom. That can get better. This is where I like the, so I think, John, is it you or is it Derek that talks about Tim Jenkins? I know Tim Jenkins hates the Mahomes-esque footwork where he plants here, he keeps his foot there, and he just swivels his hips and throws it. I prefer it because it gets the ball out way faster, according to the way Fields likes to throw it. And I believe he can make that throw. But I do think he's getting a little better. Like, yeah, no, I'm not throwing you a lateral right now play, 100%. Jeremiah, it's not terrible, to be clear. If you hear me harping on it, it's because there are some of these quarterbacks that get the ball out and make it look like a pinball, right? Like, and granted, that's not everybody, but some of these quarterbacks, the ball hits their hands and it's out before you really recognize that they had it. Fields likes to find the laces. There's nothing wrong with this. Like, not generally. See, watch. Like, he catches right there. You could see the laces. He's going to adjust the football to find the laces, and then he'll throw it. Fields really doesn't like throwing without the laces. It just slows him down a little bit. And so I would love the offense, if I can be honest with you guys, I would love the offense to either abandon. So, Albona, you mentioned that he shortened his motion. He did. He can't. It is the difference between what these NFL quarterbacks will call grip it and rip it. Do you see the laces here? They will grip it and rip it versus finding the laces every time and throwing with the laces. Fields much prefers the laces. Much prefers the laces. Look, I don't have his QBR on non-laced throws or something like that, but it isn't good. And so, let me see. I gotta fix my mouse. Yeah, Leno is a Hall of Fame reference point. I don't know about a Hall of Fame reference point on this channel, but at the very least, I definitely look back at, oh yeah, Weedy, of course we did. Our hands aren't 10 inches. Maybe yours are. Man, I cannot believe that he broke that tackle. What on earth is this? How did this guy not strip sack him? I'm legitimately amazed that this guy didn't just strip sack him right there. Like, not only does he not strip sack him, he doesn't even get him. What? That's stunning. That is really crazy. And then, I'm no quarterbacks coach. I tend to think that there's an open window here, but honestly, I could understand if this linebacker's ready to jump that. Like, if anything, I think Fields needs to just turn and go. Like, he's looking to throw. I respect it on this, but it doesn't really matter. Look, it's a rollout. I'm recognizing that we're just watching this to set our eyes. So, let's, yeah, we're watching this to set our eyes. We don't need to break it down like, oh, Fields needs to do this. We already did that. It's in the week 3 stream. So, yeah, great. They do have him doing more short-stoppy stuff, which I think is good. It feels like Fields is playing purer and faster. Does that feel like watching this film? I feel like we're seeing more hesitation. We're seeing more. This is what I'm supposed to do. Should I measure? Like, we've seen Fields do what a lot of the really great quarterbacks do and just start to pare down the decisions he makes, right? Like on this play, we see a little bit of that magic. I mean, how does he turn that into a first down? For crying out loud. Look, and even weirder, Fields has started to make these plays look flat out normal. Like, breaks a tackle, breaks a second tackle, gets forward for a first down. And Albono, I agree. Like, okay, so what I feel like Mitch Trubisky's problem was to just pick on another Bears quarterback. And frankly, Fields' problem as a rookie is they weren't good enough pre-snap to eliminate all the bad decisions. So then when he's reading the field, he's looking at too much. Look, oh man, was that Lucas Patrick, 62, just like driving a guy to the moon? Um, like push, 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 push. 96 is like, what are you doing, man? Let's see. Probably have. You got to think. Let's see. Oh man, Kenny Pickett's had a bad couple. Yeah, hold. That's how it is. And then is this Ebner? This is back when people were like, Ebner's pretty good because he could run the ball for 6 yards with really solid blocking. But yeah, I mean, the other thing worth remembering is that normally, like Fields' hands are pretty small from a standard size, and so it'll just take some comfort in getting used to, I'm sure. Or you could take it out of the offense. Guys, taking quick throws out of the offense is not the devil. If Fields will throw slants, right? The little stuff like this, or the deeper one that we saw to Cole Kmet earlier. Like if Fields will throw digs, if he'll throw slants, if he'll throw, you could do like flat outs, right? Where Fields can take the snap, adjust the ball, and throw the flat out like we saw on 3rd and 5. Like you can make a quick game work or quick enough, and it doesn't need to be true West Coast like bubble out and block kind of stuff. But if they're going to keep doing the bubble out and block stuff, we'll probably need to see Fields get a little bit better at just gripping the ball and ripping it. Herbert creates so many yards. I mean, you can just see him when he's there. Let's see. Albono says Burrow has super small hands and he's great in the quick game. It could just be a comfort thing. Like, it really could just be as simple as that. It's not Herbert. It's Ebner. Rip. Of course. Thanks so much, Jeremiah. That's the goal. Let's see. Ace, you mentioned it's interesting to see how his mechanics look different. Oh, Vlad, something's coming out. Something's cooking. You could even say something's slow cooking in the Bay. Like, who needs Justin Fields when you've got the Brock pot? Like, you're setting it on simmer and letting it cook for up to 3 hours for a beautiful meal. Like, Brock Purdy is the man. And I know he's like a living meme at this point already, but like, Turu, see you later. Hope you had fun. We'll catch you soon. You don't need to be here. Like, I don't even know if I could say Fields has gotten better or worse on a play like this. To be honest with you, like, it's funny watching back because this is exactly the kind of play that tons of us would say, oh, Fields has to get this out. Right? Like, Jeremiah Butler, thanks so much for jumping in. Great seeing you. Let's see. It is just bizarre looking at this because, like, what is this throw? See you Sunday. Yeah, 100% Weedy. Like, this is a very difficult throw. Just in terms of how you're throwing this ball. Like, you could make an argument Fields coulda, shoulda, woulda, snap, stopped there, pinned back towards Mooney, and thrown the ball. Totally possible. No, Bradley, I saw it. I just loved it. But this throw, I remember people saying, you want to get that a little lower. That throw would have been insane. Like, the fact that he got that throw roughly catchable is honestly kind of surprising from an arm talent perspective. Peyton Power, if you're still in here, this is a great example of, due to lack of attempts, it is easy to see how Fields' early attempts got massively over-scrutinized, because throwing from this platform shouldn't look like a missile, right? That, no, it doesn't hit him in his hands. No, it's a very tough catch. I would not call this a drop. But still, like, you get that ball a foot lower, that is a dart from next to no platform at all, which you don't see that every day. Peyton rules. Gotcha. I understand. No, Mooney isn't the biggest guy. And Josh, he really does. Like, I mean, the ball just explodes out of his hands at that point. Let's see here. I remember the Bears' offensive line did a really good job. And I could highlight, like, that looks like it was Lucas Patrick getting shedded a little bit, but happens. That's not new. Well, watch through the second interception because I think the Bears just run the snot out of the ball. Though I love watching me some Khalil Herbert and I love watching me some Darnell Mooney. Like, if we really wanted to see another good Mooney game, there's some really solid plays. Oh, there we go. There's a little bit of Cole Kmet action. And this was the best play of the game. I remember this one because it's just a seam rip. Hits the back of his drop, rifles it, and like, man. Josh, you mentioned the ball exploding out of his hands. Like, look at this. Just hits it. I mean, jeepers. You go like, what is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 frames later, which I don't actually know how much time that is. I think this is like 24, 30 frames per second. So like maybe a quarter second. The ball gets so far. Like, he cooks that thing. Hits the spot perfectly. Vlad, you know what? During the offseason, we'll have a lot of time for all kinds of special projects. I mean, truly, all kinds of special projects. And Grant, I'm with you. It did look like good 2021. But man, that thing is on fire, like the ball. And then we don't see any more of that. I am really excited for what happens when the Bears can prescribe a couple more passing plays. I tend to think, Eric, I don't know. We'd have to go back and look. But at this point, let's just get through it. There are a couple of these plays that make me look and think that part of the Bears' hesitancy when passing the ball comes to lack of perimeter weapons plus lack of offensive line plus young quarterback equals why try? But I do tend to think, Vlad, I wasn't going to tell it to your face, so to speak. But I feel like Dak is super all over the place. I'm a Dallas local, so I get an awful lot of Dak. And most of the Dak that I tend to watch, I get kind of frustrated with. Because, like, at times, Dak's kind of in that, like, Tua category where when he's on, he legitimately looks really good. I mean, not just looks because of all the, what's the word? Like, it's not just because he looks good because of all the stats. Like, he's making quick decisions. He's getting the ball out with crazy anticipation. He's accurate. And then any of the wheels on that fall off. Maybe he's not as accurate today, and the performance implodes. Or maybe he's not throwing with anticipation, performance implodes. Like, there's not really a ton of outside of scheme play that I feel like Dak can bring you. And I do feel like that, look, it's not even like it holds him back. We're just in a different age when it comes to quarterback play. And you can't really do that anymore. So you mentioned, do I think Velus has any chance at carving out a role? Yeah, everybody wants to talk about how he's 25, but I still feel like if you get some, let's see, Braxton Jones looks so much better than he did in this film. Yes, Josh, 100%. Even the true sets. I think there is a world, right, where the Bears at this point, like, could play Velus as a slot burner. Right? It's not that simple, and I get that. But if you put Velus in a role where he was just cooking guys downfield, then you can loft the ball to him, and more importantly, you can use him as a decoy that gets other people open. We saw that on like the second play of the game in the Bears offense against the Packers, where Velus ran that route right there for somebody who was bunched up right behind him, ran underneath, Fields chucked the ball to him. It was really easy. Like, I think Velus has a role as budget Marquez Valdez-Scantling. I hold to my original eval. Nothing I have seen this year changes that. I mean, he's electric when he hangs onto the ball, too. Like, he's a third-round pick. I understand he's 25. But, like, stuff to pick the playbook up, time to pick the playbook up, I think is independent of your age. Though, I'm not going to doubt that he's, like, or that he's been uninspiring so far. I just take a look, I think to myself that if the Bears could trust him a little more, I think there's a lot of damage that he could do specifically in the slot, specifically on any route downfield, any of them. Probably not a dig, but stuff like these three, right? And then maybe, you know what, maybe you use some like shallow posts, maybe you involve some shallow corners, but everything kind of cuts off right there. But all the same, I mean, it took him 15 yards to stack that Cowboys corner because he is lightning in a bottle fast. And if he'd caught that ball, I think we'd speak about him very differently. And if we're truly looking at Velus and judging him entirely off of one drop, like that's really what swings everything, I disagree. And that's okay. I mean, that's the kind of stuff that we do on this channel. We can disagree. We can have different evals. Don't let him return punts anymore, for sure. But I think that's his role going forward. I remember that a whole bunch of smarter quarterbacks people, like, basically all said Fields should throw this ball. And so I tried to say the same. I mean, truly I did. I remember looking at this play, muttering to myself like, oh, well, I want Fields to throw this ball, like loft it out to or to ESB. And I don't know. That's pretty tough. Like, you've got one guy getting beat, you've got another guy beat clean, and while I understand that's the read, like that's the kind of thing I would expect a 7-year, 8-year quarterback to do, and then everybody would praise them for it. So if I'm really going to tank on Fields for not doing something praiseworthy, that seems ridiculous. Now, current Fields, it's wild watching this, because current Fields probably converts a first down here that way. I mean, we've just seen it enough, haven't we? Like, the Fields that we have watched in a Bears jersey recently doesn't have any issue getting outside the pocket, and then at that point, you'd be looking at man defense on both counts, both headed down the field. And so if Fields had gotten outside the pocket, like either he throws to ESB, who's like stupid open, or he picks up a first down. He just freezes a little bit, right? He's, I think, stuck on Mooney, which is a theme in this game. I mean, honestly, Mooney was intended to be the Texans' safety, or like Fields' safety blanket, and it didn't work, and that's okay. Like it is wild. Like Weedy, you mentioned, like you see the difference from the first games till the extra bye they had. It feels like Fields plays very unsettled and pretty hesitant in this game. I mean, like that lateness we used to talk about, like it's still present in pieces of Fields' game. The day that he's truly on time, like I'm there. But like the day he's truly on time is the day he'll be tearing up the league. But we've started to see Fields get a lot faster at a lot of the pieces of the offense that or at least of just his basic decision making, where it's wild to see how much ground he's gained. And so this is obviously just like not a drop. Boom. Yeah, Chauvin, I would tend to agree with you about unlearning the Nagyisms, but can I throw out, like, Chauvin, I do think that there are a lot of people that have misunderstood what Nagyisms is, right? Nagy had Fields throwing with abandon. I mean, Nagy had Fields dropping, rip the ball. Like, that was the plan. I'll live with the INTs. Seemed to be what he was saying. I do feel like he is, like, I feel as if Fields was, what's the word I'm looking for? Like, exactly like Grant's saying, there were some lethal seam balls that are gone this year. I feel like Fields has been trying to balance. Matt Nagy told me this. He also got fired. And my current coach is emphasizing take care of the football, right? Like, I don't think Matt Eberflus is pro chuck it and we'll live with it. And so figuring out how to balance that, I think, has been a bit of an act. Like, but hey, credit to it. Fields' fumbling has gotten a lot better. Truly a lot better. Here's a quarterback draw. Fields is doing Fields things. But, like, you can see in this game that I would tell you with a straight face that 1 out of 2 times that they're asking Fields to be a quarterback, maybe more, I would say Fields is not living up to task. Like, not in a way where I'm hating on him, but like here in week 3, it looks like whenever the Texans get a chance to make Fields play quarterback, it's not going well. And that's what changed a lot. And we'll quickly watch through the Packers game. Like, I won't stop much at all because we've seen it. In fact, we'll probably fast forward on pieces of it. We'll probably start fast forwarding on pieces of this now. Love Khalil Herbert. You're going to get one watch, so pay attention. This is a skill that if I can master this by the end of the season, I would like to. I like watching tape. I like watching tape with you guys. We do not need to break down everything. This looks like it's duo. Khalil Herbert just picks his way through. Ooh, I really want to rewind. I'm going to do it. I'm going to do one more. Like watching the way Herbert goes zig right, zag left, zig back right, zig back left, make contact, break a tackle. That's awesome. That's really cool. I love it. Watching Herbert run is fun. And Albono, I thought that Velus. Okay, so look, I seem to have a different understanding of what a third round pick should be, and that's okay. Zach, eventually, that sounds fun. It really does. Yes, J2K, Herbert really understands how to influence linebackers. That's a really nice zit move. Gets uphill, boom, Bears get a first down on 3rd and 1. Herbert can attack you, and he can really gash you. This might be the play. If it's not, I think it's on 2nd down. No, it might be on 2nd down then. Fields gains he loses 1 yard because I think this play comes out of 2nd and 11. Bono, I think that 3rd rounders get overrated. Let me start there. Right? I think that 3rd round picks are picks that in draftnik season, we tend to look and say, that's a huge pick. That's top 100 pick. That's a player that can play in this league. In reality, what is it? Is it Danny? Yeah, Danny Gray, Jalen Tolbert, and plenty of other receivers haven't carved out a role either. All right, soak this one in. Herbert cuts upfield, breaks sideways, breaks a tackle, says, goodbye, safety, and gets almost all the way down the field. I mean, watching 24 run is a blast and a half. And take a look at the safety here. We've talked about it before. He's not going to get to the lane fast enough. Because he hesitates, which is something Eddie Jackson didn't do at all, just about. Because this safety is so far away by the time Herbert breaks through, Herbert can just have his way with him, and he does. I mean, cuts straight across his face, snaps the tackle, and just rips on down the field. Like you're saying, Sir Lord, I'm happy with 3rd round picks if you just get down or get on the field consistently. But the main thing that I look at, Albono, is that I could tell you what Velus did well. The stuff that Velus did as a deep threat was legitimately good. Fields does a good job here of influencing. It's just a draw and dump, it's backyard football. But at the same time, it's instincts, I guess. We don't need to gush too hard. But so when I look at Velus Jones, Albono, I can't help but think if you can get a little bit more out of what he's good at, which is speed, deep speed, because he really didn't have drop problems in college. For as much as people have talked about him as hands of stone, most of that doesn't come from him dropping the ball so far in the NFL or as a receiver. He hasn't had many passes to drop it on. It mostly comes from the deep ball and a couple muff punts, which, hey, I'm not going to go to bat for the muff punts, but Velus Jones might be one of the reasons that the Bears are picking 2nd overall, and for that, I can be thankful. Looks like Mustipher big whiffed on that run to catch the 2nd and 5. But let's see. Is using him as a Deebo Samuel trick player a good solution? It could be, Zach. A lot of it depends. I mean, truly a lot of it depends. It'll depend on the offense that the Bears are able to build around him. Bradley Jones, you ask, how bad is Mustipher really? Let me put it this way. Bradley, most players, right, are let's see. Yeah, exactly. J2K, to go back to what you're saying, Bradley, I'll get to you. You mentioned he was a body catcher in college, and we've talked about him standing in the flat on RPOs. He is a body catcher, and the only catch that we've asked him to make was right on the line. Let's see. So it's not as if I'm trying to make Velus out to be more than he is, but most 3rd down receivers can't stack a corner. Hey, this is one of those touchdowns. We talked about Herbert in the 5-yard line. They hand Herbert the ball. He mashes his way forward. So let me see, going a little bit further through, Let me see. Velus needs a better feel for the game before he can play that Debo role. Yes. He needs to be able to do a few more things. Like, the problem with the Debo role is that it doesn't work when you're... Everybody keeps trying to make him Debo light. He's Cordero Patterson light. Maybe he's Cordero Patterson, period. Like, it's hard to tell. Cordero Patterson, I don't think, had the burst. Like, the true-to-form burst. This is a play, I actually think it's on the tight end. I think Fields is the right idea. We don't need to cover it. But so, let's see. Look at how the Pats handled Wes Welker. Sure, Haplo, but I'm not 100% sure that Velus and Wes are the same, and that's okay. Though I do think it's something that can develop. I will tell you, Haplo, that to your point, if you've got drop issues, you can actually try to fix that. If you've got accuracy issues as a quarterback, usually that's it, right? Like, it's not going to get better. But so, and like you're saying, Josh, it took time for Debo. I think there are a lot of people jumping all the way off the Velus bandwagon that are going to dip their toes back in, and that's okay. Like you're saying, J2K, so it's funny you mentioned that he did that on, I'm not going to say that out loud, but it's funny you say that he did so poorly on returns. Kickoff returns, Velus is starting to pop a little bit. Like, was it the Packers game where he pumped out a solid little 40-yard return? Look, I promise you guys, I'm not trying to be Mr. Mega High on every single pick. I just appreciate that Ryan Poles targeted a trait, speed, even if it's a gadget role, and said, I think that I could actually make use of that player for the better. Because in my opinion, there's nothing worse than, to make it clear, there is nothing worse to me than drafting a player that is just not very good. Riley Ridley is a great example of a player that's just not very good. Daz Newsome is another example of a player that's just not very good. Like, what is he good at? And is he any better at what he's good at than the overwhelming majority of the league? If the answer is no, I think you wasted the pick, right? Velus Jones is extremely fast. And I mean extremely fast. Like, Velus Jones brings you something that not everybody out there can bring you. Now, he's got a lot of baggage. He's got a lot of trouble. Or not that kind of baggage, right? But like, there are a lot of rough edges that you're trying to smooth out from a developmental process. There's a lot of work you have to do to make him a functional role in the offense and not just a direct tell. I'm looking at you, Cordell Patterson, where he couldn't run a route if he wanted to, and if he did want to, he gave it away. Right? On some of those slants, on some of those curls that we saw CPAT run, you could just tell from Jump Street exactly what was going to happen. Nobody has more tunnel screens that I've seen blown up than Cordero Patterson because the motion gives it away. Like, there are some players they're good at what they do, but they become so that becomes so what they do that now when Velus comes in motion, they're ready for him. Like, it's no surprise that 12 may get a jet sweep, and that's really core. Right? But at the same time, I think it's going to depend, because if he busts, he busts, and you lose a third-round pick. Sucks. Whatever. Truly. Whatever. It's really not that bad. Like, the Bears haven't had a third-round pick for years, and I don't think that's the difference between a successful roster and a not successful roster. Like, I agree with you, or J2K, that it's not a waste. It's a little weird, but I also think, J2K, that it was a forced pick. I still believe that the Bears wanted Christian Watson at 39, and then I think they wanted Alec Pierce at 71, and they didn't get either, right? You got to remember, Alec Pierce got taken, if memory serves, was it 50 or was it 51? Somebody who's near a keyboard, let me know. But it was I told myself I was going to come out of the draft with a receiver, and this is the best one I got left. And when I look at the pick, Velus's pick, I am not going. So where I come from when I'm grading it is I have to judge the pick at 71, right? Ryan Poles clearly wanted a receiver. He forced a receiver. The receiver that he got is not hopeless. To me, as sad as it sounds, out of the third round, that's, I think, as good as you're going to ask for. Like a role-playing receiver. Sure, plenty of people have looked and called him a gadget. Sure, plenty of people have looked and called him a wide receiver 4. I don't disagree. Like, trust me, we're not in disagreement. What I'm saying is that he's useful at all. He's not somebody who's just going to ride the bench. And to me, out of the third round, it's actually pretty hard to find, especially given how many free agents you can pick up, and they'll get you decent yardage. So like Drek's saying, at this point, I agree with you, John. Like VJJ is a much bigger disappointment on teams so far, and a huge part of that is because they've tried to make him a punt returner, which you don't need to be. Sir Lord, I agree with you. He wasn't BPA. He was BPWRA in their eyes, but like, that's how it goes, I guess. WFM, he was a healthy scratch for 2 or 3 games. He's clearly having playbook issues. The hope would be he can fix that in the offseason, but I don't know. Derek, you remember joking about getting fast guys with bad hands so we could tank while still evaluating fields. It's funny, but it's true. And that ball he threw was a dot. And J2K, you're right. Like, he was uncoverable at the Senior Bowl. Calvin Austin was there. Khalil Shakir is another example, though I don't know if he's exactly Ryan Poles' type. I'm not saying Velus Jones. I worry that I've said this on accident, so I'm going to walk it back. I have said that Velus Jones is BPWR available. I'm talking about process. You may not think Velus Jones was the best wide receiver available. I'm not going to fight you on it because Velus is a very particular wide receiver. It's like taking somebody who's an extreme gadget and comparing him to better rounded receivers. Let's see. With how basic our passing offense is, how much of it is player problem versus Getsy being a teacher problem? John, I couldn't tell you. I'm not in the room, right? Like, I get the vibe. They're really disappointed. So that'll tell you one thing, but I don't know. Like Spencer's saying, anybody who's been in college for that long becomes a red flag in and of itself. Zach, you mentioned, is it a concern drafting dudes who spend 4+ years in college? Usually, but I also tend to think that I think that it's a pick that they won't repeat. Call it a feeling. But if they do, hey, I'll be right there in line with anybody, right? But I don't tend to think, if they're unenthusiastic about the way things have worked out, that they're going to repeat it anytime soon. This is still a decent read, and it's late. That's the biggest issue that I think Fields had early on. Yes, Larry Borum gets absolutely whooped, but Mooney is open. I mean, we've seen a couple of Tampa 2 reps as we've talked about Jap Sanborn. This is open. This is very open. Like, put the ball in Mooney's path, dead center, zip. And he's late as he gets the ball out. And Mooney settles for it. I'm not 100% sure why. For some reason, we see Mooney settle down right there. I truly don't know. Oh, it's because he has to turn. He doesn't really know where the ball is going. But it's, when you say it's pretty choice, what do you mean, Grant? Are you saying that the linebacker does a relatively bad job, dropping to the hole? Let's see. Yeah, that linebacker's moving. I mean, he's dropping off the line to get to the Tampa 2 spot. He's booking it, but I'd still take a wide receiver against a linebacker in that matchup, but it's not a good throw. Duh. Right? There's some of these that I think are hilarious, like the second interception against the Packers. You don't need me as an analyst jumping in to say, oh, that's not a very good throw. You don't need that because it's obvious. This throw, the Kmet throw was one of those that was how on earth is that an interception? This one is one where as soon as he throws it, you're like, yeah, it's an interception. He gets crunched, by the way, whipped into his own teammate. Man, he starts just getting beat. Let's see. Grant, I'm kind of surprised too. And I agree. Zach, that's the funny part about where Fields is at right now, is that we beat the Texans, and the Texans, Fields played very badly. But at the same time, Zach, I would tell you with a straight face, I think that this is the one game the Bears have played where they had a talent advantage. And even then, I think it's tight. And Josh, I think that's the biggest, knock on wood, I'm not even going to say out loud what you said. But between some of the hits that we've seen and the Washington game, I guys, I'm going to be very honest with you. Like, I am not a biophysicist, right? I was a mechanical engineer in school, so I know a thing or two about force, but I'm not a doctor. Guys, how many quarterbacks in the league survive the season that Fields has taken right now? Because while I understand that Fields is playing on a separated AC joint because he's just a tough son of a gun, and that he probably has a couple other nicks and bruises that we don't know about, like some of the hits Fields has taken. I mean, I'm not playing around when I say multiple hits have been career altering, let alone multiple hits have been borderline season ending. Like, it is crazy thinking about how many very, very dangerous hits he's taken. Like, very dangerous hits. I still cannot believe, like, yeah, Aplo, I agree. Like, I can't believe that Washington hit on his knee was something he finished the game on, let alone that he didn't blow it out. Like, and I mean blow it out. Like, that hit had every ability to be a Cameron Meredith blowout. Like, because Damo, you mentioned Atlanta. Like, he took some crunchers in Atlanta, but a shoulder injury, a non-throwing shoulder injury, it could be worse than your plant knee just getting blown out. Like, and like you're saying, Sir Lord, like, the most dangerous part about the Washington game was that he was getting teethed in the pocket. Like, I will take the runners. I will take those hits, because some of the hits that we've seen, like some of the, like, a bull goring a person hits that Justin Fields has taken have been from the pocket. Like, when he gets teed up in the pocket, like any quarterback that does, it's way more dangerous than when he's going to ground. As bad as those are, I'm with you guys. I prefer the games where he doesn't get hit at all, but I'm beginning to become one of those crazy people where I would rather like Fields running than not running. Like, if it means avoiding some of these hits, get him a better offensive line, though. Truly get him a better offensive line. Yeah, RIP Mike White. Like, let's see. We'll take hits from the Commanders if they let Deron Payne walk. Yeah, 100%, Josh. This is nice. Sees the linebacker. Like, actually, this is pretty good. Sees the linebacker. Gets back to it. Nice and easy throw. These were the, like, yay moments for Cole Kmet. But it's wild to me how many of these how many of these plays, if the running game doesn't work, let me see. Well, yeah, Jordan, the big problem that I've seen is that, like, I want Fields to play from the pocket more. Of course I do. If we're talking about hits, it is becoming apparent that so actually, Jordan, now that you mention this, I still want Fields to be an option runner if I got to choose. I don't love QB power, because while the Bears can run it well, I love it, or it makes a lot of sense in the red zone. Like, there is a time and a place. I also I can't get the long term out of my head. And so while I know there are plenty of people that are like, oh, injuries happen in football, you can't control them. I mean, we can control them a little bit. And once we get to the point where we're running the Atlanta game plan, we've got trouble. Like, we've got real trouble. You can't expose your quarterback to 19 to 20 hits in a game. Option football doesn't work if Justin doesn't take the right option. As in, oh man, is that another snap drop? Like, yes, Mustafa. Like, I get all the Mustafa jokes, but that's 2 in this game. Gosh, what a rough one. But I do think, Jordan, that there's, like, a balance to be walked, because exactly like you're saying, Derek, the ideal Justin Fields play exploits the threat that he could run. And Derek, I would even say the ideal Fields play so far exploits uses exactly what we saw in the Packers game, where he flips out of the pocket and then throws downfield. The fact that he's got as long an arm as he does, and the fact that he's as quick as he is, means that if he rolls out of the pocket, especially when there's nobody covering him, you're going to hold a corner like Jair Alexander, because somebody's got to be there to cover Fields, and that leaves somebody downfield. It would be great. I mean, it really would. And so it's becoming great. I mean, I tend to think that we're not going to, honestly, John, I need to get to it. You're right. Like, Mason's had himself a great show. Like, especially when Mason is like talking through these injuries. I learned so much from him, and just how this stuff works. I can't applaud that ad to our podcast channel enough. Like, because he's bringing legitimate expertise to how that works. Let's see, 82. It is. I think that's the most bizarre part about Fields' game, that at the very least, it's being whispered about, but it's like everybody uses the single phrase, Fields didn't even do this in college. But like, let's really emphasize that, right? The craziest part about where Fields is going as an NFL player is that Fields has rethought his own identity. And how often do you see that? Like, most guys work like Anthony Miller. They get to the league, their game is their game, and if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. I mean, if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. Fields at this point has gotten to college. He's rethought his game, and he's playing fundamentally different from how he did in Ohio State. And I can't help but think that that's not only uncommon, but it's something that we could make a bigger deal of. Because Jordan, while I agree with you that his lethal legs were present, they were more like, oh yeah, and then there's that. More so than in the NFL right now, where Fields is trying to show that he could run on you if he wanted to on almost every snap, right? Not literally almost every snap, you know what I mean, but the Ohio State wasn't running like zone read, etc., etc. And so it feels like a mindset difference where Fields has had to transform from being a pure pocket passer to they can also run, to being the dynamic dual threat that he's become. I think we've watched enough Texans tape. Like, we've had our palate cleanser. So let me pull up let's pull up the other game. Like, sure, we could watch the Packers, or like the Packers game week 2, but we get it. Like, we know what Fields looked like. Let's take another look at what things look like now. And we'll just quick watch through it, and then I want to watch some Draymond Jones. We're not going to be up till 1 tonight, guys. Let's see. Cool God, you mentioned what offense did Ohio State run when they went out, or when they played there? They ran like a vertical option. Like, that sounds ridiculous, but Ryan Day's offense, or Ohio State offense, was basically, hey, Justin, Claypool is your target. He's going to run. If they play it with quarters, he's going to run a post. If they play it with cover 1, he's going to run an out. If they play it with, if they play cover 2, he's going to also run a post, but it's going to be thinner so that it splits the defense. Like, Jordan's got the exact version of what it's called, but it's run and shoot West Coast spread option offense. But what it basically did for Justin Fields was it let him identify the threat that he was going to throw at. And guess what? Garrett Wilson, Chris Olave, Jackson Smith-Jigba, they got open. Is that so shocking? Like, it wasn't as if Fields had an issue identifying onto his first read, because when I watch his tape, his first read's open. Unless they're going up against the zone defense, like, he's fine. And so it's not like, wow, he can't get to his second read. He could. You could clearly see him getting there. Like, he did. There's a reason I was high on him coming out of college, and it wasn't just this. It's more to say that his receiving talent was so good that his processing didn't need to be better than it was. But anyways, let's watch some film. So here's a game we already watched. We already did this one. But now that we've just watched the Texans game, let's compare and contrast. See, that throw looks pretty much the same. I mean, if anything, maybe there's a little bit of like snappiness to it. Like, I appreciate the fact that Fields jolts out of the line at this point. Like, you could see just a little bit of difference in the... I can't believe I'm really talking about this, but like, Fields doesn't need to stop before he throws this ball, whereas he stopped in that first game. I tend to agree with you, 82, where I think like let's see, regression to a runner to grow as a passer has me more and more believing the generation of successful quarterbacks will need a superpower carrying tool. Let them figure out the NFL quarterbacking. I also think 82 that you can even simplify it further to mobility of some kind. Even Joe Burrow is mobile. If you don't believe me, go watch just about any of his games and you'll see how many sacks he wiggles out of. He's a pocket mover and he can get outside a little bit. But make no mistake, Joe Burrow can move. If you're not mobile, you can't survive bad offensive lines. How many bad teams have a good offensive line? That's the problem, right? If you're going to develop in this league, you have to be bad team proof, right? And if you aren't bad team proof, you get Mac Jones'd in some cases. And so, like, yeah, 100%. It's about mitigation of sacks. And Jordan, in Fields' case specifically, he turned oblong mobility into a weapon, which is rarer because it's very rare you get a quarterback that's just faster than DBs in many cases. But the Bears had it. This play feels like market improvement. I mean, in terms of just identifying where to go and not getting stuck on the top. Like, this is a play that we saw Fields like have to run out of because Valus is kind of open, but it feels like Fields identified exactly where he needed to go with the ball. We don't need a second breakdown, but he checked that this safety was dropping. He is, check mark there, and now he's got his eyes right where they should be on this corner. He sees his hips turned this way. That cues a throw to here, and the throw is right. I mean, like, you could debate that it's a tick late. Me personally, if I was an evaluator, like, I will note that it's ever so slightly late, but I don't really care. Like, what matters to me is that you throw with conviction and you get it there on, like, you get it to the receiver. He floats it beautifully over the defender. Nobody can actually make a play on that. And it's a very easy catch for ESB that, like, okay, if I can just dunk on the guy a little bit, why are we jumping? Do we have to jump? Is that necessary? Like, it is the ball behind him? Can he not just slow down and catch it like a... That is like catching it like a normal person. But whatever. Normal people jump. I jump. It's a bad habit, but it's true. It's very easy to just jump. You almost like want to bring your knees up and try to catch it with your whole body. But it just feels right, doesn't it? But so... Anyways, a nice little teardrop. And again, like, this is maybe Fields' best game ever. I mean, like, top to bottom, I think there's a very strong case this is Fields' best game ever. It's not all of his biggest throws ever. Like, totally, everybody would look at, and this is a bad example. But even then, like, I really, really appreciate the fact that on this play, offer, quick pull, tap, 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 throw. Are there too many steps? I mean, that's actually legitimately hard to know. But I would argue Fields throws this ball too soon. He has the right idea in trying to get it up and down, but I think he could have just let Kmet keep running. It doesn't make a difference to me. From a contextual perspective, you could make a real case this is Fields' second worst throw of the day, and if this is as bad as it gets now, you're feeling okay. I mean, granted, you can't have balls just loft over the middle pretty much ever, but like from a context perspective, it feels like he's playing faster. Like, exactly, John. He threw at the back of his drop, and that in and of itself feels like it starts to become a win. Then you add some of this stuff where somehow he goes faster than... So 82, I hear you about wrong spot. I think if he waits a little bit longer on that play, which I don't want to go back to it, we're going to let the tape roll. I think if he waits a little bit, Kmet gets that much more open because he's going up against zone. So Fields is trying to throw over a zone linebacker that doesn't have eyes in the back of his head. But I hear what you're saying. Like, had he led the ball out, all the same thing happens. Here's the quarterback sneak on an injured shoulder that I think is kind of funny. I mean, hey, it works. I love the quarterback sneak. Like, why do anything else? Also, serious RIP to the dude Mike Leach. I tend to doubt that it's a shout out on Run Pass Opinions, Second City Gridiron stream that's really going to be like what gets the family through it. But prayers out to the Leach family. What a titan of football gone from this earth too soon. Real bummer. But I don't know. I can't cry for somebody who I didn't know, but what a loss. Like in the current football landscape, look, he's no John Madden. He doesn't have like, I mean, you could actually really argue that like he's not up there. It's not like he's on NFL Rushmore, but like the game of football and what happened like because of the air raid and because of the way Leach began to coach has bubbled it to all levels of football. Like, I understand he's a man that comes with plenty of controversy, but what a really, really amazing football mind. And it's a darn shame he's gone. I mean, really out of nowhere, too. Heartbreaking. We really have, John. Like, the last 3 years have taken a lot of people off the gridiron. And on the other side, John, we're seeing more young guys than ever really pop up. Like, Jordan, if you're still here, I know you've I know you've had your bouts with Dolphins fans. What are you thinking about Mike McDaniel right now? Like, I struggle to look at McDaniel and not think he looks like a stud. Like, it doesn't bother me that it seems as if his quarterback isn't getting to his second read, but it also doesn't bother me yet that Tua isn't getting to some of his second reads because he's had his first reads open for as long as he has. Even here, like, here's a decent example of what we're talking about. Like, so Fields we talked about how everything's covered, but really focus here on Fields' pocket management. He's got a man in his face, so he's going to plant and rocket and get out. That little movement. Look, is it a big deal? No. But Fields is doing so much better a job, and the offensive line's helping offer it to him on how to get Fields into open space. Spectre, am I doing a stream? Spectre, I've got a team together at this point. Like, we're going to do so much draft analysis. I hope you're ready. Like, we're going to build a whole board. We're going to build an entire draft board, top to bottom. We're going to walk everybody through the entire process. You can disagree at any point, but like, it'll be me, Jacob Infante, Danny Meehan, Brandon Robinson, and I think Quentin Crisco that are going to be all combining to be the scouts with Jeff Burkus as our GM. So we sell Jeff, so to speak, on the players, because one of the things that I wanted to simulate within this project is I want the GM to not be a scout, so that the GM has to listen to the scouts, compile those scouts into a certain compile what those scouts say into the way that he does his simulations, and then we'll go through a whole bunch. We may ultimately need help coming up with situation scenarios, just letting you guys know now so that we can get some help with it. But I know that they say that they run like hundreds of draft sims, and we could run hundreds, but they're going to get repetitive because the websites spit out the same thing. And yes, we could go with like chaos up to 10 on PFF, but I know there are scenarios. We'll try to think of as many as we can, but we'll always use help. Tyler Davis is fun, Jordan. Like, I think at this early stage, pegging rounds is tough, but he's fun. Like, watching him, it's great. Let Derek, we're going to be doing the Bears, so I tend to think that we know the needs, but we got to go through the players anyways. Censored, I don't know what to think about Miles Murphy, but this isn't that stream. Miles Murphy seems like the kind of guy that is so traitsy that with where the Bears are at, my real problem with somebody like Miles Murphy is that if the Bears are going to spend the number 2 pick, even if they're going to trade down and spend the number 7 pick, I don't want a player that's got that Kayvon Walker cloud of, are we sure he's going to be what we want him to be? When guys like Tyree Wilson, Will Anderson are just sitting right there. Like, if that's really what it takes, with one of those guys. Like I get it. If that's all you get, I get it. But I can't help but think that when it comes to a Miles Murphy type, there's a lot of gamble there that I don't love. Whereas to use, okay, I understand this isn't the Bears defense, but if this is, if that becomes Daron Payne, which like I understand I'm dreaming, but until the moment that the Commanders extend him, I'm going to keep dreaming. And if that is Draymond Jones, then sure, you need to figure out your defensive end spots. And this is a 3-4 defense, so it's not going to look the same. Like, yes, you have to figure that out. But now you've just spent some serious cash on 2 free agents, and you've allowed yourself some flexibility. I'm going to say something that is so on brand, it is going to hurt a little bit. But right now, when I look at the Bears receiver room, I see Mooney, who's very good. I see Chase Claypool, who, you know what? I still like him. Like, not only did he generate some really solid separation in this game, which we will continue to watch shortly, but I don't think it's easy to find 6'4" guys that run that fast and weigh that much. Yes, body catcher. Yes, hot and cold. Yes, a young. Yes, a pain to deal with, according to some locker rooms. I get it. But every time I think about, did the Bears overpay? I'm like, they didn't trade for a guy who's like, they didn't trade for a small person that's also underperforming. They traded for an athletic trait monster. And yeah, he's underperforming, sure. Like, I'm not going to go too hard to bat for him. But they traded for somebody that would be very hard to get. Like you're saying, Jordan, they spent for what Christian Watson was and practically got him. Like, in terms of what you're looking at from, again, a raw speed perspective, does Christian Watson have the same game as Chase Claypool? Not necessarily, but if you dropped Chase Claypool into Green Bay's offense, could he do a lot of the things Christian Watson is doing? I think so. Like, that's what the kind of player he is. And Spectre, it wouldn't surprise me if Claypool would be better after this bye. I don't really care. Like, I mean, I hate to say that, right? But this move was made with 2023 in mind. I'm going to judge it in 2023, which I'm not trying to be the wait 3 years to dunk on a draft class guy, right? It's more to say that this 2022 season is not what they traded for him for. So that means that the move is still in question at this point. And I like it. But so because of that, like, we're looking at Mooney, we're looking at Claypool. If you stick with Mooney, Claypool, and a free agent, like an okay one, like a value one, to be clear, I don't even have a name that comes to mind, then you know what? That's an okay receiver room. But I'm just going to lean into the mic and say it. If you trade down and you get the chance to draft a Jackson Smith-Jigba, a Jordan Addison, dare I say a Quentin Johnston, like, you get a shot at a wide receiver one, right? Like, what's the kid's name? Hyatt, the receiver? Like, he looks really solid too. If you get a chance to add one of those guys, that debatably has just as much an impact as getting that Will Anderson, right? And again, that's if, there's a reason I've kept this on the screen, that's if in free agency you add juice on the defensive line. Like, if you get there, then you don't need the edge rusher so bad. Like you're saying, Spectre, you could just go out there and buy one. Like, a lot of it depends on how agents go. Like, there's a chance that Daron Payne doesn't want to play in Chicago because he just hates the city, right? There's a chance that Draymond Jones picked his team out already, and it's not the Bears, right? There's a chance that Daron Payne, to use an example, hates Justin Fields and has for years and doesn't believe in the team and won't take that much money, right? Like, there's always, you just don't know that the Bears throwing tons of money at these guys is going to make it, right? That doesn't make them come. And so if you get Daron Payne, but you don't get Jones, then you might need another guy. Like, you might need your 3-tech, you know? And so at that point, a Jalen Carter, a Brian Bresset, I keep wanting to call him Breesy. It sounds a better name to me. But Brian Brisset makes a lot more sense. And I'm with you, 82. Oh, I don't know, 82. Point me towards the JSN or the Jordan Addison that you can just buy, right? Can you buy a Garrett Wilson? That's what we're talking about here, right? Like, you can't buy that. They're not out there. The best you get is Allen Lazard. And let's be plain. Allen Lazard isn't that good, right? Like, love him. But Allen Lazard's one of those guys that is as good as his quarterback makes him. And Allen Robinson's just made Allen Lazard, or not Allen Robinson. Aaron Rodgers just made him very, very good. If we draft third and we pick up Payne, still take Carter. I probably Ace. I do think that we are getting so name brandy. This is something we're going to be trying to work on in the offseason, right? We are getting just name brandy enough that we are making Carter out to be the only one at a position where there are some options, like Brian Brisset out of Clemson. Not to just pick on somebody, right? He's a great reminder that he's not the only one. Now, edge rushers where things get weird because there aren't that many good edge rushers. There really aren't. And most of the decent ones don't even get to free agency. Best you're looking at is like a Marcus Davenport that's going to probably play half the season. That's a hope. You hope he plays half the season. And I'm with you, Damo. Like, Breesy's health isn't great, but at least it's an option. Like, there's a reason Jalen Carter is exactly who you're looking at. But the point is that if the Bears added just a superstar wide receiver, I would debate. Okay, so obviously when you look at this Bears offensive line, I think we can all agree. You need a better center. You need a better left guard. You're looking for a better right tackle. But that right tackle could be Alex Leatherwood. You don't know. Jordan, I think you missed the part of the stream where we talked about this, but I basically talked already, and I will just say it again, right? Yeah, unfortunately, Spectre, that's where we get. Like, first round pedigree in a wide receiver does not mean that much to me. Who knows what people saw in say N'Keal Harry, right? Like, I could go back and look, but on tape, I don't see somebody with the yak threat that he was in. I don't see the yak threat that he was at ASU. Like, he was a yak monster at ASU. In the NFL, it's just not been there, right? First round pedigree in offensive linemen really only dies due to injuries. And so I'm not saying that Leatherwood is a surefire hit. I'm saying that means more to me. And I think you can see it in his play. Like, it's not as if he doesn't look rusty. It's not as if he doesn't look like a guy who's still kicking mono, which sucks. It's more to say that Leatherwood grabs better than your replacement offensive lineman. Leatherwood doesn't get just whooped the way that a lot of replacement offensive linemen do. So who knows? Maybe as we shift towards these three positions being more important than these two positions, right? Maybe Alex Leatherwood is your cheap solution so that you can take Elton Jenkins, add him at left guard, and go out and get yourself a center. I'm not saying it's 100%. I'm saying that there are a lot of people that really want to draft an offensive lineman, and if you had Tevin Jenkins, Braxton Jones, and Alex Leatherwood, that is a crazy young offensive line, no matter who you add. And there's a chance, J2K, like you're saying, that they already see the next year's starting offensive line on the roster. I would not be surprised if they would throw the whole boatload of cash at the Elton Jenkins ad. And if you got Elton Jenkins, it wouldn't even surprise me to see him play left guard, because the guards in this offense carry a lot of weight. They do a ton for your offense. So it wouldn't surprise me at all to see Elton Jenkins step in there. And then the question is, who's at center? Maybe it's Lucas Patrick. Lucas Patrick is a sixth offensive lineman, though. That's a very good offensive line. I think you'd agree, J2K. Not every good player has to be a starter. You can have six, which is great. So J2K, I was looking at this. You save $8 million. It might be $5 million. you either save $5 or $8 million cutting Whitehair, and I think that makes him cuttable. Like, yes, let's see, Holmuck, thought you might take the week off. Can't wait to watch. Oh, thank you so much. Happy holidays to you too. Absolutely. Like, I love it. And I'm happy to do this. Like, I want to do more. If anything, I'm going to see if I can't spin up some actual video making, because Lester put together that Leatherwood breakdown, hit 8,000 views, and I was like, okay, we could really build something here. I need to do this. Eric, I cannot tell you that I am expert enough on offensive line I'm trying to get better at this, guys. Like, I'm trying to make sure it's clear when I'm just interjecting an opinion and I'm not talking expert at that point. But when I see Leatherwood's hands, I see much better hands at tackle than I see out of, say, Braxton Jones. Hey, kudos to Braxton. Dude's an athlete. Like, when he's out on the run in the run game, honestly, when he's just playing the run game, like, you can see the athleticism, which is really sweet. Where Leatherwood looks better, in my opinion, it's a good idea, Ace, is Leatherwood to me looks like a better pure tackle, like on pass blocks, on run blocks. Like, I would say that he looks much more consistent in terms of what he's trying to do and how he works it. But so Haplo mentions, is Elton Jenkins that much better than Whitehair? I think so. The difference is Haplo, Whitehair is trying to get through the rep, not like from a mental perspective, like just think from talent level. Whitehair is trying to stalemate his guy. Elton Jenkins is much more like Tevin Jenkins, where he's going to go out there and whoop ass. Like, sorry to even border on a swear word there, but like, you want guards, in my opinion, with that Quentin Nelson edge in an offense like this, that step out of their stance with the idea of just crushing the guy across from him. Vlad, it's let's see. Vlad, you mentioned, could anybody do better than Musty? I actually think Musty gets too much grief. Like, early in the season, he looked really terrible, in my opinion, but so far, you know what? He's settled into, he is who he is. Like, he loses slowly. And like you're saying, Weedy, so Jordan, the fundamental disagreement here that you and I are going to have is that the NFL says in order, this guy is, they say this guy is most important. This guy is second most important. So first, second, they say these guys are tied for third. And they say this guy is clearly fifth, right? I'll draw bubbles around it. I think, personally, that when you ask me importance on offensive line, I think it depends. Because on passing downs, I don't disagree. But, well, on passing downs, I actually might put the center at third and tie the guards for fourth. Just because I think centers don't get enough credit for how hard the position is and how much goes into it. But when it comes to running the ball, especially, I don't think tackles do anything most of the time. Not literally, but like, let's see. No, I agree with you, Bradley. I think that's a very good idea. That's something I should go back to. Like this offense, especially in the run game, which is like the bread and butter, would debate that these guys are one. They would say this guy right here is two, and the tackles are tied for third, which, like, wait, no, that makes him three. So then they'd be tied for fourth. Easiest position to hide. Huh, Harrison? I mean, I believe it. Like, the center gets help all the time. But, because if your center sucks, then, like, you could just have somebody range over and help him. And ideally, he's just going to go out there and kick out on linebackers. But, let me see. Hey, I really appreciate that, Bradley. I really appreciate that. Because I believe you. I agree with you. That, like, if there's a way for me to quickly timestamp stuff, I'm going to try. Like, especially going forward. Because when things get crazy long, it's just a little ridiculous. and making it kind of like a flip book would make a lot more sense. Let's see. To be clear, Jordan, it's not even that I'm trying to say that they should pay premiums. I mean, only Ryan Pace would. Okay, so I am still convinced that the negotiating table with Ryan Pace looked so I'll use Jimmy Graham as an example. I feel like Jimmy Graham and Ryan Pace sat down at the negotiating table. Graham had his agent. Pace had his team. And Pace said, Jimmy, what is it going to take to make you a Chicago Bear? And Jimmy Graham leaned across, and he thought to himself, basic negotiating 101, bid way too high. And he said, $12 million per year, 1.5 years guaranteed. And Pace said, done. And so the Ryan Pace ended up paying premiums practically for fun at times. It was exhausting. And so I agree with you, Jordan, that within their idea of things, they don't pay premiums for guards. I mean, you pay premiums for tackles, but part of that, Jordan, is because, just to use an example, we see all that if John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan paid appropriately, they would pay Kittle a lot more than they do. You pay tight ends less because you can, right? And so that because you can nature, I feel like, is really rampant across the NFL, where it's you're not paying him because you don't have to, right? You're not paying blank because you don't have to. The Bears didn't pay Roquan because they had to. Contracts said Roquan was worth $20 million, and they said, no way, he's not, in their eyes. The trouble is when a player really is worth whatever that price is, and you I agree with you, Ron. There's no time for sentiment, and and hey, to be fair, Drex, I just need to call something out before it happens. Every GM gets to be all tough and value centric in their first year. Look at Joe Douglas, to use an example. Oh my gosh, Raider, that's amazing. That's amazing. Surgery number 4, absolutely. I'll shout out Raider. Why not? But so let's see. Yeah, exactly, Demo, right? But so anyways, the argument against resetting Monty, yes, but Drex, Joe Douglas is a perfect example with the Jets. The Jets, so Brad, I talk to Brad Spielberger all the time. He's one of my best friends in the industry. He talked about how much he loved Joe Douglas and the way that Joe Douglas never overpaid. And I feel like we saw this coming. It's not to dunk on Brad. It's more to say that Brad even knows some of these people personally. Good for him, seriously. And he would I don't not believe that Joe Douglas wouldn't pay more than a guy is worth until you start losing games. And then you're picking number 2. And then you draft Zach Wilson. And then Zach Wilson doesn't help your team win, which what rookie does. That's not that weird, right? It's not. It truly isn't. But the clock starts ticking, right? The fuse gets shorter. You can hear it lit, hissing in the background. That's the end of your job coming if you don't win games. And you got to win games. So you got to start overspending a little bit. You got to start paying a little bit more. You got to start making sure you get the guy, right? You can't lose him. You can't let him walk out the door. You start to throw that money around. And so I agree with you that Poles doesn't overpay, but I think a lot of that was centralized to this year. My hope is, Drex, I believe that you can't not overpay eventually. My thought is you got to overpay at the right positions. In my opinion, if you can overpay at defensive line, at wide receiver, at interior rusher, especially, do it. I mean, that's fine. If it takes a second round pick to get Chase Claypool, do it again. If it takes $20 million to get Deron Payne, sure. If it takes another $15 million to get Draymond Jones, okay. There are plenty of these contracts and deals that I would absolutely go for, because if you think, Rudy, I'm down. I'm here for overspending on the offensive line. In my opinion, when you look at plenty of these positions. It's linebacker. I'm looking at you, Jake Sanborn, that you can try to save at. It's running back. I'm looking at you, Khalil Herbert, that you can try to save at. It's you can't pay all the positions that like on the line. So in my opinion, you've got to Rudy, you have to balance it, right? What I would tell you is, what do you guys think? I would say 2.5 offensive linemen, absolute maximum, can be paid for. That 0.5 is a Lucas Patrick, right? That's a cheap deal. I think you gotta have 2 rookies. Like, I think if you want a successful offensive line, you need Braxton Jones, Tevin Jenkins. And where I see the Bears potentially trying to angle is that if they can get Alex Leatherwood playing at a decent level, that means you can pay, and follow this formula. I'm 100% shooting from the hip, so you tell me. But where Braxton Jones is really helpful, legitimately really helpful for the Chicago Bears right now, is that he is following the same rule as Jack Sanborn, where the question becomes, if Braxton Jones is your worst offensive lineman, how bad is your offensive line? Like, you tell me, guys, if Braxton Jones is your worst offensive lineman, how bad is your offensive line? Has Braxton Jones been the worst offensive lineman this year, in your opinion? Like, you got to have a worst offensive lineman just by process of elimination. Somebody's got to be, right? But with right now, if you asked me, even if Braxton Jones gets his butt whooped on most snaps, that's something that Fields can work around. It's one guy. It's like, yes, it's in his blind spot, but he's starting to develop a real knack, for better or for worse, at feeling Braxton Jones' pressure, and Braxton's understanding, this is real, how to lose so that he can step up and get out. But if Braxton Jones became your worst offensive lineman, how bad is it? Like, it's probably an okay offensive line. I don't know if it's amazing, but it's probably okay. And I tend to think that's the aim. And so, like, the OL is not good at pass protection at all, McFact. And a lot of that is because the interior is as poor as they are. Cody Whitehair, for what Cody's game is, he should lose less at guard. But he loses a lot, and he loses really bad. Like, let's see. You mentioned moving Jones to right tackle. In fact, I don't think you have to do that, personally. I think Jones has been a perfectly okay left tackle. Like, emphasis on the word okay. And as a rookie, could he get better? He absolutely could get better. Like, the stuff that he's doing, most rookie left tackles don't run block this well, right? Like, that I agree with you. Like, Eric, let's see. I want to be, like, Drex, it sometimes feels like it. Like, that just, and that's the signal, you know? But it's funny taking a look at just where, yeah, no kidding, he has a high ceiling for a 5th-round pick. I mean, especially given that his run blocking is as solid as it is. J2K, I think drafting a center is a good question. If the Bears can buy one, I would like them to, but I haven't looked so closely at the free agents to know the centers super well. Maybe somebody else in here does. I'm always open to the chat suggesting people, because the weird part for me, J2K, is that when you draft a center, like, you know, eventually you get to Tyler Linderbaum, and that's cool, but mostly you've got a player learning like offensive calls and whatnot, and he's going to be working with a 3rd-year quarterback. A veteran jumping in and handling it, I think, makes a lot of sense. And if it ends up being Lucas Patrick, I will not whine and cry, but it's only okay. Like, let me see. You'd rather they add a ton of B-level guys. I can't think of the last time a premier player hit the free agent market. Tehran is damaged goods. I hear you, Jordan. We're at the point in the offseason where not only can I play with a guy I can dream, but also I don't know, man. Like, I hear you, but today's overpay is not always tomorrow's overpay. That's the problem, isn't it? Like, Teron Armstead's a contract that I wanted to avoid for the same reason. Like, if you can't play all the games, why are you bringing him in? But somebody like a Draymond Jones, somebody like a Deron Payne, like, again, the only reason Deron Payne would hit free agency is because the Washington Commanders cannot afford 4 of the best defensive linemen in football. If you stacked up Jonathan Allen at 3 tech, Deron Payne at nose tackle, Those two guys already are top 5 players at their position, period. And then Chase Young is one of the most dynamic edge rushers in football when he's healthy. And lucky for him, Montez Sweat has been healthy and has been one of the best edge rushers in football. The only reason Daron Payne would get out is purely because he has made himself too expensive. Like, Weedy, you say because Payne doesn't want to play in that crappy stadium, they can franchise him. Like, if they want to, they can franchise him. And so it's not a matter of his choice. It's a matter of Washington choosing to take the comp pick ASAP, because Daron Payne could net you as high as a third, maybe even second round comp pick. I doubt the second round. You'd have to be insane. Like, that'd be a crazy pick. But like you're saying, John, that's the other thing, John. I'm glad you brought that up, because Jordan, it's hard to spend frugally and not overpay when you have to spend a ton of your cash to get to the 90% rule, which is real. Like, the Bears have to spend, there is no choice. So they better have some guys that they can throw money at, and I would prefer not Javon Hargrave. Best part about Daron Payne and Draymond Jones. Draymond Jones, 26 years old. Daron Payne, 25 years old. Chuck the money at him. Like, it would make a lot of sense that their best days, and maybe not the best days, but perfectly good days are ahead of them. You ask about Saquon. Please, no. Like, I understand the fun of Saquon. Guys, we are one season removed from Saquon tearing his ACL. Like, why do we need Saquon? Like, I understand everybody would look and they'd be like, oh, Saquon and Herbert? What are we talking about? Like, we've already got Khalil Herbert. He's cost controlled. Like, the Bears have money. And I get that they have money. I would way rather pay David Montgomery $7 million a year than pay Saquon Barkley $16 million a year. Like, I get the fun. And don't let me sound like Weedy, I'm dunking on you. It's more to say that is a really rad move in Madden, But I don't think it's near as good a move in the real world. I hear you. Josh Jacobs wouldn't be so bad an ad at all. I just worry his price tag is going to be awfully big as well. Drex, you mentioned Buckner. If Buckner gets away from Indianapolis, chuck all the money at him. Like, that's a hell of a player. That is a top player at his position, period. I just don't see why the Colts would get rid of him. He's too good. That'd be like cutting Khalil Mack. Like, does that make sense? Like, you don't cut Khalil Mack. You don't cut Khalil Mack. You trade Khalil Mack. Like, you don't cut DeForest Buckner. You trade DeForest Buckner, or you keep him because he's really good. Like, I would love it if a whole bunch of teams bought their if a whole bunch of teams just cut some of their best players. Wouldn't that be great? I just don't think they're going to, as much as I'd like for them to. Good gracious, Damo. That is crazy. But so, Jordan, like you're saying, I mean, like, a trade back plus, or where you get Buckner, I'm not even saying it's on the table. That's just much more realistic, right? And so within that, that is a better understanding. And dang, you could use that 9th pick to draft a sweet receiver. But I don't know, maybe you don't have your defensive line to help yet. We've gotten off topic. Obviously, we're not talking about Fields anymore, but I tend to think we're answering what the chat wants to answer. The point is, there's a lot of off-season options. Oh my gosh, Whole Milk, I didn't see that you donated $100. I thought that was 10. Like, thank you so much. Oh my gosh, wow, what a tip, amazing. Thank you. Like the stream, everybody. Like the stream for Whole Milk, because that's really something. Let's see. Does Buckner fill? Okay, hang on, guys. So Bradley, I think, it was Bradley, asks, you say that, Jordan, the baby's gonna be drinking formula. We're not that things aren't that dire, but it really does always help. Like, right now, I could talk about where my career is, and you guys could hear about all of it. But everything is like, I'm building up a business. in the world of what I can do, and we're like shifting things, and certainly I want to dedicate more time to the channel so that I can see what we can do. And like I'm 28, like I'm not supposed to have it all figured out right now, but this is like the dip, I guess you could say, and that's fine. But so truly everything helps. Thank you guys so much. All the support is great. Back to what Bradley was saying. Does Buckner fit the Bears timeline? Buckner right now is 29, so normally he wouldn't, right? You look at the fact that he's 30, then he'd be 31. Oh gosh, whoa, oh boy, wow, wow. I don't know, how much is that really going to help, guys? Let's remember, Justin Fields. It's not about his age, right? He has 1, 2, 3. I'm going to draw it up here because it's easier. He has 1, then 2, then 3, then 4, and then I'm going to do a little square for his 5th-year option. Okay? We only have these 2 left, plus the 5th-year option. And then Justin Fields gets what we hope. Thank you, Ron. I was thinking about next year, clearly. Ron, you have no idea how often I have looked at a player and just added a year because I am so in 2023 in the world of football. The point is that a lot of people are making the argument that next year, because Jordan, I hear you, but I have a counter. I think the Giants are revealing why the Bears' plan is a better plan this year already. But so anyways, we'll get there. But Justin Fields has next year to prep for a Super Bowl year and a second Super Bowl push. And then we're hoping, I think we would all agree, that he gets $50 million a year. Right? Can we all agree that that would be great? Like, I would love for the Bears to have a quarterback good enough to just get stupid paid. Like, I hope we are talking about a quarterback good enough to just pay the snot out of him. So let's plan for that, right? That means these are the chips in years. Yeah, no kidding, Jordan. That's the doggone truth. Like at that point, it may be $60 million. But I was dropping a silly high number for today's terms just to make a point. The point is, you talk about you talk about DeForest Buckner. So he's 28. That's me saving that number. Then he'd be 29. Then he'd be 30. Then he'd be 31. You could do worse. Like, is that the ideal? Probably not, but you could do worse to match up with this timeline, because that's the timeline the Bears are working off of. Compete, Super Bowl. Not 2 Super Bowls back to back. You're hoping you win 1. But, like, yeah, exactly, WFM. I want to work around that problem so badly. So we have to speak about everything as if they are trying to push forward. Now, Jordan mentions that he has an issue with the team building philosophy because just to talk it out, right? Like, Jordan, know that I'm not dunking on you. This is a good conversation. It's why I appreciate you being here so much, because you're not the only one with this thought that, let me erase, that Ryan Poles botched the opportunity to compete and make this a Super Bowl year and make that a Super Bowl year and make that a Super Bowl year. Basically adding an extra opportunity at the $1 million, so to speak. The problem is, take a look at the Giants right now. They started as well as you could ask them to. Truly, Jordan. I mean, like, early Coach of the Year favorite. Maybe still the Coach of the Year. But, like, he probably would be the Coach of the Year, honestly, if he like flipped it so that not all the wins came at once. But the Giants, if memory serves, ran their way up to was it a 7-2 record? Do I need to pull it up? I'm gonna let somebody else do that. But that's great. That's really great. Like, they were evidencing the ability to win. They were gelling as a team, and now they have to beat the Commanders, or they will probably not make the playoffs. And if they don't make the playoffs in a 7 per side 14 playoff league, or like 14 team playoff league, what was the point? Right? Like, maybe they get a little bit better, but like Jordan, I would tell you that what I don't like about it is that I don't like, yes, they can get better, but now they don't have great vehicles to improve their quarterback position. And I thought it was implied that Dabble would want a better quarterback, especially given all the times I feel like when I'm watching the Giants game, I watch Dabble call around the quarterback, which I think is really meaningful. Like, if you're going to call your offense away from your quarterback, I have a problem. Like, because I'm right there with you, Jordan, that you hired the right guys, but now you have to pay out the nose to make sure that you to make sure you get the quarterback that you actually want. Like, and WFM, you talk about them going after Will Levis. I would hate that for the Giants. Like, I got a lot of Giants friends. I would hate that for the Giants. Maybe Levis surprises me, but I was really underwhelmed with him. And I don't know if Stroud's going to be there for him because they've just won a few too many games. Like, Demo Rodgers would make more sense, and even then, I don't know how well he'll play in New York for political reasons. But that's really me talking. I don't know about that one. But so let's see. Where I agree with you, Jordan, is that concept about you hired the right guys. The problem is, Jordan, the organizations already think they did. We gotta separate. I try to separate when we're evaluating what I want as a fan and what the organization wants to be healthy. And year one, the organization could do anything. Like, Ryan Poles showed up and traded Khalil Mack. Honestly, if things had continued down a certain path, Ryan Poles would have traded Khalil Mack, traded Justin Fields, traded Roquan Smith, and traded Robert Quinn in the span of 2 years. Like, that could have happened. And we would have reset with like Bryce Young or something like that. Maybe CJ Stroud, though I doubt it. But like, would have reset with like a Bryce Young type, or bring in a veteran in 2023 and keep going from there. And so it's not as if Poles would have been making any friends. But even so, he wouldn't have gotten fired because it's not like George McCaskey knows enough, football guy in the office or not, to actually make the decisions. In my opinion, as much as I agree with you that it's neato to see that, Jordan, like you mentioned, you don't have any worries that like where or how they acquire their quarterback. I want to agree with you, but if you don't see Mahomes fall to 11 and trade up to go get him, like if the guy isn't there, you end up, I'm going to say something controversial, you end up like Matt Nagy, where I am not convinced to this day that the Matt Nagy that we saw in 2018 and 2019 wasn't broken by the scenario around him. Now, that could get me into a fight. But the main point that I'm trying to get across is that there is a point where I've seen a lot of coaches get buried by constantly having to work around what's in front of them. You use Arthur Smith. Arthur Smith's a great example. Is the best quarterback he gets Desmond Ridder? Like, does Arthur Smith get a quarterback that can compete with Justin Herbert, that can compete with Patrick Mahomes, that can compete with Josh Allen, that can compete with Justin Fields, with Trevor Lawrence? I just named 5 young guys. There's more. Like, I mean, it's I struggle to see how some of these coaches, not that one of them or 2 of them won't figure it out, Jordan, but I struggle to see how all of these coaches find a dude just because they're coaches that are that good. I think plenty of good coaches have been fired before. I think plenty of good coaches will continue to get fired. I think there's a lot of stuff that goes into all of this. Because I agree with you, Jordan, that like Dabble turned Tyrod Taylor into a playoff quarterback. They had a sweet defense, though. Like, the same could be said about Kyle Shanahan. With, like, he's had some sweet defenses and some sweet offenses that have leveraged really good defenses to get to the playoffs. And even so, Kyle Shanahan is probably not going to develop a superstar Super Bowl champion. Probably not. That's a take that'll age like milk, but I just doubt it'll happen. It's like, as much as anything else, I'm kind of shooting from the hip, if you can't tell. But I love the way Ryan Poles has orchestrated the resource cache at this point. He went pretty much full tank. Like, every deal that he made in this offseason is completely disposable, which is the whole point. Like, within that, I am very, very excited that the Bears come into 2023 with a ton of resources and what looks like it could very well be the second pick of the draft. I think that if an organization deliberately tanked and then got the second round pick, that they have a plan. I think that when Matt Eberflus in a presser gets asked about Roquan Smith, would you have taken him at the Colts spot, and he gets the draft pick wrong and says at 5? Would I have taken Roquan Smith at 5? Chris Ballard would have had a real problem with that, so I don't know if that's where we're going to go. I think your guy gets it. Now, I know what you're going to say, because I think Alan Williams' defense is super boring too. The defense that we saw him run against against Washington was a whole lot more fun, but I also think that when you look at what at this point, when I think about it, like I look at Matty Eberflus and Ryan Poles, and I tend to think they understand positional value. That's a huge step forward off of a lot of orgs. I'm asking for pretty small beans, and I know that because I don't get to pick the front office. Jordan, I do sometimes think that this is a difference between you and me, and that's okay. That I don't want to pine over the dream front office, because if we get a B- front office, and I missed out on my A+ Joe Shine, Brian Daboll offense that I tend to think was already gone. Like, the harshest thing I could say is that I don't think the Bears had a shot at Brian Daboll and Joe Shine, because I don't think the Bears were looking in November, and I think the Giants were, because they understand how this works, and that everything about that hiring process was completely fake. Like, I think Brian Flores is right, and that, like, he should have a case. I don't think he's going to get enough evidence. We're really off topic now. But, like, you talk about the dream scenario, I think that those guys were Giants. I don't think that there was any question in their minds, and I don't think the Bears could have won them over, per se. I also wouldn't be surprised, because when I listen to him, I really like the way Poles thinks. The problem is that Poles is clearly experiencing a bit of a learning curve. That's not to dunk too hard. It's to point out that there's a difference between a guy like Phil Emery, who's 50 years old, that shows up and makes mistakes, and a guy who's Poles, who's 35 years old, that shows up and makes mistakes. Because there are a lot of points in Poles' offseason. The Ogunjobi deal, not taking Amari Cooper up on the deal, which I understand there are going to be plenty of people that say we couldn't have gotten Amari Cooper, and I just don't think that's quite true. I think that missing out on Christian Watson, missing out on Alec Pierce, I think there are a couple things that played certain ways inside of the this first Bears season that Ryan Poles took lessons from. I love getting ahead of the wide receiver market with Claypool. Anyways, the point is that J2K, you say, is it possible those other coaches saw bad cap space? J2K, I'm gonna be really blunt. Like, not that you said anything wrong. There's truth to the idea that George McCaskey went from an offensive coach and was going to pick a defensive coach. It's just a matter of who, right? Bummer, but probably true. Not bummer that I hate defensive coaches, just that there is a stigma for a reason. That would we have really wanted Dan Quinn as as the new coach? Also, am I really expected to believe that Ryan Poles' second favorite choice was Caldwell? Jim Caldwell, like that was the offensive guy. You know what I'm saying? Like, the candidates that the Bears brought in were lackluster to the day. But I mean, John, it's funny you mentioned if Poles can scout skill positions offensive line, we have a shot at many postseason runs with Fields. John, I'll go a step further. I think that there are tons of Super Bowls that have been won because coaches came in and they knew what they were looking for, less so that they were amazing coaches. The Legion of Boom did not run. Okay, so this may get a fight me, but the Legion of Boom did not run a bunch of coverages that were brand new. They assembled such an incredible talent level that they could run cover 3 and murder everybody. And when you can assemble that kind of talent level, of course you can win Super Bowls. But then you take a look at the Chiefs, right? The Chiefs built their offense around a generational quarterback, and they look freaking great. Like, they look like they'll be great for a while. The Bills, like, what we are hoping for is that Matt Eberflus and Sean McDermott, like, that's your one-to-one. Like, Pete Carroll to some degree, but Pete's kind of his own guy, right? Like, I hear you, Jordan. When I watch Matt Eberflus on the sidelines, he looks like, I mean, kind of just a guy, you know? But Justin Fields looking like the dude, to me, is as or more important as the coaching piece. And I look at some of the guys on these rosters, and I feel like we're seeing real development. Braxton Jones is getting better. Like, Alex Leatherwood looked comfortable even while kicking mono. Tevin Jenkins is playing with his eyes on fire. Khalil Herbert looks phenomenal. It's not that Luke Getsy looks amazing, right? But it does feel as if Luke Getsy is trying things and is shifting the offense ever closer towards being more to the center of what his players are good at, right? I feel like Matt Eberflus and Alan Williams, okay, so this may not be fair, but Matt Eberflus and Alan Williams are getting a little bit of a pass from me. Matt Eberflus, mostly a pass because he's a head coach, not a defensive coordinator. I do separate those two. I don't care that you were a defensive head coach. If you're not calling the defense, you're not calling the defense, and he's not. This is Alan Williams' defense, and Alan Williams is working with instant potatoes and not real potatoes. Like, they didn't get that chef anything in the kitchen. He's got canned corn, canned beans, instant potatoes, and he's been asked to make a 5-star meal. Not even a 5-star meal. I don't love the scheme. You guys know that. Like, I'm not going to belabor it. Of course, I would have loved it if they kept a Sean Desai or a Fangio disciple. I think that defense was perfectly fine, and shifting away from it like they did is a huge bummer. But at the same time, I think that this defense, if they add talent at the right places, might just have enough dudes in it to be a low top 10 defense. And with where I think this offense is going, I'm not, like, let me be plain. I think this defense can play at a high floor. I think that this defense has a low ceiling. That's not where I prefer my defense. I would like my defense to be able to ball and go win me a game. But this defense is going to, at its worst, if the defense can reach the height that we want this defense to reach, it will be a 21-ish points per game defense, and that is it. And if the Bears can keep doing what they've been doing and hanging like 30 on teams, then they'll blow a bunch of teams out that just flat out cannot compete. And we will never get rid of the fact that the Bears offense takes 6 minutes to get off the field in some cases. Like, Turu, we're not getting a blitz hit. Well, we're not getting, but like, that's not really happening. You mentioned earlier, Turu, by the way, that Poles you could see Fields getting flipped for picks. I don't think so in this quarterback class, at the very least. Like, the team's got to have direction. This is going to sound silly, Turu, but like, take a look at the Vikings Kirk Cousins situation. A lot of people have made fun of Kirk Cousins' contract for literal years. The value of giving a quarterback like Kirk Cousins, who I don't think is near as bad, by the way, as plenty make him out to be, but more importantly, the value of those guys is that you know who you're building around. Your offense is centered on the quarterback. Great example. Could Kirk Cousins run Justin Fields' offense? No. Of course not. And so you need a quarterback so that you know what your offense's centerpiece looks like. In terms of, like, I do think that Alan Williams went into his bag and pulled some sweet games out. Like, with the middle season. Like, I thought what they did against New England was really fun. I thought what they did against Washington was really fun. It's a huge bummer to me that the Bears, yes, exactly, Haplo. Fields couldn't run a Cousins offense either. Well, I don't know. Sometimes, Haplo, you got me, or like Cousins has me wondering whether Fields could sit back in the pocket and throw to Justin Jefferson, but there are a lot of pieces of Cousins' offense that he's doing really well, and I don't think Justin Fields would be as good at. But boy, oh boy, Kirk's willingness to just gut up and trust Justin Jefferson down the field is to be admired to the point of being ridiculous. But what are my thoughts on the overall coaching staff? We talk about Getsy and Williams. Chris Morgan has done a great job. Anybody else we like? Let me think. I don't know how I think about Tyke Tolbert. I don't think, or because the receivers are as bad as they are. I do think Mooney, from the tape we've watched over this year, looks better. But at the same time, Darnell Mooney got better with Mike Furry as his wide receiver coach, so that may mean nothing. I think Chris Morgan has been better than I expected because I thought his record actually indicated failure. Andrew Jankoko deserves some serious credit because I do feel like Fields is getting better. And yes, you need that workman like quarterback that's going to actually get better, but you can't not credit the quarterback coach in a season like this, in my opinion, because I also think that these kinds of seasons I think that there are a lot of quarterbacks. I don't want to say like that many quarterbacks, but I think that there are a lot of quarterbacks that if they had to suffer through what Justin Fields has suffered through this season, that their careers would have been affected forever. Like, to use an example, not to dunk on the guy, I don't know if Derek Carr would have made it through this season or if he ever would have been the same afterwards. Like, this is the kind of season that I feel like would just wreck somebody's mental if they don't want to get hit or if they're not willing to get hit. I mean, sure, Carr may have gotten the ball out more often. Sure, the offense may look a little bit different, but behind this kind of offensive line, oh man, like I cannot imagine how Derek Carr would have handled, and I like Carr, but would have handled a deep play action fake, hit the back of his drop, and instant pressure up the middle and just getting cranked. Like, as much as you say that, McFact, like Matthew Stafford suffered through a lot of seasons on the Lions and continued to play to the point where he won a Super Bowl. Like, credit to him. Like, we did a lot to make fun of Matthew Stafford. I really feel like that organization was just poisoned to quite a degree. I agree with you, J2K. I think the RB coach, I actually think the Bears staff has really been, I don't want to say impressive. I think that's unfair to talk about a 3-11 or 3-10 team. But I really feel like looking at this offense in particular, they are getting way more mileage out of almost all of their players compared to they're getting way more mileage out of almost everybody that they've got compared to what they probably should be. Like, performances like what we saw even just last week are much more what we should have expected. Fields going crazy, the offense scoring 19, but they've hung 30 way more than once, and that's wild to me. Like, the fact that they've made it look like it's normal to breach 20 points, the fact that they've made 19 points look like a low turnout with as poor wide receivers, especially with Mooney down, and as poor an offensive line as they have, is really something. Like, the defense versus Packers was new. Like, Drew, you mean the defense showing up a little bit? I mean, yes, the Packers are also a woeful offense in general. I was amazed at how often the Packers offense felt like Plaxico Burress in a nightclub, if you pick up on what I'm saying. I mean, it was crazy watching the Pack. I still believe, Turu, that coming out of the half, the Bears took the lead on that field goal and they tried to give the game back. Not literally, but the way that the offense was playing, it looked like an older brother playing Madden against a little brother, trying to give the little brother the game and not able to do it because the Packers couldn't complete a pass. Like, they couldn't get basic stuff down. Like, and that's fine. It was just bizarre. Like, at BG, maybe a little bit, but if I can be honest with you guys, like, this is just my opinion. I'm not a medical doctor. I don't even know how to pronounce Akathusia or whatever it is. If anybody wants to write a pronunciation guide, I will literally use the first pronunciation that you say, so you can botch it all you want, and I will say it on stream. But, like, Rodgers has gone down the deep end. And that's fine. Like, I don't want to dump too hard on natural remedies, but I think stuff gets different when you're a professional athlete bordering on your 40s. Like, ayahuasca. That sounds okay. I can work with that. Like, when you're talking about a grown man, like a 39-year-old man that's starting to get into psychedelics and is starting to take training time off and is basically going vegan, for lack of a better word, which, look, I'm not trying to dunk too hard on the vegan thing, but you talk to almost any trainer that I talk about. Let's see, Iwaksa, Mikasa, obviously, like I told you I'd do it. I'm a man of my word. Like I can't help just begging the question. Like, because Ace, you're right. Fields is vegan, and I know Fields is vegan. Like, that's not me cramping all over veganism, so to speak. The trainers that I've talked to would prefer that he gets back on a diet that gets him protein, and it's ayahuasca. That one I can handle. Thank you. Like, but so all that to say that, like, Fields is 23. There's a piece of this where, like, Fields can be vegan, and sure, if he eats fish, whatever. Like, and not to mention he's going to get his protein. When you're 39, the body decays, and like it is different for somebody like Rodgers, I would say, because he's just not young anymore. Like, he's not young enough to be playing games with his overall health. And as his body fails, I can't help wondering. I mean, Rodgers has been more a one-read quarterback this season than I have ever seen him. Way more plays than one. He drops back in the pocket, especially in this Bears game where he just dropped back. He looked for number 9. That was that, right? Like, if he couldn't find number 9, he didn't throw the ball. And if he did throw it, it just bounced somewhere. Like, that's the thing, J2K. Like, I'm not crushing Fields for being a vegan. Please don't let that be the takeaway. Like, I don't care. Like, at the end of the day, he's been godly healthy enough that whatever. Like, if his body feels better, good. And so, like, John, there are too many of these guys that I talk to, like Mason, who would tell you that they don't want athletes being vegan, but again, I'm the wrong person to ask. Because like you're saying, John, plenty of the most protein dense foods, whether it's beans or look, not a dietitian. I'm gonna abandon the topic because it's not a stance that I personally care for. I'm sticking with film analyst, but with Rodgers, I can't help thinking that the bus ride may be coming to its final stop. And within that, like you're saying, Weedy, it's just not the same. Like, this Packers offense, it's great. It's great when, let's see, yeah, exactly, Turu. Yep, Damo, that's it. It's great for Rodgers that the Packers had this last comeback win on Soldier Field. It's great for Rodgers that Matt Eberflus is the first Bears coach, I think, ever to now not beat the Packers in his first year, which, like, rip, you know what I mean? But at the same time, can I just ask you guys something? When it comes to curses, when it comes to trends, is it a good thing? Can it be a good thing? Because Mark Trestman, John Fox, Matt Nagy, all these guys beat the Packers. Like, Lovie Smith beat the Packers fundamentally every year. Like, dude rules. Josh, you mentioned what the hell happened to Mac Jones. Matt Patricia happened. We made fun of him when he was a Lions coach. Like, what's he doing coaching offense? Like, I mean, swearing on the sidelines. Had it up to here. Like, I want to tell you that, like, something dramatic happened with Mac Jones, but, like, I don't even think it's that hard to say that, like, Matt Patricia happened. And if Matt Patricia got sick and spent a little time away from the team, it would just not stun me if the Patriots offense immediately got better. Like, I mean, it's a mess over there. And kudos to Mac. He's got the spunk to get mad about it. Like, I thought it was hilarious. Throw the ball. The run game freaking sucks. Made me laugh out loud. But I also bet that stuff happens all the time. I mean, look, you're either one of these guys who yells on the sidelines, or you get an obnoxious amount of sideline shots like Fields does when he's, like, meditating or something. But you know what, BG? If I go to the Senior Bowl, I think that'd be so funny to just show up and be like, "Hello, I'm Robert Schmitz from Windy City Gridiron. Are you vegan?" But I think it'd be hilarious. Like, it's yeah, agreed, Haplo. And Jordan, I hear you about like closing out other games. Like, you talk about all these games, and I really do. I hear you. And I can also point to major player mistakes and instant accountability. They cut Emir Smith-Marset so quickly after that. Clearly, that was not what he was supposed to do. Like, yeah, you know what, Derek? You're probably right. Like, yes, Brian, that's actually the funny part, isn't it? Like, I think it's vegan-ish, isn't it? Because he still eats fish. I think he still eats fish. But anyways, like, Jordan, it should, but when you're when you're like scraping the bottom of the barrel, you ask a good question, but my struggle, this is me being as honest as I can, Jordan. And I looked off, but now I'm going to look in the camera so that you know that I mean this, because this matters. How do I deal with the fact that I like that we lost this game? All these games. Like, how do I deal with the fact that I think Amir Smith-Marset's fumble was a good thing at the time? That I think that Velus Jones dropping a punt is great? That I think the fact that they couldn't close out the Washington game, that's by simultaneously a different and the same game. Like, that I think the fact that they couldn't close out the Washington game 3 separate ways. Not only did Velus drop the punt, not only did Dante Pettis not catch a dirty pass, not only did Darnell Mooney not catch a dirty pass, like a perfectly good pass, like they struck out. They had 3 chances and they failed. To some degree, I could look at all of these, like you're saying, and say, ooh, I don't know. Not finishing is really, really bad. But J2K, to counter, I think this team is awful. I think the fact that this team has been able to force from a talent perspective, like, so you mentioned, wasn't the point to raise the floor of the team with quality fundamentalist coaches? Why is the D so bad when you hire a defensive staff that's used to bringing up young players? Young players and bad players are different, right? Yeah, exactly, Mario. Like, dunking on Dante too hard isn't fair because he got whacked, but you get it. Like, the weird part here to me, Jordan, is that I would tell you that this, let's see, if JF1 wins the Super Bowl, I'll never eat the cow again. You know what, Bradley? I think I'll join you on that. Like, if JF1 wins the Super Bowl, I'll go vegan. Sure. Like, the main thing that I'm looking at, let's simplify it this way. Again, thank you so much, Bradley. I usually tend to talk before the tip actually comes through. But so the Bears should have win, like, so they are 3-10. I feel like I haven't done anything on the screen in a while. We should do something on the screen. They probably should be, let's call it 6-7. You can also go 7-6. We'll write both, right? They should have lost some of them. Thank you, WFM. Thank you for joining. Super Bowl vegan packed. And I live in Texas. That'll be tough. So that's like a net delta of obviously a minimum of 3 wins, right? But so that's not good, right? But Jordan, here's the thing. I also expected this same 6-7, 7-6 team to get blown out 4 times minimum, right? I expected, now granted the Packers have just been bad, but I expected Dallas to blow them out, and I don't think they did. I don't think losing in the 4th quarter, no matter how convincingly, is like, I don't think, yeah, Kane Rosso rules. And we got good barbecue. But so I think that Miami should have blown them out. I don't think Dallas blew them out convincingly enough. I thought New England would just be a better team, so that doesn't really count. And then they've got the Bills, and they've got the they've got the Eagles coming up. So I guess that would be there. We could mention the Packers game at the start of the year. That was a blowout, clearly. 49ers should have blown the Bears out, but God stepped in. But also they didn't. Like, they didn't get blown out. over the majority of that game, whether or not, because there were a lot of things going on. The point is, Matt Eberflus has kept blowouts really low. The Bears have been in way more games than I thought they would be. The Bears have lost an absolutely crazy amount of one-score games. And I don't disagree with you that could be really worrying. I also think that the Bears are getting what they wanted. So I truly don't know. Like, I mean, Jordan, yes, they're having issues finishing games. Is it really the coach's fault? I mean, you tell me, man. Is it really the coach's fault that Equanimeous St. Brown can't catch an out route in what's the word? Like, is it really Equanimeous St. Brown's fault that the coach's fault that Equanimeous St. Brown can't catch an out route against Miami? Is it really, like, there's a whole bunch of these that I look at anyways that like I think I don't really dispute. I don't know. I can't help thinking that we're pointing the finger at results, which is, I understand, but in a process season, which doesn't bother me. Yeah, I hear you. We just don't have a better player, I don't tend to think. But so, Turu, you mentioned how many points does an average defense allow? Let's look it up. Last I checked, it's about 22. But, let me take a look here. So let's go here, always down. Let's go with NFL defense stats 2022. Chris Pena, or maybe it's Pena. Thank you so much for subscribing. Let's see, NFL defense stats. Let's just go like points per game. That's easy enough. Let's go down to number 16 is 22.5, and number 17 is 22.8. 22.8 is the average number, at least it seems. So there's your answer, about 23. The Bears defense is allowing 25. So they are below average, suffice it to say, at 29. Definitively below average. DVOA has them at 32nd overall, which is worst. But so if they could get to a point, this is my anticipation. If they could crack the 20 mark and they could sit around this 20-point range, I tend to think they'll win a lot of games. But that's because offense. And yeah, Turu, that's the crazy thing about defense, is that you're talking like the best defense is 15.2. The worst defense is 28.6. So that sounds awfully big, 12. But if we went let's say the fifth best offense to the fifth worst defense, right? Fifth best is 18.4. Fifth worst. Oh, let's get that set back up. Okay. Fifth worst is 24.8. So even that's like an 8-point difference. 8 points-ish between bottom 5 and top 5. And that's even if I remembered it correctly. I think it's 6 points at that point. Like, let's see, 24.8 and was it 18.4? Yeah. So it's 6.2 points. Like, that's the difference because of averages. You got to remember that, Turu, the biggest question becomes when you start to lump the blowouts in with not the blowouts, everything starts to get just a little mushy, right? Now if we go NFL offense rankings, did anybody, and if you did, you're lying, so know that I'm ready to call you liars out. Did anybody expect your hometown Chicago Bears to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Oh my gosh, they are the 18th best offense in points per game. That is one of the highest rankings I've seen the Bears forever. Like, I mean, I wish I was laughing, or I wish I was laughing. I'm crying on the inside. But like over the last 3 years, like the Chicago Bears, even with the Trevor Siemian game, have been awesome. like way higher than I ever would have imagined them. And like Grant says, that's with statistically the the hardest strength of schedule in the league. And Bradley, the other thing worth mentioning, because Turu, that's the other thing that I think is toughest when I think about this, because Jordan, I know you're mentioning this, Turu, this is, I know, a thought of mine, is that the Bears' defensive line is so bad. I mean, let's this is just the worst. This does not matter. Like, sacks are very, hit and miss. They are the lowest team, worst in sacks, and somehow they are like not and somehow, because it's not about overperformance. They haven't overperformed. They're bad, right? The Bears the Bears defense has so little talent on their defensive line that their defense means very little to me, because the Browns defensive coordinator needs to change. That team, they've got the roster in I keep wanting to say Brownsville. Brownsville's a place in Cleveland is way better than this. Like, they've got dudes on the secondary, on at linebacker, on defensive line. Obviously, not literally every position is covered, but this is disappointing. This is just what it is, in my opinion. When you're operating with two rookies, or two rookie contract, two day 3 edge rushers and Al-Qadim Muhammad, fun, with Justin Jones, a rotational guy, and Angelo Blackson or Mike Pennell or Armon Watts. You pick your favorite, right? And that's your starting defensive line. You are bad. Yeah, exactly. J2K. Which one? The after you play. Yeah, that was terrible. It's not, Jordan, that I think that Alan Williams has been super good or that I'm stumping for any of them. I actually have an outrageously low opinion of a whole lot of not outrageously low. I don't hate them. I just think that it's high floor, low ceiling, like we've talked about. But the defense doesn't work without NFL okay pressure. It's a waterline, right? If you don't have this much pass rush, if you are not this tall, you cannot ride the ride. You know what I mean? I drew the line arbitrarily. If you don't have C- pass rush, oh wow. I forgot I pitched the screen in a little bit. If you don't have C- pass rush, your defense is terrible. That's it. That's all there is. And so let's see, John, you've argued going from bottom 5 defense to top 5 only generates 66, while going from bottom 5 offense to top. Oh, that's a good thing to look at. So John mentions that bottom 5 offense averages lol Broncos 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 17.2. So 17.2. And then top 5 offense generates 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 28 or 26.8. 26.8. So that is 9.6 difference. And John, what people don't mention in that conversation is that it is a lot easier to add instant impact defensive talent than it is to add offensive talent of the same caliber. If you add a Tyreek Hill, sure, you explode. But most teams can't. And so you need time to develop your George Pickens, to develop your Alec Pierce, rip on both of them, to develop your Tevin Jenkins, to use an example. It takes time for these guys to jump in and win. Whereas defensive players, plug, play, Micah Parsons, DPOY as a rookie. I can't remember if he actually won it, but the point stands. You can draft a Tyree Wilson and explode. You can draft a Will Anderson and go off. You can draft a lot of defensive players and just pop. The offense takes a little bit of time to build, and that's good. That's good news, because the Bears are building it. Yeah, truly, he is the MVP at this point. Let's see. If you look at, Bears. Ooh, how many yards per? Where are the Bears in yards per game? I want to know that. They're lower. The Bears convert a ton, which isn't surprising. They run all the time. Let's see. Made a point through tech, but faced with drafting Will Anderson or Carter. Do I think he goes 3 tech or DE if he likes the players equally? So, J2K, I'm glad you asked. We have gotten away from film, and I hope everybody's okay with that because we've got other things we can talk about. But so, you got to slow cook your offense with the Brock pot. Yeah. You're slow cooking the opposing defense, but yes. So, J2K, here's my thought. Right. When I look at this Bears team, I see, let's see, can I get like a NFL football team all players graphic? I'm looking for like a template. Let me see. Let's see. Good enough. This'll do. Can we all see the silly little picture? Right? So we're looking at, you know what, we're just going to call that the 3 tech, right? If I was the Bears, right, I can't help but think that the following positions are flat out major holes, right? Got your wide receiver 1. I'm going to label this one because it doesn't actually matter where he plays, right? But you need a wide receiver 1. You need a 3 tech. You need an edge rusher. You probably need yourself a Mike linebacker. Love Sanborn. You probably want a Mike linebacker. And then you got a pretty major need at left guard. Got a minor need at center. You got a minor need at nose tackle. This sucks. This animation is $2,300. What? What do they think this is? Thank you, Brandon. These football coaches just get wrecked. Like in terms of pricing stuff. Let's jump in. We're gonna zoom in a little bit because I need this. If I'm gonna do this graphic right, we need to have smaller highlights. So we've got wide receiver 1, 3 tech, both edge rushers, Mike linebacker, definitely a corner, left guard. J2K, I don't know if white hair is cut, but at the very least, and John, I don't care. I don't care. It looks like they're running, more than likely, it's 21 personnel with like two tight ends nubs at the edge of the formation. I couldn't tell you exactly what it's called. That's what I would call it. But so let's see. I'm gonna do a light at cut, or this one. Like the light ones are what we're gonna call minor needs, right? Ace. Yeah, that makes sense, Turu. I always appreciate when somebody can actually chime in with a piece of terminology. So, Brandon, that's why I minor needed nose tackle. Not because we don't need a change, but because the main reason is that anything that I circled could reasonably be the Bears' first pick of the draft. Now, they won't be number 2. Can we be playing on that? Like at number 2, let's see if I can find. You know what? This works. I like this. Okay, because we can fill this in. At number 2, I think you got to go edge. Right? Like, it's Scott. I agree. Sam creates issues, but the main thing the reason I'm listing major needs is because I'm trying to talk about needs that I think, I guess there's technically a minor need at right tackle while we're at it, but now we're good. Now we're kosher. But so at number 2, I think you got to go edge. Like at number, let's say number 3, through 6, I think you can go edge or 3T. Both matter. Like, you asked earlier, how important do I really think 3 technique is? Very. The main thing about 3 tech that drives its value just a little down, J2K, just a little, is positional scarcity. You can find yourself a Draymond Jones. It's really hard to find Bradley Chubb, like, at free agency. I mean, you're not really going to. And so, let's see. You mentioned 58. What are you saying? 58? Like, are you talking about Roquan Smith? So, to be clear, I'm talking about Bears options, if that's not clear enough. Let's see. So then if they go down into, let's say 7 to 10, I think you can do, sure, edge. We'll leave that there. You could totally go 3 technique. I think wide receiver is an option now. If you go to 11 to 20, big drop, big gap. Now you could do edge, 3 technique. There will likely still be one there. I don't know why I did that. Whatever. We're just going to live with the mistake. You could do wide receiver. You could do, taking a look at this, corner could be a legitimate pick, though that would make a lot of people mad. Probably still not drafting a linebacker. And you could probably take like a tackle guard. So I'm going to just say OL. Maybe even a center if you really thought they were good. But because I'm with you, Turu. You can't really afford to miss. What do you guys think about this? Like, I'm 100% riffing at this point. And I realize that my wonderful face, has covered a little bit up. So let's see. Can I grab this and shift some of it? No. The software isn't that good. The point is that, like, I can't help but look at this Bears team and think the whole reason I went on this rant, you asked earlier, what do I think? This or that, right? What do I think? DT or edge? And I think it depends on where they are. I think that as they move down the draft, the further down they go, the more options change. And if they trade into the 7 to 10 range, I think drafting a receiver is just as sweet as drafting an edge rusher, and you can get an edge rusher the year after that. It won't be easy. It won't be easy at all. But if you buy a 3 technique and a DT in free agency that you like, you can work with that. Like, it's not the greatest, but if you get a sweet wide receiver, plug and play, boss, suddenly the fact that Mooney and Claypool are on the team makes the Bears, right on the border of dangerous. Especially with the offense playing as well as it is right now. I mean, dare I say that Cole Kmet is starting to warrant an extension with the way that he's playing, if he can keep this up especially. Dare I say that, like, Jalen Johnson is looking really solid. You asked her, so Turu, you mentioned Skoronski. Here's the question that I keep asking, right? I personally think that when you take a look at a guy like Skoronski, I personally think the issue is, you tell me, Turu, while tackle is important, how many points does Skoronski add to the offense? Because I think that a tackle taken at the same, or not a tackle, I think a wide receiver taken right after or at the same spot that Skoronski would be picked can add you more points. And that's not just because, oh, wide receiver is so sexy. Yeah, it's not like that. It's more because I think the drop-off is not as far as wide receiver 1 to, like, nobody. I mean, the problem is that if the Bears don't add an elite wide receiver, they will not add one. Like, okay, that sounds too dramatic. The main thing you got to remember is that a wide receiver 1 bumps everybody down the order, right? So wide receiver 1, let me see here. Let's go like a notepad or something like that. At wide receiver 1, Right now, you've probably got Mooney. Wide receiver 2 is Clay. But honestly, it's also ESB. It's real sad. That's where we are. And then, honestly, Bradley, it's funny you ask. We don't know. Like, it's not that I'm an expert on Skoronski. It's more that I thought Evan Neal was going to be a freaking killer, and he has not been. There is no sure thing in the draft, and that includes your favorite tackle. So all you know is that you're playing a brand new kid. You're playing a rookie tackle, which I think in and of itself is dangerous. I thought playing a 5th round rookie right or left tackle in Braxton Jones was downright reckless, and I said so multiple times in the offseason. Braxton Jones has kind of vindicated that. I mean, early in the season, it did feel reckless. He's found it a little bit. So you're taking that year 3, the year that you're supposed to be competing but gearing up for a Super Bowl run, and you are laying it on the altar of rookie, right? And while I appreciate the thought, I think that a veteran could give you more as a rookie while you tried to get a rookie at edge or wide receiver that could take your team to the next level. So I hear where you're coming from. I'm not saying it's not an upgrade. I'm saying that I think that you could spend the pick better. You could get a round 2 guard that's very good. You could get a round 2 defensive end that's like pretty solid. But so anyways, this is where the wide receivers are. You got to remember that if your wide receiver 1 is, let's go JSN. Now, your wide receiver 2 is Mooney. Now, your wide receiver 2.5, your Gabe Davis role, is Claypool. Guys, that's sweet. Like, when you talk about the way that, when you talk about the value that a sweet wide receiver would bring, one of the biggest ways you get that value is in that wide receiver 1 bumping everybody else down the register. So now Darnell Mooney takes on the other team's Kindle Vildor. Now Chase Claypool takes on the other team's secondary safety. Like, there's major advantage to the way that a wide receiver can create opportunities for the other talent on your team. And a tackle doesn't change where the tackle doesn't change everything else for the other line or like for the other players. And I agree with you, Joe, that the team needs more blue chip players. A JSN, a Jordan Addison, a Quentin Johnston, they are blue chippers. They're just not playing defense. And I only say that because normally when I hear blue chip, I hear exclusively that used to talk about defensive line, running backs, and an offensive lineman. I don't know why. But doesn't a better O-line improve Mooney and Claypool more than a real number 1 receiver? Based on data, Turu, and that's all I'm going off of is like, I get it. Everybody's going to say, oh, I can't believe you listen to PFF. PFF data has shown that a number 1 receiver loosens things up more for the other receivers on your team than more protection, so to speak. The other thing you got to remember, though, Turu, you're saying doesn't a better O-line improve Darnell Mooney? Every time we talk about draft, we act as if free agency doesn't exist, right? And the reason that I want to clarify that is because I think you can do a ton of offensive line in free agency. Like, I think you can buy a lot of offensive linemen. Brandon, if it sounded earlier like I'm anti-offensive line upgrade, I am not. Go get yourself 2 new starters, maybe 3. But like, because Bradley, yeah, there you are. That's exactly what I was expecting. Like, I am not saying don't draft Skoronski, let Fields continue to get killed back there. I'm saying some of this you're going to pay for in free agency. Some of this you're going to draft. So who are you going to pay? Who are you going to draft? Like, you go find your Jamar Chase. You can't buy one of those, but you can go buy your Joe Tooney for the Chiefs. Like, you can go buy your Ryan Jensen. You can go buy some solid players. Maybe you're not going to buy an amazing elite tackle, but good interior offensive linemen, Graham Glasgow, to use a silly example, make it to free agency pretty often because teams can't pay everybody. And those are guys that are valuable to another team when you've got the cap space to deal with them. And it's a big advantage. Like, it really is. And so you can get free agents to come play offensive line for you, Elton Jenkins types, right? You can get defensive interior linemen to come play for you. You just won't be able to draft, like Joe's saying, a pass rusher. If you want Von Miller, you're going to have to draft Will Anderson and hope. If you want, oh my gosh, does anybody have a comp for Tyree Wilson? Because the guy's a nightmare. Like, when you go watch his 2022 film, we watched a little bit of his 2021 film. His 2022 film, awesome. I mean, he is the dude defensive end. Like, the dude defensive end. And who's to say that he's going to keep it up necessarily? But I mean, dream tape from what you're looking for a senior step. And I can't wait to see him at the Senior Bowl. And see if I'm going to do everything I can to go. But so, point being that you've got guys that you can't get them another way. And so let's see. Yeah, don't get me wrong. I'm talking about picks 5 through 10. Will Anderson all day at number 2. Agreed, Bradley. I think the value of a number 1 wide receiver is obvious when you turn on a Dolphins game. Can we talk about that? I mean, it's not as if there's an easy path to finding a Tyreek Hill. He fell for a reason. We don't need to talk about it. I don't really want to. Danielle Hunter's a great comp there, Brandon. I like it a lot, and he's a nightmare. But Tyreek Hill in that Dolphins offense changes the equation. I mean, he changed the equation for the Chiefs. You don't find many quarterbacks that have a season like Mahomes has, where he's truly Chef Patrick, just cooking up like wonderful games with ingredients that are all right, not horrible, all right. You know what I mean? The main thing that I see is when I look at the Vikings. Who are the Vikings if Justin Jefferson is hurt? Who are the Bengals when Jamar Chase is out? Actually, they were okay, but that's partially because they've got, a second wide receiver 1 on the team. Who is Aaron Rodgers without Devontae Adams? Who is the Dolphins when Tyreek Hill isn't on the field? Like, it's not as simple as you have to take him at the top of the draft. I agree with you, Joe. I mean, Brandon, who's that guy you were saying you were watching today? Because I haven't gotten to him, but I'm sure some in the chat have. I'm sure they'd love to talk about it. Like, I mean, John brings up a great point. Look at what A.J. Brown did for Devontae Smith in Philadelphia. Like, you can see when you look around the league, if you added a DJ Moore in a trade back with Carolina, what would that get you? Like, if Ryan Poles moved from number 2 down to number 8 for DJ Moore, maybe a little bit extra. Like, is that enough? Might be. Like, at that point, you could very well, I mean, if the draft board just fell your way. I mean, like, I'm probably talking, like, draft sim at this point. Yeah, Wyatt, that was it. But, like, and that's the funny thing, Evan, right? You take a look at, you take a look at the, like, DKs, and it's like, there were people at the time who were like, this is stupid. Just draft DK Metcalf. And they were right. I mean, obviously hindsight is 2020, but there are plenty of cases where the NFL just outthinks itself and somebody ends up going off for very good reason. They're out there, but also lately it feels as if since DK, Justin Jefferson went in the first round, and since Jefferson, Jamar Chase, Jalen Waddle, Chris Olave, these guys just weren't even getting out of the top 12 or so. And I hear you, J2K, like that the top wide receivers aren't near at the level as last year's group, but I also think there are some of these guys. JSN is somebody who comes to mind in particular, that when you watch his tape, you see somebody like Garrett Wilson that's just always open. I mean, and it's due to an understanding of leverage. It's due to something I can talk about, right? It's not as simple as saying, oh, he's just always open, right? Which, that's dangerous. But when I'm talking about somebody that can add to the receiver room, because with Darnell Mooney, one of my favorite pieces about his game is that, you know what, we're going to go back to the silly graph. Darnell Mooney can play here, Darnell Mooney can play here, Darnell Mooney can play here, and he can motion between them. Like, he's got no problem with that. Chase Claypool right now is really solid at playing this outside role. He can motion inside, he can play out of a bunch, like he can. No receiver's truly restricted, but the Bears clearly want him attacking the sidelines. I, for one, am okay with that. JSN could become, to use in a specific example, Justin Fields' go-to third down target, which I think is really positive. Turu, you mentioned is JSN on Olave and Garrett's level. They're different players, but yes, I think so. If anything, I mean, it's rare. Okay, so I understand that not everybody takes quotes too seriously, but wide receivers don't usually tell somebody that a person's better than you. And Evan, you're bringing up exactly what I thought, or what I wanted to bring up. Like, Chris Olave, when asked, like, a receiver is going to tell you that a receiver is good. Like, a receiver is going to tell you, I'm that guy. And Chris Olave said, Jackson Smith-Jigba is better than both of us, which is saying something. Now, granted, the main thing I like about his tape, because Turu, you mentioned he's a slot. I agree. He's a power slot. Like, what I see in Jackson Smith-Jigba is the security blanket that a lot of people want Cole Kmet to be. And I think that's okay. Like, you're talking about a guy that will win you third downs all the time. Bradley, you asked, this feels like throwing to slot receivers. Not necessarily. Like, yes and no. Like, I mean, he'll throw to Cole Kmet, who's in the slot. He threw to Darnell Mooney, who's in the slot. He loves the slot fade. Like, a lot of that's just a matter of, have the slot receivers been getting open? And the answer is not really. So the ball hasn't really been going there. I mean, not really anybody's been getting open. So Fields hasn't thrown the ball a lot. I mean, that's been a topic of maybe too much conversation. And so, like Jordan's kind of mentioning, Jackson Smith-Jigba, while I tend to agree, Jordan, that I don't think, due to his role, it wouldn't surprise me if he gets drafted in the same neighborhood of where Treylon Burks went. So you say 20s, I say 15s. But I think he adds a piece to the offense that the offense craves right now, which is a go-to guy, somebody who is just open, Garrett Wilson style. Right, he's running an in. He's running an in. He's open. He's running an out. He's open. He's running a slant. He's open. He's running a curl. He's open. Like, the guy who will take advantage of the leverage that he's got. The guy who Fields can confidently run option routes with. Like, let's say stagger, get out to this depth. Like, option in, option out, option curl, and maybe an option post or something like that Fields can just drop back into the pocket on third down, and he will be throwing to JSN. It's just a matter of where JSN goes. Like, that, to me, is really valuable. Like you're talking about Bradley, a true possession receiver. And I know it's not sexy. Like, Turu, you mentioned, isn't Fields bad at throwing those short routes? Against these guys right here, the Packers, it looked a lot better to me. I mean, when you talk about throwing too quick, that's one thing. But when you talk about something like an option route, I think Fields has gotten a lot better this year at his accuracy on throws from 0 to 10 or 0 to 5, maybe 0 to 10 yards, as long as he gets the laces, which is saying something. But with an option route, you can take a little longer with your stem and get the ball out all the same. It just depends on what you do. J2K, I haven't watched Mims yet. Maybe I will too. But I'm not stuck on Smith-Jigba. I think a sweet receiver is a sweet receiver. I mean, when I look at, for instance, Daniel, if you like that, you've loved the Bears this year. I mean, how much fun has it been, Daniel, watching the Chicago Bears be third down monsters? I mean, it's been wild watching the Bears eye up just about any down and distance on third down and manage to convert it. I mean, that's something that I actually think speaks more to Fields than play calling. For years, Nagy was just the jam, like, on third down. It really was. Like, especially 2018. Mitch and Nagy converted on a top 5 rate on third downs. But Justin Fields this season is just going crazy on third down. It's a blast. It's a blast and a half. I mean, it's an absolute riot watching Justin Fields school people on the most important down in football. And in the red zone, I mean, come on. How silly is it that Justin Fields so far in the red zone has not thrown? I'm going to curse him. I'm just going to do it. I'm going to come out and curse him. Justin Fields hasn't thrown a red zone interception this year, and maybe ever. Has he thrown one ever? He's thrown some absolutely filthy touchdown passes. He's been money on runs, like in the red zone, where his runs have been some of the most efficient red zone runs in football and have been a primary source of the Chicago Bears touchdowns. He has been rad in the red zone and on third down. And I am knocking on wood. I'm willing to curse him so that he throws that first one, just to make the point that right now, where Fields has been really, really something, has been the most important areas of the football field. Like, he's taking care of the ball. He's giving his wide receivers chances. There are multiple touchdowns that the Bears probably should have caught that they didn't, and that's okay, because then we get catches like the Jesper Horsted catch his rookie year, for crying out loud. Oh, Kyle's right. He did throw one where he doinked it off the Commander's helmet. So there is one there. It's not his first, but it's only one of his quite a few interceptions, and that's okay. Like, a lot of them are... We've talked about all of them. But, and like Weedy's saying, Getsy doesn't really allow him to throw in the red zone a lot, but like going all the way back to that sweet Jesper Horsted touchdown, it is fun to understand that within Fields' game, the trust throw exists. And waiting around, or not waiting, there is a day and age, like, okay, so you use an example right here, 6th and third down conversion rate. That is crazy. Turu throws exactly like this. His rookie year, I think Fields was, I don't know, struggling, but certainly in Ohio State, shorter throws weren't his jam. And it's throws like this. You've seen a bazillion of the throws I'm talking about when I talk about like Jackson Smith-Jigba or something like that. Like or option routes are something you guys probably saw Allen Robinson run to death. Like on third down, it basically used to be third and Allen Robinson, especially when Trubisky was playing. Third and Robinson. It works because when the corner, let's use an example. I don't even know who's in the slot. Like when you see plays or him playing you like this, you jump back that way. And yes, Turu, this is just Ohio. Like, this isn't an option route, and it's not particularly complicated, and it comes with a man pick on the side. But all the same, these are plays where I feel like Fields has been struggling throughout this season. We saw it a little bit in the Texans game many hours ago. Like, simple offensive operation was, like, not his game. And we're seeing much better, like at least in this game, this Packers game right before the bye. Fields looked much better at all of the basic standard Trevor Siemian NFL quarterback stuff. That's new. I mean, it's a little sad how excited I know I'm getting about it, but Fields showing us a game where he can play the role of Trevor Siemian and still create a 51-yard touchdown with his legs is enthralling. It is exciting. It is truly a game worth celebrating, especially if he can show us like any more for fun. But like this is the kind of game that just seeing this as well as the other stuff we've seen this year, 2022 like criteria satisfied. I mean, all the growth in the world. He could go out and get crushed by the Buffalo Bills, and if he doesn't get hurt, who cares? I mean, what even is this? In the middle of the game, like, we watched the Texans film. This kind of decision-making is just insane. Because, I mean, say what you will about a player just playing. I have no doubt Fields saw the read. It's a clear pull read, right? Then he pulls the ball, takes a look at this guy out here, takes a flat line, and just knows he can beat him. I mean, talk about decisive, talk about instinctive, talk about just phenom level play. I've never seen a Bear this exciting on offense. Actually, I guess I've seen some. Most of them play running back. But like me being alive, no. That's not fair. We had Brandon Marshall, and Brandon Marshall was just like ethereal there for a little while. As was Matt Forte. Matt Forte was really good, but I don't know if he was this phenomenal. Like, I mean, yeah, the announcer just like exploded. I mean, WFM, the funny part is though, Devin Hester was, I don't know if he was quite a drop machine. Devin Hester was all over the place as a receiver. And then Fields comes out on the third drive of the game with like a point to prove. I mean, they end up with like, okay, Alshon Jeffrey was phenom incarnate. Like the early piece of, you mentioned like, what is it? The early part of Alshon's career. Holy Lord. Like, the, I mean, Alshon had that record against the Saints game. Like he did so many things. Like that was wild. Yeah, Daniel, there was that one. But so let's see. See, stuff like this, I actually don't mind. Like, sure, let's make a better throw. But this footwork gets us out. Look at how quick that is. Look at how quick this is. Snap, throw. Yes, please. Just place the ball better. Which I get it. Easy for me to say from my Texas couch. It's not a couch, but I'm okay with this. Like, yes, that's much better. What you're really trying to do is to put the corner in position where they have it closed on you so that your receiver catches the ball with time to actually make a move. And this like, call it a footwork. Like this footwork gets that ball out and I'm down. Like whatever happens, they've got to, yeah, exactly. Weedy. Alshon was a wide receiver too. John, I mean, when Alshon had, obviously the idealized nickname for, Alshon Jeffrey and Brandon Marshall isn't really something that you can just say without evoking problematic. You get what I mean? Like the nickname that I think everybody thought of pretty much simultaneously for Alshon Jeffrey and Brandon Marshall wasn't one that would ever get popular, because why would calling two receivers the two towers go over well? In a post 9/11 world, nor should it. But maybe you call them the Towers of Power or something like that. But Alshon Jeffrey and Brandon Marshall is one of the funnest offenses that I've ever seen. I mean, that was throw up a prayer and surprise it gets cancer, or like surprise it gets caught. It was outrageous. I mean, yeah, I was thinking the same one, Brandon. Like that throw against the Vikings was absolutely crazy. The skyscrapers works, Derek. Like, I mean, wow. Alshon Jeffrey and Brandon Marshall playing together was crazy. I mean, I remember like Brandon Marshall was crazy too, because just catch after catch after catch, possession catches. Brandon, you mentioned that. I pretty much am never going to forget the Bears playing San Francisco on, was it Monday Night Football? I think it might have been Monday Night Football. That's the game where, if anybody remembers, Brandon Marshall caught 3 touchdown passes and looked like a god among men. And Kyle Fuller, rookie Kyle Fuller, had that sweet game-ending interception where he came off of his route to pick off, look at you, Zach. Like, he had that sweet route where he came off his route to pick off Colin Kaepernick to end the game. Oh, man, that was electric. Like that was blue and orange injected into my veins, like rip roaring comeback. So fun. It might have been Sunday Night Football, Zach, but like, yeah, there's some great Bears memories. They're in there, and we're starting to make more of them. We sure hope. But yeah, I mean, let's see. I love this one, because to me, the funniest part about it is Fields' footwork is just so weird. It almost makes it look like he wanted to throw it sooner. No, what's happening to his feet there? Maybe not. I think I'm just saying I love Fields and ignoring a very man. He really cranks that plant foot, huh? Thank you so much, Lee. Thanks for jumping in, Lee Soria. It's so sad because this was a drive where I feel like we've started to see what Chase Claypool could do. Heavy emphasis on the word could. The word could's going to do a lot here. But, like, let's test some separation. At the top of Claypool's route, boom. Look at that. Look at that. Yes, please. Even better. Like, at the catch point, yeah, that's like 3 to 3.5 yards of separation. Like, let's see. We owed that to Cap. He destroyed us on his debut. Yeah, he did, John. Like, the offensive operation that Fields is working with looks just a lot more comfortable at this point. Zach, I can take a look, and worst case scenario, we could watch broadcasts. Like, I would love to. But obviously, like, if I could pull up Walter Payton, I would. He does, like, or he looks like he does that stumble trip thing where you don't see the change in elevation. It feels like it. Like, we've read the instructions. Yeah, apparently it comes with a twinged knee at this point. Because then, like, let's look at the other catch. Boom, dig route. That's good separation too. Silly jump again. But, like, that works. Like, this, I understand that the Packers secondary is just not exactly crazy healthy right now. And that this is, like, a cover 3 beating route, you know, in the book. Like, this is textbook cover 3 beating route. But you know what? I've watched so many Equinemius St. Brown dig routes that just don't come out with near this speed that it is fun watching one of them be relatively jagged and actually create some separation. Like, that's the biggest problem that I have with this Chase Claypool evaluation thing. Chase Claypool literally has some of the worst snaps of the Chicago Bears this year, just in terms of getting mugged or coming out of his break horribly or having no idea where he's supposed to go. Like, pick your poison. It doesn't make a difference to me. Like, he has looked dramatically more lost and dramatically worse at his worst moments, but at his best moments, he looks like one of 2 of the only actual NFL receivers on the Chicago Bears. Like, that break. Look, is this crazy? Not necessarily. Like, plenty of NFL receivers can, but I can tell you Dante Pettis and ESB haven't. Pop, pop, pop. Full break. Or full turn. Like, Alexander, you're right. Like, even better, look at Chase Claypool bend this route outside. Like, this is really, like, splitting hairs. But if you watch closely, you'll see he's going to bend it like that, which is ideal because that right there makes it look like a slot fade, right? Makes it look like you're going down the sidelines. I mean, little changes in route running, tiny veers, are what can help you get a corner to turn his hips so that when you snap that route around and come back the other way, like, boom, you're open. Like, and then from that moment on, he just, blah. Like, he hurt his knee. I always feel weird when a player hurts a knee criticizing the rest of their game because how am I supposed to know if they're still healthy? Like, in this Bears receiver room, it's not as if Chase Claypool had a whole lot. I don't know. It's still a tight game. Like, you want to go back in if you're a football player worth your salt. But kudos to Fields. This is like one of the first dig routes he's hit all year. and it is, Weedy. Like, little stuff. Let me go back. I want to see when Fields released the ball. This kind of open is great open. See, even here, it's so funny because Fields waits for him to come out of the break. Like, can't we see evidence of Fields doesn't trust some of these guys? Like, a lot of these guys have not earned Justin Fields' trust. And so Claypool comes out of his break and then Fields loads to throw. Is he late? Sure. But is he wrong? Is this even uncommon? It's not. I really started watching, right? Like, I've really started taking some extra time to watch when the ball comes out with other quarterbacks. A lot of guys do this. especially with guys that they don't really trust. Like, it's actually not as I thought this was like a major black mark. It's not as black a mark as as I think I have convinced myself it is. So long as you have the arm strength, because Turu, to your point, like, is this throw late? Yes. Is it a laser? Yeah, that'll help, because when you're able to get the ball, like when you go from here's their separation now to getting the ball to him, where this is still the separation, if it's any more of a lollygag throw, the corner can't close on it. But if you throw it just after they break, just a little bit of see it, throw it, and you throw a missile, like, you can get away with it. Hey, I'm not saying you should do it every time. I would like these receivers to earn their trust. But yeah, the pocket's really nice. Like, you gotta love Justin Fields throwing strikes from a clean pocket. Super fun. I mean, that's the whole point of this, isn't it? Like, there's a ton of this stuff where Fields looks so much more comfortable, even giving little signals like that. We can over dramatize it. I don't know what the call was, but it was enough. He ripped it, and it worked. Yeah, Bradley. I don't know if Chase is ever going to change that either. But if he keeps getting open like that, he can body catch it all he wants, so long as it doesn't get him hurt. Let's see here. The Tevin push. Oh, yeah. Poles has to, Evan. Like, I mean, Poles has to bet on the coaching staff in quite a few ways. Man, this hit is so vicious. Like, I mean, obviously the throw is really awesome, but like, every time I watch this, the hit looks worse and worse and worse. Fields gets decleated as he throws this ball, which, like, obviously you know that. You've probably watched this, like, everybody in here has probably watched this hit more than 5 times, and watched the throw more than 5 times. But, like, Fields gets laid out, and he sees it coming the whole way. Like, it should have been roughing the passer. It totally was. It should have been helmet-to-helmet call, just based on the other stuff that happens. But, like, even crazier to me, so Fields is looking this way, right? That's where his field of vision is, right? Do you think he doesn't see him? Do you think he doesn't see him? I think that's crazy. I think he does. Like, Fields sees the train coming, choo choo, right? And just understands he can take it. Like, it's one thing to make a sweet throw through obliviousness, right? It's another thing, in my opinion, when you make a flat-out brave throw. Like, Fields drops, and if you watch just how it seems like he moves after the fact. Look, I'm not about to say that I think that there's just crazy, clear sound evidence of Fields knowing the hit is coming, but watch the way that his head moves. There's no surprise in this hit. He knew. I mean, oh yeah. I don't love the way that it's not Braxton getting separated on. I don't love J2K that they don't pass the stunt. But Leatherwood has himself a perfectly solid rep on this one. Snaps the hands out. I love him getting that foot back. Look, I am no offensive line technical wizard. You'll have to ask Lester. But getting into this power stance is something that's got to take good coaching. Like, I mean, it's you can see the Alabama pedigree, in my opinion, when you watch Alex Leatherwood, because a rep like this, establishing, like, it's simple, right? It's that Leatherwood establishes the left hand despite getting beaten on first contact right there, grabs, then rides him, resets, gets the second hand on, like, he recovers quite well, and then is able to create a really nice gap between him and Justin Fields. That's a lot of cushion. Look, I'm not trying to tell you that Leatherwood looked amazing or something like that. Ooh, that's a good point, Brandon. Like, crossing his feet right there, A better edge rusher could probably, like, you're saying that this moment is where a better edge rusher may very well just throw you on the ground or something like that. But I like that he ultimately got into a power pose all the same. I mean, the guy's coming off of mono, and I want to like him, bias-sided. But like, there's some stuff to go over. I mean, no doubt. But it's exciting that the Bears have some young guys with talent pedigree. And I mean, you can't run down and hand him the ball any better than that. I understand there have been plenty that have talked about, like, that Fields could probably arc the ball a little closer to here, might score a touchdown. Guys, I like deep passes that get completed. Like, I'll worry about the stuff in the red zone, end zone when we get there. Like, when you can put a ball downfield on a stacked corner like that, please do it. Oh yeah, J2K, I figured you were. Like, I had a feeling you were talking about Leatherwood. Because then, like, I don't know. I just feel like the Justin Fields, obviously I'm picking the right game to say this, but the Justin Fields that we saw in this game in particular looked like he was playing eyes on fire. And I mean, these are plays that Montgomery can make that are just, I don't understand it. I mean, there are some running backs that just have like that T-dub, the will to win. You know what I mean? Like, David Montgomery is just, I don't know. Like, he's got all that heart and desire. Like, he's a heart and desire Hall of Fame, you know? Because, like, or Hall of Famer. There are some of these players some of these plays that David Montgomery specifically makes that are just awesome. They're awesome running back plays. Like, they're just so fun. And you're right, Turu. Like, normally the Packers D-line wrecks the Bears O-line. It helps that Rashawn Gary is out, because Rashawn Gary is quite good, and him being out hurts. But there you go. Like, that's that. Sir Lord, I agree. Montgomery has at least one just alien man play roughly in every game. Sometimes he has two. He had a bunch. He had a whole game of alien plays against Packers week 2. It's the only reason that game felt remotely winnable was because David Montgomery decided that he woke up and wanted to play on easy mode. And just started cruising. But let's see, you mentioned oh yeah, like, J2K, I think that's the main point. Leatherwood looks really rough around the edges. Like, there's a lot there in terms of technique, in terms of plenty of thank you, Derek. In terms of, like, everything that makes up a football player, there are a lot of pieces of Alex Leatherwood's game that are unpolished, unfinished, and frankly out of place. I mean, there's some stuff that I don't know if he's unlearning things from the Raiders. I don't know how much of it's knocking off Russ from mono. I don't know how much of it's just flat out bad. I don't know how much of it's bad habits. I haven't gone back and watched, like, I'm no Leatherwood expert, and I probably could be. Derek, you did this. You did this, Derek. That one's on you. But I feel like J2K, where when I watch Michael Schofield and I am just fingers crossed he can get his assignment handled. With Alex Leatherwood, there is legitimate hope that he could be a little bit more than your standard replacement player. And I understand that to some degree that's wishful thinking. I mean, probably is. But at the same time, I think that you can see the pedigree, which is meaningful. I mean, you can, and to be fair, you can see the pedigree with Dante Pettis out of the second rounder. He's a route running machine. If only he was any better at all the other stuff that it takes to be a wide receiver. But I think that it's fun watching Leatherwood right now. Like, at the very least, this is the perfect time to be letting a guy like Leatherwood get some reps if he's ready to go. Chances are they're going to do that silly rotation thing, for crying out loud. Like, just won't even surprise me at all. Like, I mean, I bet you that they're going to rotate Reef and Leatherwood for the rest of the year. But whatever. At least it's something. Bradley, how much can we bank on the development of Leatherwood and Jones going into the offseason? That's a them question. I mean, if I will I will tell you, depends, sports fan. I could try. You tell me and I'll give you a guess, right? Because as much as I would love to, I think I know football pretty well. Thankfully, the chat probably knows fantasy football better than I do specifically. But whether it's PPR or whatnot, I'm happy to tell you how I think a game will go between two people. And I don't know, I get right sometimes. Like, I'm killing it in our 20-team RPO league. Excuse me, number 1 seed, 10-3, smoked the draft. I think I've made like 3 waiver ads all year, killing it. Hello, but that's no big deal. That doesn't that doesn't define anybody. I'm a humble person, really, at heart. And, I'm just like anybody else, obviously. It's no big. It's truly no big deal. But so, yeah, John, it won't surprise me at all. Like you said, Flus mentioned that Leatherwood's going to rotate in this game. That's not even surprising. Let me see. What was the play before this? Was this one of those where they ran for first down? Yeah, they just ran. Obviously, we got like this play coming up, but it feels as if, I do think that it does look like Fields has gotten a little bit better about keeping the angle flat. I mean, take a look at this. We saw a pass like this get deflected against Houston. It looks like Fields takes a slightly deeper drop. Look, it's not that much deeper. It's still like a 5-yard snap. But he makes sure that he's going to sling the ball out so that he can avoid the tip coming out. And hey, the ball gets to Claypool. J2K, I'm in a similar spot where I think, let me see, like, I think I'm in a similar spot where at the moment, 10 snaps into his mono-reduced season, I like Leatherwood. Why not? Why wouldn't I like him? He looks like he's got more upside than Riley Reif at this point. He's younger. The Bears are already going to be carrying his contract. He has 3 years. Like, think about that. Like, what we are looking for out of Alex Leatherwood is dadgum Jack Sanborn. Like, the nice part with Alex Leatherwood is that if Alex Leatherwood is a B right tackle, it's a freaking massive win. Like, let me show you what I'm talking about here. Nerd time. Alex Leatherwood contract. So, first of all, don't go to Spot Track. Spot Track gets a lot of things wrong. When you look at Chicago Bear, or like at Alex Leatherwood, his cap hits are $1.3 million, $1.968 million, and $2.6 million. That's nothing. 3 years of control. Like, the only problem is that it's guaranteed. Like, he's going to be there. He's the RT2. Worst case scenario. But you could do worse than this. Like, he's still on his rookie deal, for crying out loud. You have 2 more years of control after this year. Like you're saying, J2K, if Alex Leatherwood is passable, if he's okay, guys, if he's okay, you can push drafting a tackle until the year after. It can be that easy, can't it? Like, you could just say, not a 2023 need. But that's a huge if. Like, look, I don't want both tackles to be awful, right? Braxton Jones looks Sanborn-y. I don't know. I'm going to start using the word Sanborn a lot. And it's no dunk on Sanborn. It's because I like Jack Sanborn. I think Jack Sanborn's fun. And I think Jack Sanborn is the perfect definition of a value player. Not a player any of us think is good, but instead a player that all of us think is really good for his price, right? It's not as simple, like you're saying, Weedy. On the grand scale, that you're like, let's see, if he's a starter, yeah, you're just looking for an LG and a C. Like, how many years of the UDFA deal? Sanborn contract. I think they're usually 4 years, but let's be sure. It looks like it is 2 more years. It's actually the same term as Alex Leatherwood, so it's 3. Now we know. The more you know. I also didn't realize that UDFA contracts had risen to the point where they're charging almost $1 million to the cap. I thought they were $500,000 deals. So there you go. Dead money. Looks like that's the signing bonus. Yeah. How does this cash flow work? You know, that's the funny thing, Evan. Like, Sanborn is definitely paid pennies on the dollar compared to his worth, but I tend to doubt that Jack Sanborn, undrafted free agent, is upset about receiving $20,000 signing bonus and $707,500 in a year. It's pretty good pay. Look, I understand that these Goliaths that play in the arena of the National Football League live very different lives from us. I am not blind, but I also understand that the UDFAs in the NFL, they're aware how few of those guys make an active roster and stay on that active roster. I think you're right, John. Most of these UDFAs, if I understand correctly, are hoping that they make the $80,000 to $100,000 a year for practice squad. I think that within that, I also agree, J2K. So I look at Jack Sanborn. If you ask me, Sanborn is going to be in Chicago for the next 2 years, and then he's going to hit the open market. He's going to make more money than he ever thought that he was going to be. That he was ever going to make in his life, and he may not do it on Chicago. We'll see. But either way, Chicago's going to give him a chance to make a ton of money in the future. A lot more money than I probably looked like he was going to make at some point. It's awesome. Yeah, I agree, Scott. The next Kwiatkowski is exactly what I'm thinking. Who do I think is better, Mooney or Chase Claypool? I think better receiver, Darnell Mooney. Better talent, Chase Claypool. But he's so hot and cold that I can't not bring that up. To use a specific image, think Hunter Hillenmeyer. I don't think Jack Sanborn has the juice to be Brian Urlacher, as much as I think a lot of people want him to become Zach Thomas. That's like when you look at Mac Jones and you say, the comp is Tom Brady. Sure. Don't get me wrong. I'm there. I think Sanborn's fun. I think he had a really good latest game. But I'll tell you that I think that when I look at Jack Sanborn, I think the truth's got to be somewhere in the middle. Right now, he looks to me like he could start. He isn't a bad starter, so to speak. Is he an impact player? Only on this team. This team is the wrong team for fundamentally anybody. I mean, Eddie Jackson was your impact player. Roquan Smith wasn't even really playing like an impact player, just based on the way that the defensive line was teeing him up. It didn't work that way. So I look at Jack Sanborn, and I think to myself that if you added because I agree, J2K, he's getting as much out of his frame as he can. The only problem, let's talk about this, right? Where I think Jack Sanborn is weaker than meets the eye is that if Jack Sanborn reads the play perfectly, reacts perfectly, leverages physicality perfectly, and gets to his spot, he will bring the opposing runner down for a 4-yard gain. That's fine. It's just not an impact player. That's very good, bottom part of your defense, right? It's, you know what, Evan? I actually think that that's underselling it a little bit. I think that there are way too many people that would look at somebody like Sanborn and say that, He's a backup on a good defensive team. He may be a backup on the Buccaneers, but that doesn't mean he's not worth starting just because plenty of other teams have two really good linebackers. He can qualify as a perfectly good defensive player. Truly, I mean that. Not a weak link, not somebody you're trying to hide, somebody that, if I can't make it clear enough, will be somebody who splits it down with the opponent, right? If Deron Payne wins you down number 1 and it's 2nd and 10, and Jack Sanborn pushes down number 2, and now it's 3rd and 5, and then Eddie Jackson wins you 3rd down, you win the series. Does that make sense? Like, Jack Sanborn probably isn't going to, unless he's pass rushing, where he's kind of a beast. But like, Jack Sanborn probably isn't going to be the guy who blasts through, beats you, and picks up an impact tackle. Like, or a tackle for loss. That's really what I was going for. Within this, I would say that, yeah, exactly, Weedy. Kwiatkowski is exactly what I'm looking for here. So the question becomes, who's the other linebacker? Who are the other players? I think Bobby Okeriki's the answer. Like, I think Mooney deserves more catches. Sports fan, I don't think there's a lot of catches to go around. Let's see. J2K, you lolled at that, but you've seen Sanborn get to the point before the OG and make a play a few times. Totally, J2K. It's not like he's incapable. If I sound like I'm making it sound like the guy sucks, I'm not trying to. Like, Turu, you forget that sweet 2019 season Kwiatkowski had. That's all anybody's talking about here. When I think about Sanborn, I mean, let alone if he gets any better play recognition, which you would hope so. But like, I see him, J2K, get to the point of attack, because I have, and then he'll foul it up, and the running back, like, he will muck up the point of attack, and the running back will get just over him because he split contact with the offensive lineman, and then the running back bleeds out 2 more yards, and it's a gain of 4. Like, not in an insulting way. With a better defensive line, maybe that doesn't happen. In fact, it wouldn't surprise me if it doesn't happen. Like, or like at least all the time. But I see Jack Sanborn as just a step or two too slow to stop guys for like low to no gain. But I am okay with a competent will linebacker, competent in coverage, because he did kind of, put the clamps on Robert Tonyan. If I can have a linebacker that every time the opposing offensive coordinator tries to target that linebacker, that he gets one for every play that he gives, I'm okay with this. Like, all I'm really trying to say, J2K, is that Jack Sanborn might not be a star, but he may be a starter. And those are hard to find, especially as a UDFA. And you take them cheap, because that's freaking right. Like, that's how you build a defense. Jordan, you asked earlier, you're obviously being pedantic. What's a better scenario? 39 overall, Alec Pierce or George Pickens with a whole offseason developed chemistry, or Claypool? I mean, you're right. Like, at that point, 39th overall, like, Alec Pierce or George Pickens makes a lot more sense. 39th overall for Christian Watson would be even better. Like, training tent guy or not, he just didn't fall that far. The problem that I think about when I look at that is that it's not that there's no way. Like you're saying, plenty of us called for it. Like, I tend to think that there were some off-field issues with Pickens. I don't know how much to care. Like, a lot of teams seem to. The Steelers taking him is unsurprising. That's what they do. Like, obviously they kept a lid on Antonio Brown. So far be it from me to critique Mike Tomlin and the way that he and his front office handle, that they handle receivers. Alec Pierce, I would have loved him at 49. I might have liked him at 39 for all I care. Like, he was, or whatever the Bears was. I don't think it was 49, but you get the idea. That's obviously better. Like, obviously that's better. But I seem like they were less committed on Fields until he started blowing up. And so if Claypool, like, with the knowledge that Fields is a dude versus Pickens and or Pierce without the knowledge that Fields is a dude is my choice, I don't know. They seem medium split to me. Like, again, okay, so this always goes back to, Jordan, I'll ask you. I'll ask you something else pedantic, and I want your answer on this. Is Jordan Love a bad pick? Let me make the argument that it's not. The Packers picked a quarterback in the first round, and for 2 years after picking that quarterback, they got MVP quarterback play. How is it a bad pick? They spent a first round talent. There's a lot of, like, granted, it's circumstantial, but like they spent on Jordan Love. They seemed to fire up Aaron Rodgers, and they got 2 years of MVP play. And so if Jordan Love is an okay pick, because I mean, come on, Jordan, from a hindsight perspective, couldn't the Packers have been even better if they had another receiver to go there instead of Jordan Love? I mean, maybe, but past a certain point, I'm okay with the bird in the hand. And yes, Chase Claypool was like probably an overpayment, but at the same time, it's an overpayment based on current standards. Really, the problem that I see with Chase Claypool is that you only have 1 year of contract. Like, you don't get 4 years of contract, but you get to skip the you get to skip the, what's the word, like the ramp up period that most receivers have, because you mentioned a whole set of chemistry. I don't think I'm being ridiculous, but that's just something that I that's a way I see it. Of they spent draft capital on the quarterback position, hoping to improve their quarterback play. They improved their quarterback play. They got what they wanted. They didn't get it through the avenue that they wanted it, but they got what they wanted. And if Love was the Bears, I'd be saying the same thing. But that's me just trying to call it as fairly as I can. I mean, like you're saying, it's not working here. Like, okay, so the Haplo mentions the development phase. I agree. Like, let's see. I mean, that's true, Derek. Like, maybe the Love pick wasn't good in the, I don't know. Now we're getting into judging the Love pick. I was saying it to be pedantic in the first place. But the main thing that I look at with Chase Claypool versus what they were trying to do is they're trying to shortcut to make next year and the year after and the year after as competitive as possible. And I don't blame them for doing it. I actually really like the player. I mean, I think Chase Claypool is a better, like, let me see, myopic thinking from a front office. It doesn't matter if you have a quarterback, you build an offense. Defense doesn't win you games. Offensive talents do. Offensive talent develops quarterbacks. Defensive doesn't. Oh, are you talking about the Bears front office? Because I don't blame you. Let's see. It does seem, Haplo, like potentially something's coming for Jordan Love. You got to think he's going to get some games here, like in the last little while. Or maybe Aaron Rodgers is going to ride off into the sunset. We'll see. But let me see. It's so weird because, like, when I look at Chase Claypool, I see a receiver that's not the same as Alec Pierce, not exactly the same, but I see a receiver that could do a lot of similar things. Well, should be able to do a lot of similar things. Not that he does. That's the problem, isn't it? I mean, Alec Pierce, I just like him a lot. I really do. That's a player that's like my one that got away. Like, everybody's pining for George Pickens. I think George Pickens is great. And I'm not saying that I think Pierce is better. I think Pierce is more what I wanted on the Bears. And could Pickens have done what I wanted on the Bears? Sure. Like, Pierce is very good on the Bears. Or, like, would be very good on the Bears. Instead, he's not playing on the Bears. It happens. Here's the Discord. Join it if you haven't. But we'll watch just the smallest little bit of Draymond Jones because it's almost 1 a.m. I really need to go to sleep. We're looking at number 93 here. And this is that Chiefs game, which, like, yeesh. But you're watching number 93. And you should see a pretty solid player. Here he is, number 93. We're looking at him playing potential 3-tech. Roughly 270 pounds, like, fits the bill. Quick-ish first step, works with his hands. I'm not expecting you to see dynamite. I'm expecting you to see he's a solid player. Probably an upgrade over Justin Jones. A little quicker than Justin Jones. J2K, I'll get into him once I have actually watched more guys, which is saying something. So I'm hoping by the end of December we should really have things starting to tune up. The complicated piece of this, J2K, is that the whole rest of the world is going to be on Super Bowl schedule, and here we're going to be. I can't believe the Senior Bowl is happening before the Super Bowl, speaking of, but that's just them being different, I guess. It's not that we have to wait until after the Super Bowl. It's how early can you start talking draft before you've pissed people off? And that's a question we're going to be trying to answer. But I know the channel will start shifting into more of a draft focus relatively quickly. I wanted everybody here to have the ability to watch Draymond. Ooh, this is a nice little rep. Like here, two hands, establishes the outside arm. He's watching the cutback lane, so he needs to stick to here while ranging over this way. But you can see obviously that the Broncos are trying to control that gap with somebody else. When he needs to, flashes both hands, and even turns the running back, or I guess that's Mecole Hardman, but he turns it with one. This guy is in his mid-20s. I wouldn't say Mecole Hardman is a running back. At that point, they're just trying to get a little juice out of their receiver. Think Valus. Oh, man. So obviously, this is where results. I don't know. Football's so interesting because you watch a player. That 10 is Pacheco? 10's not Hardman? So it's so funny because you can watch a player and you can see a completely separate result on the front half as the back half. Here it is in slow motion. Check this out. Step into the gap. Look, I understand that the offensive lineman has a lot going on, but quick step off the line, swipe with the hand, into the gap. Ready for pass rush or run defense at that point, which really ain't bad. Oh, okay, that's Pacheco. I got you. And Hardman's 17. I don't know how I told myself that Hardman was 10. What do you guys think of Pacheco? Or Pancheo? Would I sign Juju or MVS? I don't know. I really don't. I really can't pretend I do. Maybe you could get a little bit of ESP out of Juju Smith-Schuster. I really don't think that Juju is as bad as plenty do, but I don't think he's as good as some do. So I'm very in the middle. I think that what Patrick Mahomes has done this year has been some of his best work, which is really something. Pacheco. Gotcha. 7th round pick. Unsurprising. Look at those Chiefs getting production out of the later rounds. He's not on there. 2nd and 16. Looks like they take him off for some formations. When they go double edge defense. Honestly, Broncos games are really fun. We're hitting that point where I can be a complete loose cannon with what I say, just on pure time in the stream. After all that weird time where Ben Albright tried to big time me, Broncos shot and fruit's been really fun. I'm not gonna lie. It's great. Yeah, you can. Okay, I like the energy. I don't always know if some of this stuff is good, but you could see Draymond Jones. Man, that's gonna get me. That would be another direct name change. But him going with a full on cross chop, a karate cross chop, is hilarious at 279 pounds. Whoosh-ha! Wax on, wax off. But I like that he can try. Uh, Jordan, we don't need to get into it. I could talk to you about it later. But at the end of the day, yeah, he did do the Robert Quinn. Exactly. Like I don't know if I could say it worked, but just the fact that that's in the arsenal is awfully funny when talking about the guy. But let's see, so that's 97. What's 93 do it? 97 decides to dig a tunnel. Both of them go relatively low. I don't know what on earth they were doing here. Two dudes get just like flattened. Yeah, you mentioned the Broncos are the new Bears. I mean, let's see. Does Dre look more like right, it's not. Um the Broncos defense is a lot of fun. And watching the Broncos offense fail is awfully fun. I don't know, J2. When I think zero shade, I think of this spot right here. Like the nose, you know? Uh whereas it seems like Draymond is lining up in these like end spots and these 3T spots a little bit more. So it's more of a direct comparison. And honestly, this kind of penetration on passing downs is awfully fun. Um, where you get early hand usage, a nice swat away. Look, it's not as if getting ushered down this side of the passing lane, Turu, thanks for hanging out, is some kind of crazy, you know? But it's penetration, it's noise, it's forcing the quarterback to have to step up. It's something, basically. Right now, we don't move the quarterback. The quarterback moves when he wants to. And like you're saying, Evan, it's not as if he's everything. It's not as if Draymond Jones is Jalen Carter on his best day ever, right? Like, after multiple years in the league. But Draymond Jones is a major upgrade over who the Bears have at this moment. And that in and of itself is really helpful. Oh, yeah, you've been looking at 97. We're watching 93. No worries. Yeah, he's more of a true 3. And he can generate, oh man, you get a nice little bit of, I always think it's funny when defensive linemen face mask, they start to look like the Undertaker. But you know what? They're not going to call hands to the face, so whatever. I guess if you ain't cheating, you ain't trying. I wanted to compliment this rep more, but that is a pretty thick hands to the face, along with some power that goes with it. Let's see. What grade am I giving Jones on the Bears O-line if we sign him? Okay. Oh, D-line if we sign him. I don't know. Probably like an A-. I don't know. I think that there's real major value. Real major value. Like, I agree with you, John, that having both Jones on the interior would be a double upgrade, but I also tend to think that Justin Jones playing nose would get eaten alive. Like, look, I understand I'm pulling on my dream pairing at this point, but if Deron Payne hits the market and you got Deron Payne plus Draymond Jones, like, that is very solid defensive line foundation. Very solid. So too many people have talked about this. Let me see. Jones contract. Let's see. It looks like he's in a contract here. OTC. Draymond Jones probably going to want to surpass Hargraves, 35 mil. No, he's in a contract year. Looks like he was a third rounder, and this is it for him. Let's see. Oh, you're talking about Justin Jones. He is, but he's cuttable. Um, no kidding, John. I mean, let me see. Do I feel like a B type of player compared to a Will Anderson, who's like an A type player? So here's exactly what I think, Bradley. I think that free agency ads for this specific Chicago Bears team. There's an interview with Flus where he mentioned giving Jones, like Justin Jones, some run at left end. That'd be interesting. I mean, if nothing else, I mean, you will need some ends if you signed a Draymond Jones type. And so if you shifted Justin Jones somewhere else and played him, sure. But so Bradley, I think free agency is going to offer a lot of kudos. I think the Bears want to try to patch this team as quickly as they can. Will it always work? Not necessarily. Man. Okay, so you know how we like physicality here? Make sure you check out 93. This does not work in the conventional sense. Let me see. I'm going to find that snap. Oh, rats. Oh, there's the choke. Good. We're getting closer. Basically, Bradley, I think that free agent, like within this scope, I think there's a lot of ways that you could add talent I think there's a lot of ways that you could add talent on this team. I think getting tied up in adding this player over that player before free agency happens is silly. I don't think this draft, or I don't think the Chicago Bears team has few enough holes to justify specifically. Good night, sports fan. Talk to you soon. I don't think this team specifically has enough good players on it to justify getting locked into anything. So if you can add some solid players, if you could add some solid players within free agency, I say you go for it either way. Watch 93 here. This is the play we were just talking about. I love the scrappiness. Like, rip, fight, punch, fight. It does not work. But you could see Draymond Jones' mentality, and it is actually pretty fun. Like, I hadn't seen him. He's a ball of energy. Like, it's fun seeing a player like this just go for it, you know? Pedal to the metal. Sports fan subscribe. Thank you so much, sports fan. Yeah, I think Evan, it'll be interesting to see what happens there. Truly will. Like, there are a lot of really solid DNs in this draft. I mean, you can get them up and down, which is awesome. Like, especially as the league moves to 3-4 outside linebacker. I hope the Bears are in position to field trade down offers. And when they do, I don't actually mind one way or another the way that this goes. Ooh, that is a nice play. Ooh, all 74 of the people that are still here, make sure you like the stream. That's my stream plug. Like the stream. But also, take a look at this. Hoo. Like, Draymond Jones needing to defend the run. Rides the offensive lineman. Gets off the block. Makes the tackle. Well, at least enough of it. And play made with a little bit of dance. I don't want to think about it, Jordan. It's so rough. Oh, this play. Lord. Mahomes does what he does, right? Let's see the route concept. Nothing there. I mean, maybe you could make the argument that the corner's kind of there, but it's third down, so it doesn't surprise me at all that Mahomes is pretty stuck on the outside route. So then he takes a look at the dig over the middle, breaks a tackle, flicks it. Lord have mercy. What a guy. What a guy, that Pat. And the sad part is this pass rush from Jones is sweet. Like, I will take this all the time. This is the interior pressure that all of us talk about, right? Like, quick little stutter, snap the move on Joe Thuney, keep his hands off of you, force the quarterback to move. If you can get the quarterback off his spot, one way or another, you're doing your job. Then they just have no contain. Patrick Mahomes decides, I'm different. How on earth does Mahomes spin it enough? What on earth? What on earth? Like, how does he keep that ball flat? You're just too good. That practically spirals. Not fast. But I mean, like, it's not end over end. This is not catching a punt. I mean, it really is half a pass. Oh, yeah. 100% Grant. He says, No. I got to stop the electric running threat that is Patrick Mahomes. Steps past and just lets him go. Goodness. I mean, it really is J2K. Like, it's just ridiculous. But, okay, you guys have seen this. We've done a lot more of these on the channel than I like to admit, where I haven't even pre-screened the film. This is a pretty solid game. Like, in terms of an audition tape for Draymond Jones, look, he's not a whole defense. So it's not like I understand that they're just, the Chiefs are practice scoring at will, but I really like what you can see here from number 93. Like, he's a lot of fun. It's not as if the Chiefs' offensive line is incredible, but we're seeing plays against the run. We're seeing plays against pass. Like, that's a solid little defensive lineman right there. And sure, it may cost you a little bit of money, but you got to remember that the Bears right now have to spend roughly $225 million. It's got to go somewhere. If it's going to go somewhere, why not at the defensive line and offensive line? I think that's much better than spending it at ridiculous positions, which they'll have plenty of options to do, and they don't need to. Did Jones just... Yikes. Yeah, right, Daniel? First of all, Jones hits a sweet spin move and gets one-on-one with the quarterback, and then it looks like he steps on a lineman, loses his balance, and hyperextends his right knee, so that sucks a lot. I shouldn't be laughing, but I mean, look at the dancing bear here from the 3-tech position. Like, zoom. That's sweet. You mentioned number 10 getting flattened. Now I have to know. Did he? I agree, J2. Man, that is nice. Like, that's just fun. It super sucks that he gets bent up like that. But, man. It wouldn't surprise... Well, Nomad, you got to remember that Buckner's a bit of a freak. Okay, so actually, let's test that theory. I'm down. So, DeForest Buckner, height and weight. It's like 6'7", 290. And then Larry Ogunjobi, height and weight. Oh, he's huge. Okay. You may be totally right. Like, it's certainly at least worth begging the question. Now, that would mean a 3-tech more in line of let me see. That would mean more like, how you doing, Case? Jalen Carter, height, weight, obviously. And then we've got, of course he fits. Why wouldn't he fit? And then Brian Brisse, height and weight. He fits too. If we don't get there. Whereas it's Mont Jones, height and weight. He's like 281, so he's like 9 pounds off of Buckner. That is. Now, like we've talked about, Draymond Jones isn't, crazy heavy, but he looks like the best pass rusher on the Bears immediately. Which, I mean, is that really saying much? But yeah, Bradley, these guys are big dudes. Oh, of course he is Nomad. I mean, there's no doubt about that. You've got to keep that thing. Ooh, that is a nice punch out. Ooh, you got to love good defense. Look at this. First of all, typically nasty throw from Mahomes. Let's go ahead and check out that throwing angle. Whatever. Snap. 21 just separates the ball. Boom. Yeah, no kidding, Grant. I mean, Case, it's just crazy. It's just silly. Pat just does Pat things. Oh, look, Draymond Jones is playing from a stand-up position. Who is this guy? Screen. Who knows, Nomad? I mean, you may be onto something. You could potentially have Draymond Jones and play him an end. I mean, could be worse. I mean, he looks snappy. Not to mention, you need ends like the Dickens. Seriously, John. Or it's just silly. I mean, if anything, you can watch this guy play, and you can see right there, he turns a runner. Normally you would expect the pass rushing defensive line, or you because look at this, Draymond gets bent immediately. It's not even like he recovers crazy well. Sewell, the linebacker here, just comes in. Right, Grant? He threw 3 interceptions, so he sucks. Mahomes is a Madden player. Fields is also a Madden player. They're just different Madden players. It is funny watching the way that Mahomes moves around. It's very Madden. It's very, he's open, press the button, and then just your character flicks the ball. Whereas Fields is more no, I spec myself for speed. This is what I do. I just run around and beat everybody. And then you're playing against your brother. Your brother's come on, that would never work. This is stupid. Play football. Play normal football. There Fields is. That's what he does. I'd be really interested to see what would happen if they did try to play Draymond Jones at end, if only because it doesn't look like he gets a ton of run at end. Yes, 100% Derek. It's that. This is so stupid. Case, that is so silly. Why? Man. Snappy hands, stuns the offensive lineman. Check out the hand grab. So I love it when defensive linemen get both hands of the offensive lineman. Honestly, I love it when anybody, like offensive linemen, grab the wrists. I love it when defensive linemen grab the wrists. And him coming back in here, getting him off balance, and swiping to the second player. It's fun. It's fun watching this guy. Oh gosh, Case, is that real? It sucks. Yeah, John, exactly. Now, to be fair, Fields' earnestness with his mouth is eventually going to get him in some serious trouble. Like the infamous, "it was actually kind of slow for me, to be honest," comment that he had about the preseason before a not-so-phenomenal rookie season. Like, Fields, it's not that Fields needs a press manager. I love the honesty, but there are a couple of these comments that he makes every once in a while that you're just like, Justin, you know what this is gonna turn into. But yeah, I agree with you, Case. Like, I like it. It's just funny. Man, the Chiefs get to everybody here, don't they? Who's 99 on the Broncos? He's bumming me out. Should he be bumming me out? Or is he really good? And I'm dunking on somebody on accident. Yeah, I think you're right, Derek. Especially since apparently getting dunked on for a comment makes you a god, according to Eddie Jackson's recent tackling this year. He did it again. Oh my gosh. Look at Draymond Jones. Snap, in, spin, and pressure. Who is this guy? Snap, break in, slap the helmet, spin around, and pressure. Now, alien man. Mahomes does Mahomes things. But like, the 3-tech. The third rounder. Puts him in the blender. Exactly. Is Mozzie Smith a free agent, or is Mozzie Smith a draft person? Because I don't know that name. So Haplo, I agree with you. Well, I always want to agree with my commenters. I think Justin Herbert is absolutely crazy, silly, talented. I also think, man, what a play by the linebacker. You gotta love good defense. Like, palm, full extension. Oh no, it got through the linebacker. That's crazy. I think Herbert's extremely good. I think Herbert makes some throws that are like, what is that? That throw he had where he just stuffed the ball into Keenan Allen's hands. Obviously, it's the throw that's all over social media, and obviously because of Emmanuel Acho, we're not allowed to share Justin Herbert clips on social media with a straight face. Thank you, Nomad. But while I say that, I think that Patrick Mahomes has, yeah, exactly, Evan. Like, I think Patrick Mahomes is just different. Part of it is because I come from the Big 12. So, like, I saw him play. This isn't new to me. It is so fun to watch, and I love watching it. I catch as many Chiefs games as I can. I'm practically a Chiefs fan with the rate that I actually watch. With the rate that I actually watch the Chiefs, the NFL would be confused that I'm not from like Kansas City or something. But while those are my biases, Mahomes does some stuff that is so wrong and so right. Like, it's not the flick pass, that's great. It's not about that. It's about some of these off-platform throws coupled with the decisions he makes, coupled with the trust balls that he puts out there are just crazy. And he's doing that this season. Like, this is not a good throw. It's late. It's funny. Like, when you watch this, like, when I talk about, we need to do more of these, because when I talk about a lot of this quarterback stuff, it makes it sound like Fields is the only one. This is late. Like, throw it on the break. He doesn't. If you stick it on Kelsey sooner, you get the throw there. But he doesn't. And the linebacker ranges over and gets the ball. Now, why did he throw it when he did? Believe it or not, I did not pick this game on purpose, but Draymond Jones looks like he's punching through just as the throw comes out. And it is, Haplo. That's a snag. Just barely brings it down, too. Right. I actually agree with you, Evan. Like, there's probably truth to that. Though, I don't know. Herbert could do some silly stuff with the football. Like, far be it from me. Nomad, I would if it wasn't so late. Case is right. It's bedtime. I feel like we've gotten a nice little sampler platter from Draymond Jones. We'll watch one more drive because I'm obsessive. I don't want to know his stupid Raz score, which I feel bad about, but I have to know. It doesn't work. Like, it's probably what Poles is gonna do. Ooh, he's been dirty all game, and then he does this? Did we see this? All 69 people in the chat, make sure you're paying attention for this. Like, long arm all the way to the quarterback, sacks him with his foot, plants that hand, and just muscles him back. Bears have to get some pass rush somehow. Draymond Jones seems like a perfectly viable option. It is. Like Haplo, it is crazy how good the Broncos defense is. If the Broncos offense was any good, they'd be dominant. Instead, it's the worst offense in the league, which is really saying something. Oh, man. And what's crazy to me, okay, so can somebody explain to me, just so that I don't make a silly idiot of myself, why is Draymond Jones going to hit free agency? Like, now as I'm watching, like, how is 93 getting out of this town? Like, is it just because is it just because they've got too many guys? Like, is their cap in trouble? I mean, they traded Bradley Chubb because they couldn't afford everybody. Am I missing something? I need to take a look at their salary cap calculator. Let's see. I'm sure Nomad. Like, the question is, where do you draft him? When do you draft him? Haplo. I thought that's not how that works. Oh man, another interception. Oh yeah, this one gets called back, doesn't it? No, they call it back because it turns out you can't make a throw like that. Every once in a while, Mahomes teaches you a foundation of quarterbacking. It turns out you can't release the ball, in the air, looking like this, and expect it to not be low and behind. How does he throw it in a straight line? Yeah, John, I know they do. You're probably right. But this is where things get weird, right? People say all the time, like, okay, come on, how's he gonna get out? Let's see, Broncos salary cap calculator. Okay, so they've got 19 mil for next year. That's with plenty of guys going out. Like we see here. Are there any that really speak to me? Let's see. I know censored. That really is the crazy part, though. I don't know. I just doubt they're going to fight over Billy Turner. I mean, maybe it's as simple as you just can't pay everybody. But Darby's gone. Is Graham Glasgow seriously rocking void years right now? Oh no, I'm looking at guaranteed salary. Jordan, do you have any idea why they wouldn't tag him? Is it just that he's not good enough to be tagged? Let's see. What would the tag be? Yeah, I think that's probably it. I tend to doubt that Denver wants to tag Draymond Jones at $20 million. It'd be crazy if they did, but I don't think they're going to. I don't see Justin Jones as having near that kind of juice. Like, Justin Jones can make some plays, but he's not near as spry and doesn't have near as many pass rush moves by the looks of it. Like, and there's a major reason that the Bears are lowest of the league in sacks and lowest in pressure rate. And I know a lot of that's the edge rushers, but I think the whole defense needs to get, or not the whole defense, the whole defensive line could use upgrades. That's the complicated part, Evan. Like, it's a 3T, not just a DT, but let's see. Trey, Mont, Jones, Raz. There you go. Not great. Not terrible. Above average. Not super green. But a good football player all the same. By the looks of it. Compare that to, what is it? Rest, Buckner, Raz. So, here's the funny part. DeForest Buckner is a freak, and I'm pretty sure it's because he gets put in DE. Like, I think that there was something about, see, you take a look at the height and the weight, and it's just silly stuff. Like, let's see. Like, I think when you shift DeForest Buckner over, the Raz gets different. Like, for instance, here Draymond Jones is compared to 3-techs. Or, like, he's compared to DTs. That's why his weight score is so bad, right? If he got compared to DEs, I'm sure a lot of this stuff wouldn't even look quite as good as it does, to be honest with you. But who's to say? I don't know. Or Ogunjobi's Raz? Good question. Larry Ogunjobi Raz. Okay, so apparently it was green back then, but you can see it all the same. It looks like plenty of things a little all over the place. Vertical broad. I mean, those are the explosion numbers that you'd be looking at with Draymond Jones. They're not exactly the same, but they're similar. 32, 908. 31 and a half, 902. Actually, really not off overall. 32, 908. Maybe he did see Mini Buckner. Yeah, they did change Buck's position. Bradley, is Larry having a good year in Pitt? You're going to get different reviews depending on who you ask. I don't think Larry Ogunjobi looked like he was going to be worth the money that the Bears were going to pay him, and I don't think he's proved that wrong in Pittsburgh. It's not that he's been awful. That's not the point. You got to remember the Bears were going to be handing him $15 million a year. So not awful doesn't quite make the cut. And look, that's not me trying to be a hater. I'm going to turn into a hater when most people get paid most of the time. That's unfortunate. I mean, in Ogunjobi's case, I think that they wanted a very specific mold of player, and they really stretched over to get one. A case, I remember I was really worried because the Ogunjobi film I saw, when he wasn't flashing, he was getting whooped. And I feel like that 3-tech position needs to be a bit more consistent than flash and then getting whooped. But I haven't seen him play on the Steelers. Like I've heard people talk about it. I've watched a couple Steelers games. It's not like I've stared at Larry Ogunjobi and gone back and said, okay, what if? Because I just don't have that kind of time. But we'll see a little while. Yeah, censored. It's so funny. It's not that it's like necessary. It's that, oh yeah, Scott, that's a big problem. The pressure numbers just aren't really there. But that's me staring at a stat board. I don't know anything. Let's see. Right. I mean, case to me, when I think about that and I think about a $15.5 million player, I don't think that's well used money. I mean, like we've talked about earlier, it could be worse, but I don't think it's well used money. But hey, that's, I didn't expect to end on Larry Ogunjobi, but the bye week special, looking back, looking forward. I mean, Justin Fields is clearly coming a long way. The offense is coming a long way. They're developing a ton of things around Justin Fields, which is really fun. I mean, it really is. Case, I get it. Like, it ain't your money, and there ain't nothing wrong with that. Like, me personally, I always believed in the legend of Jack Sanborn, not specifically Jack Sanborn, but really just the legend of the UDFA linebacker. And the Bears, luckily enough, managed to find one immediately, which is hilarious. And so it is. I think that you got to go cheap where you can go cheap so that you can get expensive where you get expensive. I am down to back the Brinks truck up for some players. I think Draymond Jones looks like a lot of fun. I mean, I need to take a look at more players because every time I watch a defensive lineman, I'm going to be like, that guy's better than anybody we have, because it's not a tough bar to clear, guys. But the Bears are in a funny position. They need 2 defensive ends. They need 3-tech. They need a defensive tackle, specifically like a nose type. And if they can, I mean, like, let's see. I got a good winning bet this weekend so that I can buy a PS4 controller. I need a good winning bet. Chris Solis, I wish I could give you one. I haven't seen the bets just come out just yet. Are you looking at like a game? Let's see, like a game to bet on, because I could take a look at that, but probably not now. Unfortunately, I hate to leave you empty-handed, but you really don't want my 1:20 a.m. advice to guide that PS4 controller. I will pray for you instead. Let's see. When you spend a lot of money, yes, 100%. I think you pay big for pass rushers and dominant 3-techs for sure, but most of the time they don't make it to the market. The Bears have to spend money somewhere. I think Bobby Okereke is going to be a good example. So, Okereke Raz. Let's see. I think it's relatively good. Yeah, it is. He fast. He long. He ain't strong. He's good in coverage. He's an Eberflus guy, literally drafted by Eberflus. Like, Bobby Okereke makes so much sense to get off the Colts. Okereke, I'm pulling this case directly off of what I remember a Colts guy said all the time on the like on a preseason game a while ago. And he was local too. But you may be right. I think some corners make sense. Not corners. Like, I think a corner makes sense. Look, there are a lot of ways the Bears could spend their money. I think they'll try to extend Darnell Mooney to life-changing money for him. Darnell Mooney is coming off a season where he did not crack 600 yards, and he had to end his season off of an ankle injury. I hate to say it. Bears are kind of sitting on leverage there, which huge bummer for Mooney, because he may have lost a bunch of money, but he's still good enough to make a bunch of money, so I guess that's a positive. But y'all, it is, let's see, Okariki does seem to come off the tongue better, doesn't it? Let's see. Fam, we really could pretty much do this all night. And I think we've proven that too many times on this channel. But it is 1:30. I cannot believe that we really went past 1 a.m. on the bye week. The bye week. The bye week. The bye week. For crying out loud. But like the stream if you haven't already. Donations are truly always appreciated. They really do help. Donation goal is amazing. Everything helps. I love our case. If you haven't heard, we've entered a vegan Super Bowl pact where if Justin Fields wins the Super Bowl, we're all going vegan. And we can go field style vegan. So that's super pescatarian. But feel free to join that if you don't, or if you want to. I'm going to actually set a reminder for myself about the vegan pact because I think it's hilarious. And absolutely needs to be a thing. Like, we can make vegan pact merch. You bet 100% J2K. It's a reminder in my phone, and I'm just going to call it vegan pact. Because that's all I need. What else do I need? That's how it works. Vegan pact. And then, let's see. You go vegan day 1 a week or 1 day a week as is. That's awesome. I think Tremaine Edmonds is very interesting. It's just a question of whether he would convert over. I'll need to take a look at him so I know. But so let's see. That's awesome, Evan. The vegan pact. The vegan pact. But so all the same, guys. You have a great one. Excited. Bears take. Let's see. Thank you, Chris. I sure won't try to. It should be a whole lot of fun. Like they go long and they're borderline exhausting, but they're fun. And so we're going to keep doing them. But so we'll see if we can't put out some quick hitters while we're at it so that everybody wins. I wouldn't be surprised, censored. I'm optimistic, but I'm always optimistic, so I'm the wrong guy to ask. Get some sleep. Bears play the Eagles. Probably going to lose, but we're going to have fun doing it. I sound like a youth coach, and that's where we end. I sound like a youth coach, but good stream, everybody. Talk to you soon. Like the stream, show some support, and I'll catch you guys on the next one. Bear down, and thanks so much for bearing.